Hi.
Good morning, Anthony.
And what a fine morning it is, Mr. Opie.
It sure is, Mr. Cumia. Mr. Cumia. 877-212-0-A. I'm ready to broadcast. I got my Pumpsy green card right in front of me.
Like a good luck charm or something?
Yeah, it just sits here.
Or something.
Or something like that. Good morning, Jim Norton. Taking off his coat as we start the show.
There's Yini with his gay hoodie. San Francisco on the front.
Yeah, that's what I say.
It's just everyone I heard. I've never been to old San Fran, as they call it. Frisco, as they call it. The Barbary Coast. I've never been there. But every time I see the word, I just think gay.
I know, it's really too bad because I've been there, I think, twice.
Oh, have
It's
you?
probably the best city in America.
No way.
I swear to God, it's an amazing city.
You go there, I'll go to Miami.
I understand that, Ant.
I'll go to Miami Beach.
But see,
That's the best city in America.
Miami's not bad for the people watching, but as
Oh,
a city, it blows.
Does it?
It absolutely blows.
Warm. There's just a hotness after hotness walking by.
I think my favorite city still is Boston,
Yuck.
then San Francisco, and then probably Philly because I've been spending a lot of time in Philly the last few years. But San Francisco, you bring up a great point. It really is a shame because the average person thinks gay. You don't see the gay when you go to San Francisco unless you search it out, I guess.
Really?
I swear to God. I
Gay is
didn't
everywhere.
see it everywhere.
Maybe your gaydar went down.
You're in the wrong area, my friend.
It's honestly
Did you
like
see the gay when you go to San Francisco?
No, I mean, living in New York, it's hard to say because you see guys holding hands or women, but it's like you see that here too. It's not. I don't feel it any differently there.
No,
at all.
I don't.
I really don't.
I'm with Jimmy.
But it's so gay. Like everything gay is in San Francisco.
But I don't think it's even.
Mayor's gay.
I would imagine there's got to be a gay area or something because it's not spread out throughout the city. It must be concentrated in an area.
The gay area ends at Oakland. The bridge, exactly.
Because I was kind of worried the first time I went there. Like, what am I, and I didn't see the gay.
Yeah.
I saw beautiful women. I saw the greatest restaurants, wine bars. Just looking out your hotel room at the scenery is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because, you're
Bunch
up
of
on
slender man asses.
Because you're up on a hill, and you got the Golden Gate Bridge and the water, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can understand the scenery, but then, the people walking around, you don't see any more gay people in San Francisco than you do here in New York.
It's hard to say.
I swear, no.
My ex's family's from there, so last time I went out,
What's his name?
what's it? Francois.
Francois.
Yes, he's got a karate expert's body, which is odd.
Yeah.
But her whole family's from around there, so it's like when I went out there, I spent a lot of time with her family just doing like local things, going out to local restaurants, and
Yeah.
no different. I mean, you see gay people, maybe there's a little more, but it's not like you think you're going to go to San Francisco and, the airport, they're just going to be rolling around like tires on each other. It
That's
doesn't
just
happen.
what I picture.
No.
I think it's going to be very gay.
Nah.
I noticed beautiful women. Maybe the women are
With Adam's apples.
maybe. I was very surprised at how good-looking the women were.
Yeah? And
Yeah,
is there
in general.
Is there like a good ratio for straight guys, or again, not too many gay guys? I can't listen to you guys tell me that San Francisco isn't chock full of gay guys.
I understand. They get a bad rep.
He's got a stat.
Yes.
I have a government statistic from the last census says that 15.4% of the population of San Francisco identifies itself as gay, lesbian, or bisexual, the highest in the nation, behind Seattle, Atlanta, Minneapolis, Boston, Oakland, Sacramento, Portland, Denver, and Long Beach.
Okay, so that would be like that's more than black people are nationally.
Well, the national average.
17, isn't it?
What's the national average of gay?
It's 12.
Are we up to about 10%?
Close. They say close to 10, but that's 50% over the national average.
Wow, see, that's a lot of gay people in Frisco.
I don't know. Check it out for yourself.
Maybe they just aren't as flamboyant. You didn't notice them.
I don't know. As far as tour stuff, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Doing the Alcatraz thing and checking out what are they, the seals or the walruses on the piers?
Well, I'm sure that's wonderful, but
but you're scared of the gay.
Oh, I'm not scared of the
They
gay.
might, attack you.
Put up your dukes. I say.
Old school?
Yeah, old school.
I don't know. Where were we? Oh, but
I just was distracted by Jimmy's wonderful little hoodie.
Yeah, my
He
San
looks adorable
Francisco.
in it.
Yeah, I like to eat rice-a-roni in this.
It's the San Francisco treat.
It's true.
Although I think it's the second San Francisco treat.
Yes.
The first is a giant.
so if there's so many gays in that area, how do they vote no for gay marriage?
Well, that was the whole state.
State.
Yeah.
The whole state. All right. Okay. You got
Again,
you
as
got me
Bill
on that
Burr
one.
said, you can't forget about like Barstow and
Right.
places like that.
And apparently the black community and the Latino communities voted 70 to 80% against Proposition 8.
Said
They're
hell
very-
no.
Yeah.
They're very religious people.
Yes.
You know, a lot of Catholics, whatnot. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're very anti-gay overall. Black.
Yes. Yes.
Spanish. Most white too.
Although on the DL, you know, they'll do some things.
The blacks.
You hear about the black community having things, you know, on the DL.
Well,
Some covert gay.
they got the gay marriage happening in Connecticut starting today.
Good.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank
Today's
goodness.
the day.
Not recognized anywhere else, but have fun in your state. One
Good old
state.
Connecticut said, what the hell? Let's give
Let
this a
him in.
shot.
I know. I heard that on the news this morning. I heard an interview with a couple of just real lesbians that are thrilled to death that
Yeah.
they're going to be able to get married. And they said they have a civil union, but it's not the same. It doesn't have the same ceremonial thing and symbolic gesture of marriage. Mm-hmm. Ugh, who cares?
All
Who
right.
cares either way.
Just let people do what they want.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Crap. Married.
I only want to hug this man and make love to him forever. Go ahead.
You're good.
Then
More
do
power
it.
to you.
You don't want to give him partner benefits? All right, fine. Don't. Then don't have him pay the same taxes. Don't
Hey,
charge
now.
him. Don't charge gays the same for at the end of the year for the IRS. Oh, you know what I mean? If you
Yeah.
don't want to give the same whatever lifestyle afford everybody else, then don't charge them the same. It's stupid.
Yeah, they pay.
Good idea.
They pay into the system, right?
Of course.
And marriage isn't that sacred anymore. Who
Oh,
are
it
we kidding?
stinks.
Who are
I'm
we
sure
kidding?
some work out nice.
I'm not stupid as I give it a shot that 50 to 60% of these marriages,
As you dive right in.
yeah, why not? But 50 or 60% don't survive.
Oh, here's
it's not
a happy
sacred
couple.
anymore.
Look at that. Oh, I bet Daddy's happy about that one. Oh, look.
A montage of guys kissing each
It's
other.
just a
Nice.
montage
Wow.
of gayness.
Oh my God, that montage is worse than the belly montage they do.
Wow.
for the fat stories.
The gay marriage montage, yeah.
Wow, you're gonna see that on TV all
A
day.
lot of making out. Boy, I bet some people get so mad at that. In my home, my children were watching.
I'm trying to have more of an open mind as I get older.
It's not your mind. You got to open up.
The man-on-man kiss is still a rough one to take in.
I don't know
it's just
why
a
that
rough
is.
one, man.
It really is
Like
tough
you said,
to watch.
You said the other day that you and the guys spent like an afternoon or an hour. Or whatever.
Oh, it was an entire afternoon.
Yeah.
No, it was after the show one day, a few months back, just watching a hardcore gay porno
Right.
on the computer.
Right.
And we were laughing our asses off. It was funny. It's one of those things where it's like two men look ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Usually a guy and a girl having sex just looks silly, some of the moves they do. But two guys,
Danny,
it
I don't
just
need
looks silly.
I don't need an example of gay sex. Thank you.
Sure?
Whenever we talk
I'll
about,
pull it
Danny
up.
tries to pop something up on the screen for us.
We
real
need the
fast.
monitor up here.
Do we?
In front. Yeah, but then two guys going at it just looks silly. But then
So you guys, you better explain yourself. You did it as a goof. You guys were laughing, having
no
a good time.
explaining. It was wonderful. It's great to watch. No, when you're sitting around and you're going through these various tube sites,
Yeah.
whatever, something tube,
Yeah.
and you go from one sexual deviant to the next. Occasionally, something's going to pop up, and we were just laughing and commenting on it. But then the kiss is it's 10 times harder to watch as a straight guy, two guys making out, than it is to just watch hardcore, horrific gay sex.
Yeah.
I guess it's that sensitivity. And,
I don't know what
and
it
that
is.
they mean so much to each other.
I still have a tough time with that one.
Then just yeah, do it. It's just an odd thing. So like,
All right, can you turn it off?
That's one of who's that? Mike Tyson.
I didn't even know.
Wow.
I didn't even know what he was doing. I turned and there's a black face and there's white skin.
Yeah. Wow.
And,
No,
he's
a
black skin.
lighter-skinned
this is
black
great.
gentleman.
Thanks. What a way to start the morning.
And the
Thanks,
one-
Danny.
Very diverse pornography.
Jesus, that's a little rough.
I'll say one thing for the one guy. He certainly when he commits
Yes.
commits to swallowing something, he doesn't play games.
All
Oh God.
right, we're gonna move on.
Are we?
Sure. Well,
Ride 'em, cowboy.
Kenny from Oz.
The skinnier one, really oddly enough,
what?
seems to be teaching the larger one a lesson.
A
Yeah.
little bit of a lesson there. Oh my God, is he teaching him something?
Can I?
Wow.
I was reading reviews on Amazon for I Hate Your Guts.
Yeah.
And it's not a Horace plug. One of them was some guy talking about how he was reading the book. Well, actually, it had fallen out of the knapsack of an African American gentleman. And then as he was perusing with his toe, as he was prepping the bull, I was howling reading this
Oh,
review.
really? He goes through a whole scenario.
Nice.
Fans are goddamn funny, man.
They're the greatest. All right, we're gonna change the subject quickly here.
I know, we're all getting rods.
before more people wake up and hear this crap. Rick in Rockland, what's going on?
Good morning, boys.
Good
Hey.
morning, Rick. How are you today?
Oh, I'm just ducky. Thanks for asking.
Good.
Did you guys know that on November 12th, 1955, Marty McFly played Johnny B. Good with Marvin Berry and the Starlighters at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance?
Well, sir, this is probably the most important day
Why?
in Back to the Future history.
Why would it be?
Well,
the
as
most
we
important
have
day?
it, at 6 a.m., mere few minutes ago, Doc and Marty, that's Marty B, that's the second Marty that came back, arrive in 1955 from the alternate 1985, the fun one with, Biff in the casino. 2015, Biff arrives with the Sports Almanac and gives it to younger Biff, creating the alternate timeline. Marty, that's Marty A from the real 1985, takes Lorraine to the dance. Biff interferes, and George punches Biff after trying to rape Lorraine in the car. Of course, they fall in love. Marty B also keeps Biff's gang from jumping Marty A without Marty A even noticing. As he was playing Johnny B. Good, Biff's gang was there trying to get him because it was the alternate universe kind of a thing going on.
Hey, Ann.
Marty B, shut up, gets the almanac from Biff and burns it, erasing the alternate future and returning the timeline to normal. The 1985 Doc in the DeLorean gets struck by lightning and sent back to 1885. A car, of course, approaches from Western Union. Man gives Marty a letter from the Doc in 1885. Marty hurries back downtown to see the 1955 Doc. And, of course, tonight at 10:04 p.m., lightning strikes the clock tower, sending Marty back to the real 1985. But Marty B, the second Marty, scares the 1955 Doc by returning seconds after he sends Marty A back to the future. Very, very important day for Back to the Future. November 12th, 1955.
Anthony,
We celebrate today. Yes, sir.
I still think you should buy a DeLorean. If you need garage space, tell Keith and his wife to start parking in the driveway.
It's not the driveway, it's my garage,
Well, you need a DeLorean, dude.
Yeah, you really do.
which now sucks because I have all of my basement storage stuff in my garage, so now my Escalade has to stay outside. Boy, was it chilly getting in there this morning.
Punching out, boys.
All right, thank you, Rick.
They're sheetrocking down there today. They're sheetrocking in my basement for my, as Sal calls it, theater. Row, it's a theater.
Is it getting close to done?
Well, like I said, they're sheetrocking, so everything's in the walls, everything's ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this thing is just what a project.
Nice.
This has become. They have to put pumps in my floor for a bathroom down there and all kinds of goodies. Go down. I went down there the other day to. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to look like right there.
Well, it's radio, though.
Well, I'm showing you.
Oh.
So you can go, oh, okay. It's And boy, to watch the Back to the Future trilogy on that is just going to be...
It's going to be great. All right, we're going to take our first break. Yeah, that's just amazing.
Oh, no, that's not mine. But that's exactly what it's going to look like.
Exactly.
Except I'll have more theater-like seats.
Wow, that's awesome.
Let's get some more of these hot videos up while we're in break.
No, that's all right.
A couple of men watching.
That's
Men.
all right. Why don't we, as he puts the video back up. All right.
Boy, Dan.
We're going to go to the
Teach that
FU
lesson.
line. We're going to regroup. We're going to go to the phones next. 877-212-ONA.
Necessary.
First this.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
You have 8 new voice messages. First voice message.
Yeah, I want to start my day off by saying you to that fat Reverend Al Sharpton for giving that guy for writing that article in the Post about Plexico Burress. I hope Jim Norton, your wife, gives her the clap and you die from it, you fat, miserable bastard.
Next message.
I think it's a big FU to whoever came up with the idea of beeping seatbelt alarms when I'm driving around in my car and I'm putting around at 5 miles an hour and the thing's beeping in my face. I don't want to wear my seatbelt!
Next message.
I just want to send a big FU out to the lazy at the Borders in the mall who said, oh yeah, we have Jim Norton's book, but it's in a box and we're not sure what box it's in. You know, why would you take your fat lazy ass back there and do your job and have the book out when it goes on for sale?
Next message.
I'm calling to say F you to my ex-husband. And anyway, I don't care that he's been a dirty rat because I've been the neighbor next door and he's better than you. So F you, Mr. W. F you.
Next message.
Hey, this is Bobby Bagpipes from Long Island. Just to kind of you out to the Hicks that were on the Long Island Railroad coming home from the Jim Norton signing. And there's these family of white trash couldn't keep their albino children under control when these little running around the train like monkeys. So them and their entire family.
Next message.
Hey, this FU goes out to Joe Buck and the Fox Network. Joe, you take it up the...
Next message.
This is Pat calling from Northport. I'd just like to send a big you to the Philadelphia Phillies and all their fans. Your city still sucks.
Next message.
I would like to give a big you to intern David. You are a idiot. You wouldn't know the Jewish religion if it smacked you across your Yiddish face.
End of new messages.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU line 1.
Thank you and goodbye.
Opie and Anthony, starring Jim Norton. Let's get into some stuff. We got a teacher aide suspended for mocking Obama.
What?
That's right. Racism alive and well in America. We'll talk about the Italian thing in a second, too.
Yeah.
It all pretty much goes together, right? Right? Listen to this story.
A local teacher's aide facing disciplinary action after he allegedly made some disparaging remarks about President-elect Barack Obama.
Those comments were overheard by one of his students whose mother is speaking out tonight.
It's not something you want or expect your children to hear, especially when they're in school. The country witnessed history in the making last week after the polls closed, the votes were counted, and Senator Barack Obama was elected president. But not everyone was thrilled about the election results. A teacher's aide who works here at the A.W. Beatty Career Center on Babcock Boulevard made some comments to a North Hills student that were offensive. The girl went home and told her parents.
One of the teacher's aides that does teach one of the classes here, he's an assistant, said that Obama was going to be shot and killed and that our flag is going to be changed to the KFC flag and that the new national anthem will be moving on up and that my daughter's beliefs were wrong and her children's lives were going to be ruined because Obama was elected.
Where does she go to school? The Apollo?
I know.
What is up?
Such hacky jokes, too.
Oh, my God.
You know, we just heard this and that.
Moving on up.
Moving on up. And
oh, my God.
God. Right.
These teacher aides. You always knew the teacher aides and, like, the substitute teachers. They were like,
yeah.
Nowhere's near a real teacher.
They were supposed to be the cool ones.
They kind of were. All they had to do was start the film projector.
That's it. Substitutes were useless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I ever got... Well, I never did work when the regular teacher was in there, but...
That was a good day, though. You come to school, maybe there's an exam planned. Next thing you know, you see some stranger in the front of the classroom.
Yeah.
And you see the film projector. You're like, oh, thank God.
You know your teacher's home with a raging hangover.
It was all about the hangover, right?
Yeah, of course.
They didn't just also
drinking.
Get
What do they have? One day like cold? What'd you have?
Right.
For one day, stop it.
We all bought into it though. We didn't know.
No.
We were just little effers trying to learn something.
Bunch of drunks teachers are.
Well, wouldn't you be?
Yes.
Don't get paid much. You do get sick from every kid in your class.
Deal with little animals
every day with their little boners.
Well, some.
Oh, Uncle Paul.
I had a trepidation of youth.
Here's the second half of the story. This lovely teacher aide.
Gilligan told me her 16-year-old daughter was thrilled about the Obama election, and she took the comments from the teacher's aide as personal.
Being biracial, she was overjoyed that someone of color was elected, and she was so happy and excited to come to school, and for this teacher to yell these things at her and her fellow classmates was just unbelievable.
Gilligan said her daughter was upset by the aide's comments, and so was she.
I mean, if you believe something, that's fine, but you don't have to yell at other people, especially our youth that are excited about the election. I mean, anybody should want that to happen, especially a teacher. And for you to destroy that, joy that they have because of an election is terrible.
No, it's not.
Destroying. Everything is destroying.
Nothing
and
is
horrible and
being
terrible.
destroyed.
And
it's dumb what she did, but it gets the little effers ready for the real world.
Obviously, it shows. Yeah,
it does.
It shows that the teacher's aide has no sense.
No, of course not.
No, a little bit of smarts there to keep your yap shut.
The teacher's aide has to go. I mean, look, I'm all for free speech, but if you're in school and you're a teacher's aide, and you say the flag's gonna be changed to the KFC flag, how can you keep your job?
It just shows.
It's not like they said in their private life. If you're at school,
it shows
you gotta go.
a huge lack of judgment.
Yeah, like what a dope.
Who cares about what they said? It's the fact that where they said it, and
this is
that's like
this is an example of so fired. We talk about so fired.
Yeah.
This one is not even one of those
so
gray areas.
fired.
So fired.
Yeah, in the privacy of your own home or with your friends.
Whatever, but
on leaflets that you leave under windshield wipers.
Moving on up. Kind of hack, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Of course it is.
All right. Hey, what's that story about the Sopranos? They're doing a cologne or something?
Yeah, this has a little racial...
also, that weirdo David Chase has decided no movie for the Sopranos.
He didn't rule it out completely, though.
But for now, he's like, no movie for the Sopranos.
Yeah, you might as well wait till they're all older.
Wait until, it's irrelevant, really irrelevant, and they're all older and look silly, like Sex and the City, where it's just four hags walking around trying to seem sexy.
Yeah.
It'll be geriatric mobsters walking around.
Well, he's an artist,
Yeah.
So, just make the stupid movie. We all want it. But anyway, they got a cologne out, Jimmy?
Well, it's more the story under it. There's two stories here in the Post. And it's just, I love the inconsistency in how they talk about groups. Like Paulie Walnuts, whose real name is Tony Sirico, has a cologne out. Wise guy cologne. Who knows if it's good? I don't know. Hey, you want to smell like a guy who's a boss? Whatever.
Yeah.
Good. Terrific. Get out. Ooh, watch out. But whatever, I mean, it might be good stuff. You put it on,
right.
Hey, careful. Better wear that. You might get whacked.
Wait, Ant. Hold on. I got to turn Ant around. it's the
Oh, no, not the gay marriage montage.
It's all about the gay marriage montage.
That's what it's all about today. Men kissing other men at these marriages.
From the back, two women. One looks like Christine Whitman.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing.
They're all getting married in Connecticut.
All right, sorry, Jimmy.
No, don't be.
Every time I see the gay marriage montage, I got to get everyone's attention.
You're obligated, believe me. I'm looking too. I want to see. I want to see like the you may kiss the you and him. Just do what you got to do.
Go ahead, whatever you need.
You may kiss the thing.
And
that's for the lesbians, by the way. All right, go ahead.
So the cologne is called Paolo, Paolo.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it's like. Apparently Tony Sirico is at a party. Who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to smell something? Hey.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
They should call this Forget About It, because you put it on, then you forget about it. Oh, come on. Everybody's laughing. Have a little baklava. Whatever. I'm sure it's terrific stuff. They don't drink it. It's like wine. Oh, what's that cologne called? Be careful, you got some menagot all over your arm. Oh, get out of here. Get a call the boss.
Call the boss.
But, whatever. We like Tony Sirico. So he's showcasing this cologne. But it's not the cologne article, which, whatever, that's his product. Underneath it, it's this guy whose name, this is the guy's name they reported for the news. I just can't say it. Raakhee.
Uh-oh.
Rakhi Merchandani is the columnist or the reporter. And they're talking about the Sopranos cologne is no hit with the ladies, and they put hit little quotes.
Hey, like
no
a hit, huh?
Get out of here.
Won't see him no more. Not smelling fantastic anyway.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
You know what I mean?
He may sleep with the fishes, but he don't smell like it.
Hey, leave the gun. Take the cologne. All right.
You never know. You may have to put cologne on a whole bunch of guys. You mixing your cologne with your meatballs, your sausage.
We could put the cologne behind the toilet.
Hey, I know my brother just coming out with a little deodorant in his hand.
You could put the cologne on the dead bodies to throw off the authorities, too.
Yeah, you'll never
when the
smell
body
them.
starts stinking,
How's the cologne in this place?
Dear Grandpa, you smell good. Your grandson, Frank.
This is leading up to a very good point.
It certainly is.
Because you still could, stereotype the hell out of the Italians.
Yes.
The Italians.
And this is the article. Acqua di Gio, it ain't. Not even close. But Tony, Paulie Walnut Sirico's new cologne, Paolo per Uomo, which I think means Paulie for him or something. I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Smells like every lasagna-loving, spaghetti-slurping mob boss wannabe or cheap imitation consigliere. And it's just first of all, I could care less about that. Right? But it's just amazing, with the post, any other nationality, maybe Irish.
Yeah.
Black, forget it.
Oh, my God, if you put in black stereotypical
watermelon,
food.
soul food, they would be out of their minds.
Yes.
Or Jews, or if...
Matzo ball eating, yeah.
Or if you attacked...
Asians.
Hello. Asians, forget it.
Oh, my
Top
God.
of the list these days, right? Right,
bad.
John Lou?
Fried rice eating, or what about Spanish?
Yes. Refried bean eating, something like that.
Yeah.
But for some reason, you could just get away with it with certain groups.
Because it wasn't just... and again, I'm not offended by it, but I could care less.
I don't care either, and I'm one of those Italians myself.
But it just shows you, how phony the press... It's just another example of how phony the press is.
I'd love to see that guy write an article about some black guy puts out... Diddy puts out his perfume, his cologne. Did he comment on that?
Yeah, every other, fried chicken, blah, blah, blah.
Watermelon eating,
shark
fried
skin
chicken.
soup,
Yeah. Gangsta wannabe.
Yeah.
Where's that? Yeah. Double standards are ridiculous with the press. It really is. It's just, that's infuriating. Not what he said. Like I said, who cares what he says about that? But the fact that you could not get away with printing that if it was some other group.
No, maybe the Irish you probably could. Irish, every other drinking.
Potato eating.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know.
Irish do.
Eat potatoes.
They boil stuff.
And then they drink.
They do a lot of boiling.
Yeah. Corned beef and cabbage.
A lot of boiling.
I just read that. I just thought it was kind of...
of course.
Let's see. And the first whiff. No, more even. At first whiff, we were sipping wine with Tony and Big Pussy at the Bada Bing. A few more whiffs, and we sensed top notes of cigar ash and polyester jumpsuits with hints of stripper sweat and a cream-filled cannoli.
It smells good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cream-filled cannoli and stripper sweat. What?
It's just corn. It's bad writing. Sin number one.
Horrid.
Bad writing.
She's a woman, by the way.
Who?
This
what
is she?
This writer.
How did you know?
Yeah, where is she?
We looked her up.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Background? Nationality?
I don't know. Dark.
Can you see?
Kind of darkish.
Darkish as in African American or
Indian?
Kind of maybe Indian. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That explains the first name.
All right, let's see how she writes something like every other 7-Eleven or Dunkin' Donuts working.
Smells like curry.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, she might be Italian. Who knows?
You say no?
It's not even the problem with her. It's just the paper, which wouldn't allow other stuff.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Is that her? Oh, no, it was a Brazil ad.
I was going into a CVS the other day, and an African American woman was coming out, and this was yesterday. She's wearing an Obama button, a huge Obama button.
Yeah,
and she walked through me and hit me with her shoulder. It's one of these automatic opening, Star Trek turbo lift doors, and it opens up. It's glass, so she saw me and just bumped right into me, walked right through me, and I was just like, all right, okay, this is where we're at now.
You think?
This is where at 100%.
One shoulder bump,
dude. There was no reason for it.
She was a bitch, that's all.
A C with a giant Obama 08 button on. He won. He's going to be president. Well, she's still wearing the campaign button and walking through Whitey. Now, with this attitude she had, that bugged me more than just a C attitude. It just bothered me. I see it coming. See it coming.
What? Getting
just
bumped into?
This attitude. I'm seeing it. It's happening.
But take pleasure in the fact that there's going to be a huge disappointment out there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There really is.
Doesn't matter.
You know
the
that
disappointment isn't going to be as big as the uplifting. The disappointment's going to be over a lot of time.
A lot of uplifting.
The big uplifting, which I'm not against uplifting, but when it comes at my expense with this ugly woman shoulder bumping me. Me!
Of all people,
me.
You?
As I'm walking in, huge solid glass door. It's not like you don't see another person coming through the door.
Right.
So that really ticked me off.
Well, speaking of that, they did a poll. 72% of Americans believe Obama will fix the economy.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Let's say hi to Mike in Virginia. Mike?
Yo, man, what's up?
What's up, Mike?
Let me ask you a question. I got one question. Do white people eat watermelon? Do they eat fried chicken?
You know something? Let me let you know a little secret, my friend. Every morning, I have a giant thing of watermelon. I love this stuff.
So from a health standard, I get it.
No, I just love it. It tastes good.
Yeah. I was just listening to the comments, Nick. You guys are just funny sometimes. Patrice O'Neal did have pretty good commentary on you guys.
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure why you're asking, do white people eat watermelon fried chicken? Of course we do.
Well, because as I was listening to the show earlier, a few minutes ago, you were making reference to when she made the reference to the Italian and the different stereotypes, and then it went back to, about the watermelon and the fried.
But you understood what I was saying, though. What I was talking about is just typical stereotypes and how they don't do it in certain ways. I'm not saying white people don't do it.
They would never write that in the newspaper, stereotypical foods of African Americans.
Or Asians or pretty much anyone else. The Italians are still safe for some reason.
Spaghetti slurping.
Right.
Lasagna eating. That's.
But you know what's really interesting, and this is why I made the reference to Patrice O'Neal. I think maybe it was an earlier show a couple of weeks ago that he talked about the lack of authenticity in your racism. I mean, if a black person is racist, you know he's racist, and they're unyielding in it. And sometimes if you're racist, and sometimes not even just racism, it's just you're just responding to events. And not everybody get mad when you say something stereotypically black. It just sometimes, I think if you're just truthful and open about it, after a little while, we won't be so mad,
I'm not sure what you're saying, to be very honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm not 100%
trying to make a point.
What you're saying.
I think you're falling short.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, my point is, sometimes I feel you guys are really racist, and so I won't listen to you for about a week, and then I'll come back and you'll say something really profound, and I'm sort of like on the edge, like, okay, are they racist or are they not? It may be just a part of who I am and my socialization and understanding who you guys are.
You know what it is? You won't lose your job if you're racist. If you're working. You won't lose your job if you're racist. We lose our jobs if white people are racist. Isn't that fun? Wouldn't that be a fun thing if you express your views about Whitey at work and you got fired? Oh my God, there'd be outrage. I'm just talking. What? I got freedom of speech. I'm just talking about something. For us, it's you're racist, you're fired, leave, your career's done, go away.
And can I say something? I think you know that we're not racist. The thing is, it's like you're so used to hearing, at least in the last 10 years, white people tiptoe around race and be completely dishonest about being annoyed. Like when you hear black people talking about being annoyed at white people, like you just said, sometimes it's reactive. Well, then how come, like when we're saying stuff, it just can't be reactive to a particular event? Do you know what I mean? You're just not used to hearing white people be open and honest about being annoyed or not being annoyed at any given moment. Whereas with any other group, it's acceptable because it's all seen as a reaction to white terribleness.
Well, a lot of it, I think, has to do with, again, it points to our socialization. And what I mean by that is most black people have to work for white people. Most white people don't have to work for black people, so their exposure is a little different. Now that things, and I'm not talking just because Obama has been elected, but now that in the last 10 to 15 years, that there has been a broadening of the economic landscape. More whites and blacks are working together, and so there's a little more comfort zone, and it's not a hierarchical. It's not white over black anymore. It's more a lateral or equal. You're dealing on equal footing. And so, yes, I understand your point about if you say something horribly racist, sometimes you will lose your job. I've lost a job because I've been perceived as being, anti-white. I'm not anti-white. I'm not pro-black, but I have a grasp of the issues. And so if someone says something and I challenge it, and because I am a pretty big guy, sometimes it strikes a fear on a primordial level instead of on the conscious or intellectual level.
We have the same thing though, except we're not big guys. It's like, you know what I mean? It's the same. You're saying kind of the same thing we do, except we're just not big dudes.
Hey, I just want to say I do love you guys' show, and I really appreciate you for what you do.
All right, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, man.
Mike in Virginia. Let's go to Laura in Massachusetts, listening on BCN. What's up, Laura?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yesterday, I had the exact same thing happen to me at the mall. There was a uppity N woman walking with her kid, all dressed fancy at the mall, and she walked directly towards me and my two kids. And I had to let go of one of my children's hands and push him away because I realized she wasn't going to go around us. And I'm here holding my two kids' hands.
She was uppity?
And we were like playing Red Rover. I had to let go and like push him away so she could walk through us. And I was just like, oh, my God, I can't believe that just happened.
This is something that I've noticed. Believe me, I'm very conscious of things like this. You're going to start noticing this more because I think I noticed first because, because I'm such a racist. I notice there is this walking through you thing that black people are starting to do. I've noticed is try to take note of this. They're not moving out of the way. And I'm not saying move aside for a white man. What are you doing? I'm not saying that. But there's this common courtesy thing where you kind of move out of each other's way. There is this now, I'm not moving out of your goddamn way, and I'll bump you.
Absolutely.
I'll make you separate your held hands. I'll make you,
I've had honest to God, I've had just the opposite on the subway and stuff, just the opposite reaction from people where I just feel like people have been just more courteous. Dude, honestly.
Oh, Jimmy.
Miss, first of all, how can you call up and say she's an uppity N-word because she walked? Listen, Sandy Duncan, what else did she spit in your water and stir it before she handed it back to you?
No.
What else did you call somebody that just plows through you as you're walking through?
Of course, I'm a McCain person.
I'm not even saying that the
that.
black lady who did it wasn't a racist. I don't know what the black lady was, but just her attitude. Come on,
I think in general humans don't like moving out of the way because I've had many bumps with white people where in my neighborhood.
I'm moved out of the way.
I have body checked more old ladies that I could count because they refused to get out of my way.
Get out of my way.
Where you're to the point where now you're going to have to step in bushes or around a tree because they won't move over on the sidewalk. So I just lower my shoulder and I go for it.
You like blocking?
Oh yeah, and I've had a few women. Hey, I'm like, well, what was I supposed to do?
How about if they're
walk in the bushes?
3 large dudes.
Huh?
How about if it's
I've
3?
done it with guys too, which is stupid on my part. I absolutely have.
What happened to the old? You know what I noticed? Yeah, it doesn't happen much anymore. The old standoff, where you come up to somebody and you do that. I don't know which way to go thing.
The after you, no, after you.
You both jog to the right and the left and each other's side, and then you kind of giggle and go around each other. Like, that doesn't happen much anymore because you just walk through each other.
Stupid Gaffigan, Jim Gaffigan had a very funny joke about that. When you're at that moment, he goes, I just lean in and kiss him. That was very funny.
I think it's everyone. I think everyone thinks they're the most important person
All right.
on the sidewalk, in the mall, in the Rite Aid.
Honestly have had, I'm not even being disagreeable, I honestly have had like a noticeably different, people just be, almost like I feel like, and again, I could just be reading into something that doesn't exist, but it's like I almost feel like people just nicer. Like
I see it completely opposite.
Really?
I can't remember the last time I saw common courtesy. I don't care if it was black, white, whatever.
No, I'm only talking about black-white interaction.
I have not
more comfortable.
I just see human beings in general just with the attitude and I'm more important than you, so I will not move when I'm walking toward you. I will not hold a door for you. All that crap.
That's probably because you're seeing white people as being a little more nervous, Jimmy. I bet.
No, I'm
because
talking about my
there's a
reaction.
black president, and like other, you'll see. Like, white people now are looking at black people and thinking, okay, they got the head guy there, the president elect, and I'm just going to sit here and take my place and be nice.
No, I'm only judging my my interaction, like the way people have been. Yeah. Like not to kill us, other people doing my thing. I'm looking at it just the opposite. Look, maybe I'm naive. I'm just like almost like black. There's a black president who was, let's be honest, who was elected by more white people than voted for John Kerry. I mean, white people love this guy. Black people didn't elect Obama. I mean, the majority of people who voted for him were white.
More people voted for McCain. More white people voted for McCain than voted for Obama.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's a stat.
All right, fair enough.
That's a legitimate stat.
It's still a lot of. It's still.
Yeah. It's still a lot. Believe me. Oh no, I understand.
He wasn't elected by just black and Spanish vote.
Right.
No.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Wow, that got the phones lit. We'll go right to the phones after the break. Opie and Anthony. We should go right back to the phones. Opie and Anthony, 877-212-O&A. Let's say hi to Steve in the Bronx. What's up, Steve?
Steve, you're on. What's up, man?
Steve. Oh, my God.
Yes.
The nice intro back into the radio show, and Steve wrecks it.
I think he's listening to the radio.
All right, screw Steve. Nick in Illinois, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
My wife and I are truckers all across the country, and I want to let you know something about the attitude.
Yeah.
The attitude is not exclusive to blacks. However, it does permeate amongst their ranks. All over the country, people bump into us when we're walking in places, and usually it's low-life punk kids or people with that attitude, like, nothing's going to touch me, that want to be gangster. The fact is, we were at a fuel stop once, I think it was in the inner city in Memphis, and this girl serving us, wannabe white gangster girl, hocked up a loogie while she was serving us and spit it into a garbage can in front of us.
Aww.
That's the kind of low-life attitude, and that's what Anthony's talking about. These people, they just have an attitude, but it isn't only exclusive to blacks.
No, I never said that. If that came across like that, please. I've been walking around for years getting bumped into by a multitude of a-holes in malls especially. You walk around and people just, first of all, they either aren't looking where they're going, don't care. They have a big gaggle family with them that they're taking up the entire aisle, so you can't even get past them. I mean, these things are just lack of courtesy that is all over the place. Doesn't matter what your race is. Believe me, I've been knocked into by 100 times more white people than I have black people. I'm just saying the reasoning behind it. And I'm speculating here because, like Jim said, it's very early on in this change of regime. But I'm starting to notice, I think because I'm very sensitive to it, I just am, that I'm starting to notice this weird attitude that is coming across. And when a woman wearing a giant Obama 08 button This thing was giant. Obama 08 button. Walks through and is looking right at me. There's plenty of room for at least two people to pass by. And she slams into me with her shoulder. I take that as not just a mistake, not just that she's some inconsiderate bitch, which I've been bumped into before by them. That's fine. I took it as, hey, look who my president is. And I'm not taking any crap from you anymore, and bumped into me. That's how I interpreted it. Whether I'm accurate or not, I don't know, but that's my interpretation of what happened. I was there. I'm the one that felt it. I saw it. I saw her. I saw the look in her eyes. I saw the button. I saw the whole scene. And to me, it came across as, hey, I'm not taking any crap anymore. Bam, there you go. You're getting a little shoulder check.
I'm going to open my eyes today when I'm walking around, and I'm going to see if it's a little different out there. Let's say hi to Booger Couch.
I could be talking out my ass. I don't know.
Booger.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning, Booger.
Hey, Ant.
Yes,
were
sir.
you wearing your N-word Mania T-shirt when that woman bumped you?
No, I was not. I don't have one of those.
Huh?
Oh. All right, let's go to Toby in Cleveland. LeBron James, 41 points last night. I'm keeping track. What's up, Toby?
Hey guys, I run into this all the time at supermarkets.
Yep.
It's actually kind of been really weird in Cleveland because we had so much of a turnout for Obama that people are just like living on cloud nine here, as if they, gas is like $1.80 here.
Yeah, well,
but gas prices went way down. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll be walking through a store, and just people just run right into me. They'll run right into my girlfriend, and I'm 6'5". I'm not a tiny guy. So
I'm trying to get his point.
Yeah, what are you getting at?
Well,
it says everyone
I've
thinks they're
actually
better
resorted-
than. Well,
I've actually resorted to grunting at people.
Oh yeah.
They'll be walking up to me, and I'll just have to be like, "Ugh!" And I've sworn at like old women because they're just running into me. And my girlfriend's kind of small, and she thinks that she's invisible. And it's got nothing to do with color.
What's going on?
I don't know, Toby. We're going to have to bail on you.
Poor
It says
Toby.
everyone thinks they're better than everyone now.
Poor Toby can't communicate.
Yeah, let's go to Yonkers. Marcos. What's up, Marcos?
Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hey.
Man.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hi, Marcos.
Love you, man.
Thank you,
No,
man.
I just wanted to say that I agree with both sides of the story. Ever since President Barry won the election, I've seen, people hold doors open for me, be very courteous. And at the same time, I've also seen, I overheard this black lady one time saying, "Oh, why are they crying on TV for? That ain't for them. That wasn't for the white people. That was for us."
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that too, where it's I saw "My President is Black" T-shirts that some guys uptown were wearing.
Mm-hmm.
My president's black. It's like, why my president? How about the president of the United States?
Well, the media's
All right,
making a
guys.
big, a big
media
point
makes-
to say that it's the first black president.
It'll
so.
wear off. It's a weird thing for all
No,
of
that
us.
doesn't wear off. It's permanent.
Let's go to Michigan, Brian.
For 4 years, he's going to be black.
You're on the Opie and Anthony show, Brian. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Good.
Hey, my 13-year-old nephew got dragged out of class the other day because he said we have a black president. It was Wednesday after the election. He just made a comment, "Hey, we have a black president." The teacher took offense. They have one little black girl in class, and that was his reasoning for it. They drug him to the office, put him in a back room for 2 hours for the rest of the day.
Why?
And let him sit there.
How did he say it, though? How did that come up?
He was just talking to one of his little pals, I guess, and just said, "Hey, we have a black president now." It wasn't, he doesn't even know the meaning of being racial. But
How
they
old is he?
labeled him and wrote him up for
13.
making racial comments.
There you go.
Who knows? Maybe it was a conversation taking place before that, and then he goes, "Well, we got a black president."
Yeah,
one of those things.
Either way, it's
It could
silly.
be, but, being 13 years old, too,
All right.
Just give him a good spanking.
Well, we all know that the schools are filled with no tolerance at this point.
Yeah, sickening.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of a case-by-case basis, which...
So glad I dropped out.
Yeah, me too. High school dropout.
Really stupid to take it by a case-by-case basis, right? No
Yes.
tolerance. That's smart. Lindsay Lohan, this leads to the Lindsay Lohan thing. She said that she's happy about Obama being our first colored president.
Did she say that?
I think so.
And I know you were a really big Obama supporter, so tell me what that night meant for you.
It was really exciting. It was such a, I mean, it's an amazing feeling. It's our first, colored president. So that's I'm so thrilled to be a part of, the country while that's going on, and that actually came into vision. So it's great.
Well, she's such a dummy. She was probably trying to be profound and say person of color.
Person
She's
of
just
color.
a dumb bitch.
I know. I absolutely picked up that too. That it's like you could tell by the way she's talking. There's no nothing evil behind that.
She didn't want to say black because that's become a dirty word.
Yeah,
nobody
yeah,
says
of
black
course.
anymore. So she was trying to say person of color of person.
Yeah.
You know why the word black has become such a bad thing? Because that's how it was. A police would describe a suspect. It's like blackmail or whatever, and it just became something that black people didn't want to hear anymore. So now it's African American, regardless of where you're from or where you live.
Right.
I love that where people in Africa go. There were a lot of African Americans there. It's like, no, it's Africa, you dummy.
You're just Africans.
They're Africans.
Right. Jack in Cleveland.
Hey, guys, I'm a truck
LeBron
driver.
James, 41 points last night. I'm paying attention. Hi, Jack.
Whatever, I'm an Indian fan. Anyway, I'm a truck driver, and, race relations have gotten better. I think what it is they could smell, they could see, they just look at your face, and they know you voted for McCain just because you're grimacing at them. And then they just whatever, they got pushed past you. I look at black people, I smile because I know they voted the same way I did, and they've been nothing but nice to me.
Maybe it's your
I think the
smile.
better.
Yeah, so let's get a hold of yourself, too. You're making it seem like it's a trip down Candyland.
Yeah.
I smile at the blacks. We do-si-do in the middle of the street.
Hope you get your teeth bashed in when you're smiling one day.
I know. Guess who I voted for?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, the
It's
tire
almost
iron.
as
All
fun
right,
as
go ahead.
seeing
You
you in
talk while I'm
concert,
making the
Jimmy.
joke. Right, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. No, it's your show. You go ahead.
All right, that's what I was trying to do, Sherman.
Jack.
You
And we're
feel
going to do
free.
just that. I agree with Amanda. She's calling from Massachusetts. Amanda, go ahead.
I was just calling because I was saying, now that we have a new black president, I think that people are starting to notice more and more that the courteousness is not there. But I think it's always been there. It's just we're starting to notice it more and more. People have always had, no manners and no more respect for people, especially children having respect for their elders. It's just people are starting to notice it more and more. But this world needs to change, I guess.
Yeah, maybe, it's
kinda
more
with her.
noticeable.
I think it's noticeable.
You ever buy,
president,
when
but-
you buy a new car, you notice that car on the road more and go, I never noticed how many of these
Yes,
there are
I
out
have
there.
And then you give him a toot, like toot.
Yeah.
I'm driving the same car as you,
same
buddy.
car.
Well, you notice every ding on the bumper that you won't notice after a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, things like that.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
a Cadillac,
perhaps.
Caddy courtesy.
Of course, Caddy Jimmy.
What's
People
caddy
don't have
courtesy?
What's that?
common courtesy anymore.
It's when
Thanks, Amanda.
it's when one Cadillac, my car, just will automatically. I'll give a friendly toot and let the other caddy merge in front of me. Meet me. It's
toodly-doo.
It's just a little courteous, little community we
Yeah,
have.
why not?
What,
Amongst the caddy drivers, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll give the caddy wink.
Yeah, you just kind of wink. Hey, I understand you got a caddy.
Yuck.
Now I'm getting down on the radio. It's like it's stuck as behind.
Hello?
Hi, Warren.
We were just listening to you listening to
Yeah.
the radio.
Hi,
That's all.
Warren.
Turn down the radio and say what you want to say.
Say again?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Listen,
Oh,
it's very easy. We love our listeners. We love taking a lot of phone calls. Just turn down your radio if you're on hold.
He said if she didn't have a big black Obama pin on her.
Right.
A big black Obama pin. It was a big pin with Obama on it. If she didn't have the pin on, would I have felt the same way? Mm-hmm. And no, that was probably not. I would just thought she was a bitch.
Right.
I don't know. It was just that pin and the whole attitude. It was the whole picture there. Everything that happened. The circumstance of the bump was it wasn't in close quarters. If it was coming in and out of an elevator, I would have understood. I'd have given the benefit of the doubt. This is those double giant self-opening doors at a CVS. You've seen these things. You've seen these things? No, they're giant.
Plenty of room for everyone.
Plenty of room.
So why didn't you move out of the way?
Because I was kind of out of the way. She kind of went out of her way to bump me, is what I'm saying. It was a weird thing. There was enough room there.
Maybe she just recognized you.
That was also an option.
And
Perhaps she did.
And she listens.
She listens.
And that was her way of going, listen.
All right. I'll give her that.
Shut up, cracker. Yeah, well, Ryan has a guarantee. Ryan in Philly.
Hey, guys. Hey,
Flyers beat the Islanders 3-1. I'm paying attention.
Wow.
Greg. Good job, Greg. Good to hear.
Thank you, sir.
Anyways, not a problem. Anyways, over to you, Anthony.
Yes.
You mean to tell me when you saw that beautiful button of hers laying above her right shoulder, that you didn't just look at it like sun glare, like a black hole? I know you just looked at it and just grimaced like it was the worst thing you ever saw. She read it in your face. You're the easiest person to read. Don't lie, Anthony. Do not lie.
Well, that's a very good question.
Let me think.
Did you have some body language going on?
I noticed.
Maybe you weren't purposely with the body language, but most of us are very easy to read when something's going on emotionally.
I did notice the button a split second before the bump.
Before the check?
So I'm not sure if she, saw that, felt that. But I did look at the button, and then after the bump, I went, ugh. I said, ugh, he's elected already.
I don't care, Anthony. You're a scumbag. Jimmy, I love your breath.
Thank you.
Wow.
I don't like your meanness to Anthony, though.
I don't understand. Why? Where's the love?
Where's the love?
I've been getting some nasty comments too on my MySpace and things like that. Nasty comments from people. You're a racist. You're this, and then they spell out reasons why that don't make any sense. Just shut up. And then I just write back and insult their mothers and call their mothers whores.
Really?
That's all I ever do is try to just attack their moms.
I gave up the fight. The internet wins.
Ya?
The internet wins.
Internet won?
Yeah, I
you
gave
let
up.
the internet just win?
I used to fight those individual battles. The internet, congratulations, you win. Mike in Jersey, how are you, Mike?
Not bad, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to kind of shed a little light on this. I'm a black American, and any blacks out there with the intent that Obama's going to change the world just because he got elected, they're out of their minds.
Yeah.
First of all, you need to realize that this guy's only going to, like you said, it's going to be business as usual. He's not going to change the world for us. And
I think he's going to give it a hell of a try, though, man.
It's going to be Democratic business as usual, which we haven't seen in a while, so it's going to seem a little different, but it's more just policy. He's not going to come out with these new things. It's going to be the same stuff that Democrats have done for years, the same policies they're going to push, and he's got the backing of Congress, so he's going to get a lot of these things through. So you're going to see change, but you're not going to see this big change that he's going to, it's going to cost me money. I know that. It might cost me some of my guns that I want, which sucks. But, that's just part of having Democrats in there.
The comment about in the paper about the Italians and they slurp spaghetti and things like that, and why can't you do it with any other race? It's I know it's hard for whites to understand right now that if it's a black issue, it's a big deal. If it's Asian or if it's any other race, see, it's hard for you to, and it's hard for me also. It's hard for you to put to step into somebody else's shoes, especially if you're a different race. So blacks for a long time have always been going through a bunch of crap, and so it's a more sensitive issue if you're black than it is if you make a comment about a white.
But no, what we're dealing with,
about Italians, because we've always been making fun of the Italians. Look at The Sopranos, look at all these other shows that we throw comments out at.
So what we're dealing with, though, the problem is it's this phony white policing. It's almost like white people are comfortable with you just making fun of white people because they still feel realistic and intellectually superior.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, let the adults tease the adults, but don't go after the children or the inferior. You don't understand that inconsistent self-policing by whites is really a sign of elitism. And I don't know how people don't get that. That's what's irritating about it.
Right. Well, Jimmy, I understand everything you're saying, and I still protect myself a little bit. I have white friends, I have black friends, and a lot of my white friends say to me that, I'm the whitest black guy they've ever known.
That's insulting, right?
And I tell them they're all a bunch of idiots because, why can't I was brought up in a good neighborhood. I was brought up by great parents. I have an education. So why can't it just be that I'm an intelligent guy or I'm a smart guy? Why does it got to be? It's always with them. Sometimes it's a black and white issue, and that's what the point I'm trying to get across to you guys is that you have to kind of put yourself in other people's shoes with the sensitivity on it. That's why a lot of people are always saying Anthony is a racist and stuff like that. I don't think that Anthony is a racist. I think he's hilarious, and he's just bringing out a bunch of points.
Wow, this guy's your best friend today.
My doppelganger?
Sure. Thank you, Mikey. All right, we got one more call before the break. No name here on the screen. It says, I'm black, hate other black people. You. Go.
Huh?
Where are you calling from,
what's
sir?
What's going on?
Hey.
I agree with the last caller. I grew up in the South Bronx, went to a Catholic school, and everybody looks at me in my community like I'm a sellout because I don't speak with slang and I don't hang out with black people, and I think it's wrong. It's so stupid and so ignorant. Just because I speak with diction and I use, proper English, all of a sudden I'm a sellout because I don't smoke weed on the corner and I have a job.
Yeah, and sounding, gangsta. Yeah.
It's really aggravating, But
isn't that weird? There's this internal racism.
I agree with you guys. You're not racist. You guys say it how it is. A lot of black people are lazy and they just don't want to do nothing.
I don't know if we officially said that.
No, we say our opinions on stuff.
We might have hinted a few times.
Guy,
oh my God.
Wrong. A lot of them are lazy and they don't want to do nothing.
We say our opinions, man, but it's like the thing is everybody gets so obsessed with being right. It's like we're wrong half the time too.
I know.
Who cares?
And an opinion is just that, an opinion. I don't know why you can't say them. Your opinions are usually based on what you've been through, what you've experienced, what you read, whatever, and then you form your opinion. And in this country, at least until recently, you've been allowed to voice that opinion and then have a dialogue about it with other people who disagree with that opinion. That's great. Mm-hmm. It's a great thing. But we've gotten to this point where you can't do that anymore because there's a fear of losing your job. It is a weird situation that I didn't really see coming.
Yeah, I think
as far as one of those the future things.
I think it makes people angrier too that you can't.
When
you feel like you can't
annoying.
Express yourself, you
right.
just get really frustrated.
Why does a conversation about race have to be labeled hate speech all of a sudden?
Right.
Like it's a racial conversation. You're having a conversation about your opinions and other people's opinions on race, and then it becomes that's just hate speech, and you're racist. It's like, okay, throw the catchphrases around and totally now take every point I made and throw it away under the guise of it being racist and hate speech.
And the only way to deal with stuff like that, you're completely right, is everybody tries to tiptoe around it and be like polite with these thought policing scumbags.
Nope.
The only way to deal with them is to blast them
headlong right into it. That's my take.
Yeah, very good. Quick break. There was a couple of really good things. Oh, the Swedish bestiality ring exposed. People don't understand what the big deal is. And
big deal?
Some great Madonna stuff in the paper today.
But do we get our money back on those goddamn videos that we're not going to get? Get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Of course, I get it, Jim.
Home run, Jim. That was me into a Rams hiney crashing.
The Madonna stuff is yuck.
Oh, she stinks.
Yuck. We'll explain next.
Hold on to your hats.
Opie and Anthony. Tomorrow night's the big game. The big one.
Yeah.
Pats and Jets. Come on. Who's not watching that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Maybe the people in Cleveland. I understand. Good morning, Cleveland. 877-212-0-A. All right, we're going to try to move on, but the phone's still hot. It's a hot topic. We're in the middle of a hot topic. Jaggy, Jersey, how are you? Jaggy, Jersey, how are you?
Good, thanks. What's going on, guys?
All right, what do you got, man?
Well, I'm just wondering why you got to be such a big crybaby because some biatch bumped into you at the supermarket. You've been crying about it for a half an hour now. Ooh. Come on, grow up, man up.
All right, Jaggy, let me explain, please. I wasn't crying about it. I commented about it, and the reason we went on a half hour about it was because a lot of people call up because it's a radio show. See, so we throw a
I
subject
understand
out there. No, hold on. It's a radio show. People then call up with their experiences, whether they agree or disagree, and we have a dialogue. And it's an amazing thing that it's called talk radio. You understand now?
I do.
Oh, and
But
gotcha.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this for a second.
Sure.
If you were in a ShopRite and some large Jewish gentleman bumped into you wearing a yarmulke with his, the little the threads that they wear, I'm not sure what they're called. But would you make a race issue out of it or a culture issue out of it?
If President Bernstein had just been elected and he was wearing a Bernstein 08 button and bumped into me, then I probably would be making an issue of it. I've been bumped into by black people, white people. It doesn't matter. And I usually just write it off as you're being an inconsiderate ass or bitch or bastard, whatever it is. But that, to me, was a different issue. I felt something different with the woman that bumped into me the other day. That's all.
I have way more white people that bump into me than black people.
I never have white people bump into me. We smile at each other in a courteous way.
Yeah.
Nice.
The worst ones are the old broads with their ligaments. I don't know what it's about with those ligaments when they get older, but they're tough to get around.
Yes.
You try to move them out of the way.
Ligaments.
Jared in Boston. Unmovable.
Morning, boys.
Hi, Jared.
Jimmy, can't wait to see you on Saturday at the Wilbur Theater.
Oh, thanks, buddy. There's like 50 tickets available Friday. If you have 50 friends. God
if you
love
see
you.
a well-endowed woman that looks like a problem, that's what she's totally in love with you. Anyway, not a big change up here in Boston. They've still got Roxbury, and they're part of Dorchester, and we got everything else. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Boston's the only place that really hasn't changed much, I guess.
Oh.
They like that segregated city of theirs.
They're actually doing a recount. They're hoping there's been an 8 million vote mistake, and they can fix it.
Dave in New York, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Good morning.
Dave. Good morning, Dave.
And happy birthday, Jamie.
Thanks a mil, Dave.
Anyway, you know what? It's
$3 for a subway ride here in New York City? I'm paying attention.
Ooh.
That would be insane, by the way. But anyway, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Bloomberg really in touch. Vote him in again, people.
Hold on, Dave. We're going to go off on a little rant. We got this mayor who's a billionaire, and we're in deep trouble, deep doo-doo here in New York City. And they're starting to suggest that in 2009, a subway ride is going to cost $3.
$3.
Who the F is going to be able to afford $3 on the subway whenever they want to move around town?
And especially since he has rigged the game to the way he has fixed the streets, this dummy, Bloomberg, who I used to like a lot, he's taken lanes away. It's like there's lanes, 42nd Street and 7th Avenue.
It's not a busy intersection.
No one ever drives that way. And he's taking it and he's putting like lines in the road where there's tables set up for people to sip their hey, fruity voice mayor. Yeah. What are you supposed to do from October to May? What are we going to do in that space?
It's just going to be empty space and traffic congestion.
Jackass.
He's trying his best, but since his traffic congestion policy didn't pass and got shot down, he's now making it so inconvenient to drive that people beg for the traffic congestion plan. See, he's now, this is his little revenge plan. Cutting lanes off for bicycle lanes only. And now there's talk of tolls, putting tolls on the East Side bridges, cutting off huge sections of Times Square for just pedestrians or tables and chairs. This is stuff that's going to aggravate drivers and say, do something. And then he'll go, well, I tried to.
I said it a few years ago. Times Square, it's going to come to a point where there's going to be no cars going through there. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
they're slowly but surely getting you used to that. That's going to be an area where it's just people.
Another big block like Central Park in the middle of the city that you just, you can't use. You can't drive through. It's just
that they're slowly but surely strangling the traffic to move to the outskirts. And then they'll take a little more away, a little more, and it's going to be like an open-air mall or something.
It's a city!
Just for people.
Yeah.
This is not a country flea market. This is Manhattan.
Yeah.
Manhattan.
God almighty.
New Amsterdam, Jimmy. New Amsterdam.
He is really getting bad. And that third term thing, wow.
Yeah, where was that when Rudy wanted to run, Mike? Where was that when Rudy wanted to run after 9/11?
Yeah, it turned out like 2 times it was put to vote by the people, and they said, no, we want a 2-term limit on the mayor. And in record time, this guy was able to slide this through and get where he's able to now run for a 3rd term without a public vote.
And everyone thought he did a great job, but we had a nice economy. It always depends on the economy.
Yes,
now we're
it does.
in a horrible economic situation. We'll see how great he really is.
That's why he's saying he should stay in a 3rd term, because he's a businessman. He knows how to run a business, especially in tough times, blah, blah, blah. So that's why he's saying he wants to be voted in.
And we see how businessmen deal as far as loyalty is concerned. They have none. And again, most of them are just sharks.
Yeah.
And we all want to make money in the bottom line, but a lot of the businessmen who run businesses, there's no humanity to most of you. Most of you are just your bottom line men, and you don't care who you fire or dump on underneath you.
Yeah.
So I don't want a guy like that running the city.
Do you know AGI executives, they found out even after this bailout, they have been going to these spas still and doing these things that just cost thousands of dollars.
Thousands. You see their hotel bill? I think the one was
at
close to $400,000.
It's insanity.
Those are businessmen.
And they're still doing this. Even being bailed out by the taxpayers, they're still just going out and wasting money. They should be taken out and shot. They should just not be in the position to F people over like
How does
this.
the average Joe protest this stuff?
It's
tough,
man.
Like here in New York City, the amount of money that flows into the city, you just have to live here and walk around a little bit. It's just amazing how much money is coming into the city, and to tell their the citizens that we're broke. It's just what's going on.
Yeah.
Really,
Where's that going?
What's going on really, and how do you fix it?
Where's it going? How do you fix it? How do you do it? You really got to limit these bailouts, because now everyone's screaming bailout.
Yep.
Every company now is going, we need a bailout, we need a bailout.
Wouldn't you, though?
American Express just got like a classification of a bank, so they can enjoy some of this $700 billion of a government bailout. AGI, like I said, they got money, and they're going to spas and spending millions. Now the automotive industry, GM and Ford, which are just tanking, they want money. They want a bailout.
Right.
So every company now is going. It doesn't matter if we're that important to this country. If we've been here 100 years, they're not going to let us fail. The country is here to bail us out. How long can we do that before the government runs out of money with these bailouts, or has to raise our taxes even more for this? It's a tough situation that I know Obama's just going to be able to get us out of.
Because they're picky. It's AIG. I think everyone knew.
Oh, AIG?
Yeah. I think everyone knew what you were talking about.
But just the fact
what do I care? It's my insurance company, and I don't even know the name of it.
Yeah, we got Bloomberg cutting the school budgets. That's smart. That's smart.
They should have called it AGI.
That's the
tongue easier.
That's actually my agency, Artist Group International. Is Pete.
Well, they suck too.
No, they're good.
Are they getting a bailout, Jimmy? This AGI?
They sure are. They're using me as a big write-off.
Yeah.
The fact that these scumbags are taking these, they should just take it out of the. If you're making $200 million on it, just take it out of the executive's thing. I don't care what the contract says. Take it. Well, my contract says, we have guns. You get nothing.
You wouldn't like that.
You're a bum.
Let's go to Dave in New York. So, Dave, you started this. I'm sorry we did the little tangent thing.
Yes.
What do you got?
Oh, it's all right, boys. I forgive you.
All right.
No, just actually 2 things now. Well, first of all, it's not just, bumping into people, but it seems like the other day I was holding the door for some very pretentious and...
God.
Go ahead, Dave.
She walks right through with her big old Obama button and doesn't say thank you. So I say, oh, you're welcome, because I thought maybe she said it, but I didn't hear. And she said, oh, well, isn't that what you're supposed to do?
All right, well.
Oh, boy.
And my second point is Bloomberg stinks for cutting the school budgets. And third of all, question for little Jimmy. Yeah. I need something to read, Jimmy. What would you recommend?
Do you know what? Well, I hate to plug my own book, but by golly, if you need something to read, I Hate Your Guts is a fine choice for the holidays.
And you got a signing coming up Thursday, I think?
No, tonight.
Oh, tonight. I'm sorry.
That's right. Barnes & Noble, thank you. At Richmond Avenue in Staten. That's my first Staten Island event in years.
Staten Island.
Yeah.
7 p.m. and tomorrow's Borders on Providence Place in Rhode Island at 6 p.m.
Very
tomorrow
good.
night.
Jimmy hitting the road. Dennis from Long Island, everyone looks at Obama winning as white and black no matter what they say.
Yeah.
Maybe she thought you were looking at her boobies. That's what Rich in Long Island is saying, Anthony. Some women do get upset when you look at their boobies, even though they're like prominently displayed with the cleavage.
Yeah, sorry.
Jimmy from the NYPD, we'll take his call. Jimmy, how are you?
I'm good, man.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Hey.
Listen, I got to agree with Anthony, and I think most people are agreeing with Anthony. We are having a huge problem in the NYPD. I mean, it's so obvious that they're actually telling us. They're saying, you can't arrest me, Obama's president. And we're like, what are you talking about? Like, you just committed a crime in front of us, you know? Like, you pounded this old lady in the head and stole her purse, and you're going to tell me we can't arrest you because we now are, we're going to have a black president. Like, the ignorance is spread rampant throughout the city. And when Anthony says that this woman bumped into him, I absolutely 100% believe it. I picture the scene because we're getting it in the street as police officers. The attitude changes. They look at you, they feel like they can say what they want. It's almost like during the OJ thing.
Yeah.
There was very big difference, very big different attitudes, and they felt like we had to lay back. We were actually told in roll call too. Listen, lay back, let them, riot, let them do this, let them do. What are you riot? Are you kidding me? Like, what happened to this country? Everybody's afraid to follow the law.
Yep.
It's insane.
All right, thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, see, there's a guy out on the street.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Kate in Pennsylvania. Kate.
Yeah, Anthony.
Yes.
What gives you the right to be better than everybody else?
Well, Kate. Let me think about that for a second. What gives me the right to be better than everybody else?
Yeah, is it because you're white?
Okay, well, no. How have I portrayed myself as thinking or acting better?
If somebody bumped into you and you're going to make some big deal out of it because she's wearing an Obama pin.
Yep.
Why? Because he's black?
Yep.
No. Now, Kate, let me tell you this. I've been bumped into my whole life. Jimmy, you're an asshole. I've been bumped into my whole life by people, and I never came on the air and said, well, today I got bumped into by a person that seemed to be of Irish descent. I don't talk about it. It was an attitude. It was a thing. It was the big Obama button, elect Obama. Now, he's been elected already. Why still the button?
Because they're proud.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, along with this pride came this entitlement to be able to walk through me. It's not that I'm thinking I'm better. She was thinking that she could walk right through me.
Maybe it was an accident.
That's right, exactly, right, Kate? Because it sounds to me like it sounds like what's good for the goose is not good for the gander.
That's right.
Well,
I think Kate's making a good point here.
Kate.
Let's listen.
I think you may be a complete idiot.
Yep.
Well, Kate, I may be. You're right. I may be.
And I think that...
Kate, I just want to get a little bearing on what kind of person you are and everything. How old a gal are you?
I'm 26.
Good.
All right. And you live in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
When can you be out on Long Island?
Whenever you would like me to.
All right. We'll put you on hold, and I'll get your number. We'll discuss this privately in my bed.
Hold on. Hold on. We have a potential cat fight happening here. Marissa.
Sure.
Hi, Marissa. You're on with Kate.
Hello?
Hi, Marissa.
Who is this dumb fucking girl calling up saying...
that would be Marissa.
Yeah, try not to swear. And,
that's right, Kate.
I'm not dumb.
Right.
I just feel like, a mistake was made. The lady should have apologized.
Sure.
Maybe she shouldn't have given an attitude. But I feel like Anthony is only acting this way because the woman was black.
Yeah,
black,
of course.
Yes, of course. We all know that.
Jimmy!
We try to make believe we don't see
Oh,
that.
but it is
What?
not. I've been bumped into by white and black people and never mentioned it. There was a different vibe to this one.
It's our job to make believe we don't
Because
see
this
what's
was
obvious to us, right,
different.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
Because this was different, and I saw it as different, and I'm just telling you, I'm telling people that it was different.
But Kate raised a good point.
No,
Kate,
she
what was your
didn't.
point?
Yeah. What point was that, Jimmy? I'm sure you're going to rip into me now.
No, I'm not actually.
No,
because you were saying that you think that he more noticed because she's black, and like you'd say like he's never come in saying that she was bumped into by like whites.
Sure.
Yeah, he doesn't come in and
Right,
say,
that's
hey,
what I'm trying to tell you.
I was bumped into you today.
I
No,
said
now
many
because she's
times.
black.
All right, we got another shot at a cat fight. We love the cat fight. Wendy in Louisiana, you're on with Kate in PA.
Hi.
Hi.
I disagree with that because I have people that I work with, and it's like half black and half white, and the posters, and there are pictures everywhere, all over their desks. They have pins on. I'm sorry, if McCain would have won and we had all those kind of pictures, we kicked your ass and all that kind of stuff, that ain't flying.
Right. Yeah, well.
Holla.
Well,
Anthony,
I hear you. Yes.
I love you.
Thank you, Kate.
I just wanted to see if I could get you riled up. I was just,
Oh, Kate,
you see.
Oh, you see.
Jimmy, I love you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
And,
very loving.
Opie, I could take you or leave you.
I know.
Why don't you love Opie, Kate?
No, I
understand.
love all you guys. You guys
Because
are
Opie's given his
wonderful.
heart to another woman.
Yeah.
And Anthony, I pretty much agree with everything you've said.
Thank you, Kate. I knew it.
All right, go after
What's
Nice.
her name? Kate Hitler?
Nice. You don't dare to dream.
Yes.
There goes Kate. All right.
So I didn't mean to sound like I was egging her on. I apologize.
You're an ass, Jimmy.
A little primetime gossip as we go to break.
You're back, and primetime gossip is taking a turn, moving into the world of celebrity news. Pop-Tart superstar Beyonce Knowles has got her eyes on yet another prize. Aside from having her third solo album on the way, she has her sights set on a new film role. Beyonce wants to be the next Wonder Woman.
Hello, Diana. Hello, Wonder Woman.
Oh, no, she didn't. Oh, yes, she did.
Beyonce has said she would love to take over the role of Wonder Woman, and that, quote, a black Wonder Woman would be a powerful thing. It's time for that, right? Right you are, Beyonce. It's about time a role made famous by a white actor would finally be recast for a black actor. Right, Cedric the Entertainer?
One day you are gonna push me too far.
The only thing that can push you is a bulldozer.
The Honeymooners.
If you ask PTG, not only has Beyonce proven herself to be both a horrendous actress and human being, but her star power has about as much heat as Bernie Mac's corpse. We understand you're barely holding on to that limelight, Beyonce, but keep the dopey suggestions to yourself. Making Wonder Woman black would not be empowering. It would just be another reason to show off your giant ass on a movie poster. Stay tuned as PTG continues to let you in on all the Hollywood gossip.
I wanna hear you say my
So Madonna's in the news, huh? You saw that, Jimmy?
I was so annoying, dude. She's such a pompous bitch. Like a boring. She's like a hack pompous bitch.
She's going through a divorce, and
oh, poor girl.
And she has some requests for Guy Ritchie.
Yeah,
for when he visits with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Where's that list? There was a whole list online.
A list of what? Things he's allowed to do and not allowed to do?
Yeah,
kind of crap?
But she's such a disconnected snot.
You're not stand.
Here's what it says. If you want me to go over it. It says, the boys, Rocco and David, who were adopted from Malawi, is that it? Or Malawi?
What? Where?
Malawi.
Ugh.
2 years ago, arrived in Los Angeles from LA, met at the airport by their affectionate dad. Madonna's assistant has emailed Ritchie with a list of do's and don'ts. The rules include, and this is why I hate her, a ban on TV and DVD watching.
Yes.
Well, you know what? Why can't these kids watch any TV or any DVD?
Yeah.
It's like, what a hacky, phony idea about being cultured.
There's a little more to that point, Jimmy. It says, under no circumstances should they read newspapers, magazines, or be allowed to watch TV or DVD. So
what is wrong with
no
her?
newspapers, no magazines.
So they get their information from Madonna.
Yeah, she's a completely...
That's good, and she's so in touch.
She's got so many people around her yesing her to death. she thinks she's obviously a brilliant source of culture and information.
Yes.
It's like, how are these kids supposed to make right and wrong decisions if they're not weighing options by reading the papers and watching TV? I hate to tell you, TV's not all bad. It's really not.
A lot of it sucks. But
Yeah.
It's not all bad.
Neither are all. These kids can't just watch fun shows and fun DVDs. She sucks.
What a hypocrite too, because she's a pop culture icon.
Yeah,
but don't let your own kids get into some of that pop culture stuff.
Yeah, stop touring.
What made you?
Yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars.
MTV made her.
Right, because kids are allowed to watch TV and watch DVDs and read magazines. You know.
Total
Screw her.
fraud.
I think I got a better list that's in the paper. It's a little more
you're
involved. Okay, I'm going to go with this for you, Jimmy. They must adhere at all times to macrobiotic.
Yeah.
Okay, macrobiotic vegetarian organic diet with no processed or refined food.
Right, yeah, of course. That's how that is in the real world. Everybody eats like that all the time. Good.
It's almost impossible to eat healthy.
Yeah,
as
God
you're out
forbid the
and
kid
about.
should have a Big Mac
Almost
once in a while and just be a kid.
I try to eat healthy. It's almost impossible. Wherever you go, it's hard to find healthy choices. But she takes it to a whole another level with
Because she's a disconnected
macrobiotic thing. All water they drink, even when it is to dilute organic juice, should be Kabbalah water. Which is mountain spring water blessed by leaders of the Kabbalah religion she follows.
What is that?
She just sucks.
What is it?
Who knows?
Kabbalah water.
Bless the water.
She can't be so close-minded. I mean, this is going to really have an effect on your kids when they get older.
They're going to be so disconnected.
Because it makes Jimmy laugh. I love Jimmy's laugh, so we'll do this again. All water they drink, even when it's to dilute organic juice, should be Kabbalah water.
It's like, how about letting them get a Big Mac once in a while or a cheeseburger and then have McDonald's farts all night? Like, why don't you just let them be kids? I hate her.
It's called a cheat day.
A macrobiotic and Kabbalah. The Kabbalah guy plus the water.
Right.
The Kabbalah guy's here. Turn the TVs off.
I bet you it's Ted Kabbalah that blesses the water, the
That's
spring
right.
water.
But they didn't even sneeze, Madge.
Madge. What is with the Madge thing, too? Those English come up with that crap.
Just unsexy
Jacko.
people.
They come up with wacko Jacko, you know.
Right?
Bless
Madge.
the Kabbalah water. My Isaiah said macrobiotic. What does that mean?
I don't know.
There's only teeny biotics.
I have a feeling Stump Brain might know a little bit about this macrobiotic.
I'm sure it's healthier, but give them some chips.
You know what? Space Trucker might be onto something. I don't have time to go to your call, but he writes, she doesn't want them to find out about her past, probably.
That's a good point, yeah.
She's done some crazy things, maybe until they get older and they could understand it a little bit more.
She doesn't want them to see mommy parading around like a hooker on stage with her big fake cone breasts.
Right.
With her stupid book where she's hitchhiking naked with a giant Brillo pad in her lap.
Well, it was.
Don't want to see that.
It was the fashion. I mean,
Was it ever?
No DVDs. Have the movie with Sean Penn. Let's watch that.
You can't take away from how hot she was,
She was great.
years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, get back to that list. Yes, there's Stump Brain.
Yeah, I got a little macrobiotics. It's basically unprocessed foods like a lot of grains, a lot of
Unprocessed
seaweed,
foods.
vegetables, soy.
How unfun is their
unfun
life?
stuff.
We have Jimmy and I live in the same neighborhood. We have a supermarket that has some of this organic stuff, and man, there's something to be said about pumping this crap with steroids, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
You look at some of these vegetables and fruits that are organic, and they're just not developed properly.
Oh.
They don't have good muscle tone.
I like a nice. You give me I don't typically eat veal.
Right.
Because I don't like the way that the veals are treated, that they're not encouraged to run around
Veal
and just be fun little veals.
Marsala is fantastic.
It is delish.
Oh.
Little brown sauce, right, Aunt? Huh?
Oh, it's so goddamn good.
No, it should be done humanely. Like, if you want tender thing, what you do is you have a cow, and then you call it over. When it comes, you just punch its hindquarters to soften it up. Brrr, whack. Big dope. Cows are dopes.
You also have to eat things based on the time of the year. In winter, you have to have round vegetables, pickles, root vegetables, miso, and then heavier grains.
It's great.
Every season has food requirements.
And then read books that Madonna's written. What a fun life these kids have. God, go back to your home country where at least there's civil unrest and dirt eating.
Well, the sex book, she did have
Yeah,
that.
I know. Yeah. Organic fruits and vegetables look like a sick kid.
Oh, they're terrible.
Just a sick kid. Yeah, just a little off in color, and
just
they're scrawny.
The tomatoes look like they have runny noses. They look sad. Like, I don't want to eat sad vegetables and fruits. I want vibrant colors and something that looks like you put steroids.
Yeah, and radiation and all that other good
And
stuff that makes
pesticides.
things good. Pesticides. I want some DDT.
I want a ruby red apple. I want an apple I can bowl with. A crispy, loud, obnoxious apple. I want a piggish apple. It should scream at me from the shelf, hey, I'm an apple.
Right. I want a fruit or a vegetable that looks like it's spent too much time out in the sun. Looks like it's close to having skin cancer.
Yeah, organic fruit looks creepy.
Check it out for yourself. A lot of these supermarkets are carrying it now, and they just look sad.
It's good for you. It's macrobiotic.
They just look like, they need a little more exercise.
Hey, my orange has jaundice. Well, that's because it's a natural. Without the give me the fake coloring.
Yeah, oranges have like more of a yellow color. The organic oranges.
Yeah.
Yeah, just come on. I don't care if you paint the
Fantastic.
fruit to make it look better.
I want a banana that looks
That's
like
lead paint. I don't give a crap.
I don't care either. I want it to look delicious. I want a banana that looks like a retard penis.
All right, let's get back to this Madonna list. Things that she demands Guy Ritchie does if he's going to be hanging with the kids. They should wear the clothes Madonna has sent with them on the flight. If they need to be bought anything, they should not contain man-made fibers.
Right.
No man-made. Where does she shop? In the belt around Saturn? What's wrong with? Oh, they're wearing moon dirt hats. Excuse me. Where's my sediment shirt? I have an event to go to. God, she's just an idiot.
Poor kids are wearing stuff that insects are trying to nest in.
Just like
trying to make cocoons.
Where's my seaweed scarf?
Right.
Mother! Can I have my apple chips?
This is just dumb.
Oh, she's such an out-of-touch boob.
Yes.
Boob.
You want the next one?
Yes.
Their hands should be regularly cleaned with disinfectant spray if they are in public places.
Good. That's good.
Yeah,
make them germ freaks, Madge. That's good. Good. Make them germ freaks. Like the self-obsession that you obviously have put on them. Constantly Purelling.
Yes.
Is it healthy to get the flu every once in a while?
Of course it is.
Ant, Professor
yeah.
Ant?
You have to build up immunity to certain ththings.
Yeah.
And if you're kept away from those things, it's bad. And if you Purell all the time, it's very bad because you have bacteria that's good bacteria on you, and that kills that too.
The fact that she has to have an assistant email this guy, who's a man, and her husband, to have the children's hands washed,
right.
It's like he should just write her back a horrible email.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would say.
I would send her pictures with a phone of us at McDonald's.
Absolutely.
Just eating.
You know Guy Ritchie's going to do that.
And just them wearing, like, her wearing, like, Madonna slut clothes from the 80s. Have her little girl dressed like that in those horrid clothes, sitting watching pornography on a television. Mm-hmm. Just everything to the umpteenth level of what she said not to do.
And then send her 2 prize trophies, her 2 attention-getting prize trophies, back to her so she can further mold these 2 kids who, instead of letting them have fun with their new life, into little, just little models of her.
Disasters.
We've had Guy Ritchie in studio. He's not putting up with this crap.
I hope not.
Hell no.
He banged her.
Oh, look at her
doing
licking
there?
out a you-know-what.
There she is, getting a little whiff and a little taste of...
hiding her face. Nice.
Yeah.
That's the old rusty trombone, I do believe. Wow, she's this is the stuff she doesn't want her kids seeing. That's why.
She was a goer
Look
back in the day.
That effing body.
See, that's when she was all right. That's when she was all right.
Got to give her more than all right, Aunt.
No, dude, that's what I mean.
You got to give it more than all right.
I'm using the all right like, holy crap, she was hot.
Right.
Now, disaster.
Mm-hmm.
But she's still trying to go around like with zero body fat.
In the old days, it always looked
Good
like
little
she was trying to hide an Italian mustache, though.
Yeah.
Look at some of the old photos. You'll understand. Hey, can
Well,
we go
she
back
doesn't
to
have
that
her
list?
Pants off in those.
Here's another one.
Oh.
They should not be bought toys which are spiritually or ethically unsound.
Toy guns.
Oh, toy guns?
Just buy him toy guns.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that what she's getting
Army
at there?
men,
What about
things
the
like
spiritually thing? Maybe like sexy Barbie dolls and stuff,
yes.
probably, right?
Or something against the cabal.
Guys should not discuss the separation with them. Oh, yeah, that happens when couples break up.
Yeah, they don't talk about what a
No.
bitch or an ass the other one is.
They never put the kids in the middle, ever, right?
Yeah.
Right, Aunt? You know that one.
Of course. Never get the kids in the middle. I never heard how much my father was just a complete waste when I was a kid growing up. My mother never just pounded that in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went out to California, my dad just never told me what a complete waste mom was.
Yeah.
And what a bitch she was to have to live with. And thank God he's 3,000 miles away. I'm surprised he didn't go to Catalina Island to get another couple of miles between the two of them. Jesus.
What
Boy,
team
they
did
hate each other.
What team did you end up joining?
I went with Team Dad for a while.
Dad for a
Yeah,
while?
for the formative years.
Uh-huh.
I went to Team Dad because, Team Mom thing wasn't working out too well.
Right.
As far as, me just crying constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps
I would
needed,
just-
Dad to smack me around a little bit.
I would think that your mom would, would understand the crying thing. And
No, she was always busy. She had to work. She had to raise 3 kids, so, it didn't matter. She'd just go, oh, shut up, or something. Or what's the matter? She didn't baby me or anything. I was, baby enough for myself. But Dad didn't take it. He's like, you shut the hell up. I'll give you, it was like, stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. That was his, catchphrase.
Now, we've heard about your crying for a while now.
Oh, I was the biggest crybaby.
All right, and we know that. The faithful
Yeah.
listeners know that. Here's the question today.
Yeah.
I don't think you've ever answered this. When was the last time you cried?
I can't even remember.
Can you think about it?
Let me
Have you cried in your adulthood? Have you cried in the last, let's say, 10 years?
Probably. I think I had a little private weep session when my father died. That was pretty much it. And even that I held off for 24 hours.
Right.
Because my ex-wife was around and this. And I was like, I want a private moment here. So I waited. I just waited, da-da-dee-da-da. And then decided I'd go home and kind of reflect and get emotional. But that was it. And then all I did was hear my father go, knock it off. What are you crying?
You're crying
I'm
over my
dead,
death?
so what? I'll give me something to die about. What? Dad, you're not making sense.
Any movies, Aunt? You said during in Father when Hitler had to kill the dog, there was a human moment there. Any
Oh,
movies?
that little. I wasn't crying, but it was sad when Hitler killed Blondie in Downfall.
Fed him the capsule.
Yeah. But although I watched that just the other day, I watched that 2 days ago, and it wasn't as emotional as the first time when I saw it.
What movies make you cry recently? That'd be something.
Recently, a movie that even got me kind of
misty,
lump in my throat-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Can't even tell you. Probably the last one was, like I said, Ghost. When Demi Moore, that one single tear rolls down her cheek. And
That
they're playing
gotcha.
the music. Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for your touch. And, there's glowing Patrick Swayze and one tear going down. And then Whoopi comes on and drives me up everywhere.
Sure it does.
Yuck.
All right, back to this list. Guys should not discuss the separation with them. All right. Madonna should have phone contact with the boys as much as 3 or 4 times a day.
A day?
Good, obsessive. Don't let them be alone with their father. Obsess.
At times set by her. So they better be available at 10:10 a.m., 2:10 p.m., 8:10 p.m., what have you. She sets the time.
Just
Wow.
hate her.
The boy should not be introduced to guys' new friends, especially any new female friends he has attracted since the separation.
Mommy, have him call her mommy.
Oh, wow.
I met my new mommy today, Madge. Have him say, go home, call her Madge. Say, hey, Madge, I met my new mommy today.
Mm-hmm.
And just watch her head explode, literally.
Everyone's calling you a liar, by the way.
Why?
You cried on Election Day. It's obvious.
Oh, okay.
It's
well,
obvious.
you know something? I blocked it out.
Who are you kidding?
I was weeping like a baby.
Almost done with this list.
And by the way, don't introduce her to new girls is the first logical suggestion on that list, which she probably shouldn't even need to tell him.
Mm-hmm. Madonna has encouraged the Access to give him time with the boys rather than his parents spending large amounts of time with the boys.
What?
I don't know. I guess he just, when it's his turn to have the kids, he probably, tells his parents, here, do something fun with them.
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Yeah, they probably have fun with their grandkids and do awful things like watch TV and spoil them with little cookies.
Right.
These terrible things where if they were still in their home country, they'd have real culture, like be running around with sticks and swinging at hornet's nest. I hate this woman. What a stick in the mud she is. What a bore.
The boy should not be photographed while with Guy. It is his responsibility to organize security so that does not happen. At bedtime, Guy should read David the English Rose books Madonna wrote.
What a self-obsessed ass. The English Rose. She's trying so hard to not be the whore she came off like in the 80s.
The whore.
Sorry, stupid. That's what we see as hairy pits and a nice rack. Tee-hee. Can't get away from those photos, can you, Majaroo?
Majaroo.
And don't show them any of my whorish past photos where my armpits look like things with beards if Jim had improv skills.
Let's say hi to Todd in Massachusetts. Todd.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, man.
Hello, Todd.
I love the show. Can't believe it. Can't believe how great you guys are. Jimmy, can't wait to see the book.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
When are you coming to Boston?
I'll be in town Friday at late show at the Wilbur Theater, and then Saturday's already sold out.
Oh, okay. Well, that takes care of that. You doing signings?
At the Wilbur, I'll be doing them. God, that's good. I love this guy. Thank you, myself.
All right,
Back
here's
out,
the
Jim.
deal.
Oh, wow.
I almost said my subconscious, and I backed out because a bomb was coming.
I need to paint the picture for Anthony. You ready?
Okay.
Okay, Obama makes it, first of all, he's going to make it to the second term. 8 years from now, I don't know how old his daughters are now, but I want you to picture his daughters having a party upstairs in the White House. Obama's downstairs in the kitchen getting a glass of getting a Hennessy, let's say, and down comes one of the daughter's friends. What would Obama sound like standing in the kitchen?
Well, hello. What are you doing here? Hi. Aren't you supposed to be with the rest of the girls at the party? What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. What if she walks in? Oh, yeah.
Todd, you're a fan of that, too, huh?
Porno guy.
No, let me tell you the funniest bit I've ever heard in 42 years of life on this God green earth was that friggin' dwarfs in Connecticut. You guys went to the sound with for the HBO special for the dwarf.
Oh, that dwarf that was, and he was looking for his parents, and the mother, chased him
said,
away.
You're not supposed to leave Connecticut.
Yeah, I thought you weren't supposed to leave Connecticut.
Oh, the fun you did that voice with the little what'd you say, the cocktail Frank fingers?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, I was in my car, just tears streaming down my
I would
face.
say when you shake a little midget's hand, a little dwarf's hand, it feels like you're shaking cocktail Franks and a muffin. It's like a little muffin palm with little cocktail Franks coming out of it.
Awful.
You guys.
You almost hear like a poof when you grab hands with them, like a powdery muffin.
Well, thank you there, Todd.
All right, guys, you're fantastic. Keep it up.
Make sure you see Norton when he's up there.
You got it.
Okay. We got to say hi to Angela. Angela has a problem. Angela?
Hey, what's up?
Good morning.
Good morning, Angela. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Better now that you called, dear.
That's right.
Oh, thanks very much. I'm a little upset, though. I heard a commercial on your station today about AshleyMadison.com.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you familiar with what this is?
Yes, this is a service. You go to AshleyMadison.com, and what they do is they have married people on there, men and women, and you find who's compatible and who's in the similar situation as you. And if you're not having sex in your marriage, you can then have an affair using Ashley Madison to find the people instead of having to troll bars and maybe go out and draw suspicion of your loved one.
Okay. Understood. I do have a complaint that this exists at all, but the reason I've called you about it is that I don't think this commercial should be aired during 7:30 a.m. drive time at all.
Why?
I may have
what's
some
the
ideas
matter?
about your show and the type of people that are listening to it,
Yeah.
but that's the time the kids are in the car, and I think that's like a late-night TV slot rather than a 7:30 in the
Miss,
morning
hold on,
radio
Miss.
spot.
How about this, Miss? How about you? I know it's hard when you're a parent to actually fulfill parental responsibility, but how about this? As an adult, you take charge and put on stuff that you want them to. I don't care when kids are in the car. It's
Disney.
irrelevant.
Radio Disney doesn't have that commercial for Ashley Madison. So
Well, they certainly don't.
if you
but
put
are we
that
going to be
on-
realistic?
Yeah.
I think we should be realistic and know that your, 10, 12, 14-year-old is sitting in the passenger seat next to you, flipping through the radio themselves. And if they just happen to catch that ad,
Oh, my
I
God.
just think it shouldn't be on the radio.
Well, you're wrong.
Their slogan is actually, life is short, have an affair.
Well,
Not,
hey, you know-
are you unhappy
Miss,
to find a way
I'm
out?
glad the advertising's working.
Yes, and how about this?
But if you're
if that happens and your kid asks you a question, how about you then be a big parent and explain that affairs are wrong and that's incorrect if that's how you feel? How about you do that as a parent instead of expecting everyone else to police and tiptoe so your kid doesn't hear something inappropriate?
Yep, it's a free country, and anyone
Miss,
can
you
talk
missed
about
my
whatever they
point.
want.
How
But I
about
think
answering the
that
question? How about answering the
There's
question?
a time and a place. I will answer the question.
Yes.
I'm not a parent. I feel strongly that people with children. I'm not a parent,
yuck.
and
Of course you're not.
Sorry?
Who's going to bang you?
You
You're
wanna-
annoying. You can't be a parent.
You want to be a parent then.
By the way,
I don't wanna
affairs
be a parent.
guaranteed.
I just
Yeah.
have a strong objection to smut.
Are you married? A
To
strong
smut?
objection to smut. Are you married?
God, do you have a
I'm
computer?
not married.
Oh God,
It's irrelevant.
So this
Do you
has
have a
nothing to do
computer?
with you.
Do you have a computer?
I do have a computer.
Do you know most kids use computer and see things far worse and hear things far worse on a computer than they would a commercial?
I just want to know if
It's not-
WBCN promotes this service.
It's not-
I
no,
assume
what they-
you
what
do
the-
because you're advertising.
Let me tell you what they do.
yes.
They accept money from a sponsor that is willing to pay money to be on the station and be and advertised in that fashion.
In other
It's
words,
not for wait a minute.
WBCN takes no moral stance on this issue.
No, I'm
In
sure
fact,
they're not
by
taking-
accepting money and promoting it. You're actually promoting this issue.
They're not promoting child porn from Denmark or somewhere.
That's completely irrelevant.
No, I'm
That is
saying
not
what I'm
the
saying is
subject
there is a moral line that they take, but there are certain products that aren't for everybody.
Yes.
And it's not smut. It's if you're happily married and have a great sex life, you don't need AshleyMadison.com, but what they're doing is if you do need that service, they're advertising to people that apparently need it. And it's done in a way where, what is smutty about it?
I think what's smutty about it is life is short, have an affair.
Okay.
And the fact that few people post photos. I researched this after hearing about it.
Yeah,
because
of course you
I was
did, big girl. Of
Did it
course you
titillate you a
did.
little
Yeah, how
sweetie.
turned on did you get?
Did you get a little turned on at the thought of it? It's a little dirty,
You know
right?
what? Not really, because
Little moisture
what came
buildup?
to my mind.
Yeah.
What came to my mind is the unsuspecting spouse
Yeah.
who thinks that he or she is in a committed relationship.
Well, then
when
have
really
some
they're
sex.
Sharing germs with anyone this person
Germs?
chooses to betray them
Hey,
with.
wait, sweetheart, can I
Germs
ask you a
are
question?
great.
This is why I want to tell you why I think you're a liar. And what I mean by
A
a liar,
liar?
yes, this is why. And I don't mean that you're lying about your opinion, but that you're everything that is wrong with freedoms in the sense that you don't like something. So you're trying to create reasons as to why other people shouldn't enjoy it, with mentioning kids and mentioning, do they support this morally? You're doing all of these things to get around the fact that if you don't like it,
You don't like it.
other people shouldn't hear it. And that's all this boils down to. So be honest.
No.
And
I really-
let me
I don't
finish.
believe in censorship
Let me
at
finish.
all.
Let me finish. We let you
Go
finish.
ahead.
You let me finish. It's
Go
a
ahead.
free market society. Some products are for some. BCN is absolutely right. I happen to be a recovering alcoholic. I can't drink. But should BCN not accept money from Budweiser or another legitimate product? You don't like it, so therefore, okay, go ahead. You just keep interrupting. If you wonder why,
sorry.
You're a prude.
You keep talking.
Yes, I do. It's a radio show, and I'm on the radio show. You called in. You didn't like something. You're a prude. We heard your opinions, and now we're giving them back to you. You don't like something, so you don't want other people.
I don't believe in censorship.
Yes, you do.
There are certain statutes in this country. We don't sell alcohol before a certain time of day, since you brought up the issue. It's
yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Shh. Yes, we do, sweetie. Yes, we do.
I'm in Boston, and you certainly cannot.
Oh, that place stunk for buying booze. You're right.
Maybe the
Hated
blue.
Boston.
Maybe the blue laws.
Maybe we shouldn't play your show in Boston then.
You'd
This
probably
is
love
Boston
that. You would
speaking.
love that. You would love that because it's probably something you don't like. And when you don't like something, you're one of those self-will imposing people that doesn't want others to enjoy it. You're everything despicable about freedoms.
Yeah, how'd you find out about our show? It doesn't sound like you actually listen to the show. So someone turned you on to the naughtiness that's going on on BCN, and now you're checking it out and investigating it.
Dirty girl.
I would say that's fair. That's perfectly fair.
So who turned you
I
on to
don't
the
listen
dirtiness
your show.
of our show? Where's this coming from?
This wasn't about your
Is
show.
there a little
This was about
movement
the
going
station
on?
That's airing this ad.
Answer Ope's question.
WBCN 104.1 in Boston.
Yep.
Holla.
Is airing this ad at 7:30 in the morning.
Yes, they are.
I think there's a time and a place for everything.
Well, you
and
think
it's not
that?
7:30 in the morning.
Yes. Well, then why should you be the arbiter of what the time and place appropriate for certain product legal advertising is? How dare you?
To me, it's common sense.
If
you don't play something.
You're gonna make.
I think it is.
Angela, you do know you're gonna make this AshleyMadison.com huge, right? You're gonna make it
you know what? I
even
understand
bigger and
that
better
all
than it is right
advertising
now.
Is good advertising, but I also have read reviews about it just in my research this morning.
Did some
Just
research,
say that
huh?
most of it's out of curiosity now. Most people are just looking at it out of curiosity. It also blatantly says that they actually make fake profiles so that you'll be interested and they'll charge you money. It's a scam.
Why do you
A
care?
large part of this business is a scam.
Do one of your parents cheat on the other?
No.
Why do you
care so much?
Like why wouldn't you
Why
just?
do I care?
Yeah, why
Yes.
do you care? You're not a parent.
Because
why do you
I
care?
believe in American morality and
There you go.
Your morality. It's your morality. It's your morality.
Not everybody has to agree
It's
with me.
your
but
morality.
that
Just be honest.
That you're
with
now
her.
trying to
has
put on it.
become completely overrun with too much information. You sit down to watch television and there's an ad about, I don't know, impotence or something. Just want to hear that. Not
There
too
you
much
go.
information.
You don't want to hear it. So, sweetheart, be a big girl and turn something else on. Stop thinking for others. Think for Angela. Be a big girl and live your life.
You're 25.
What a big child.
You're thinking like an old bit of this century.
I think you're wrong. I think the example of our current president is a perfect example of how we've elected someone with morals because we want morals.
Holy Christ, you don't know this guy from a hole in the wall. He cavorted with terrorists.
I have read both his books, and I think I have a good understanding of what
Oh,
he stands
really?
for.
So did you get all the parts where you didn't like white people? Did you get to
that
those
wasn't
parts
my
in the book?
impression of the books at all.
Did you get the parts where you had the resentment for white people? Did you sense that
I
in his
think that's
books?
a fair opinion to have as a black person in this country.
Wow,
and I
are
think
you
his
just-
honesty,
Please stay-
his honesty and willingness to discuss issues that no one else discusses are one of the reasons I believe he's a good person.
You are such a liberal ass college twat. that
You
I
may
just
have gotten me pegged.
am.
That
yeah,
may be true.
you are. I could see it. You must be a joy to sleep with. Have you ever? Are you a virgin?
That's just rude. No,
it's
that's
true.
just
You're not.
incredibly rude.
You must be a joy missionary, right?
Oh,
Straight effing
God.
missionary, right? You
You're
ever had
very rude.
you ever had a part of a man's body in your mouth, and you know what
Oh
I'm
my
talking
God.
about? Have
That's
you?
when I'm gonna let
Have
you go. Thank you
Yeah,
very much
let
for
me go.
entertaining
You
me.
suck in bed. God damn, you stink. Even a bad lay is pretty good, but you suck. God damn, I bet you're lousy. Ugh. I bet it's nothing but spitting the whole time. Spitting. Spit, spit, spit. Too much friction. Spit, spit, spit. Oh, God. That old dried up well at 25. Holy Christ. My mouth is dry. I can't even work this anymore.
She's the worst pizza in town.
You are horrid.
She's probably she's probably ugly. I don't know what she looks like. But she's probably a homely girl.
Fat! That had fat written all over it. Fat college pig bitch.
Don't let her bug you. She's just a nobody.
She just,
She's an uptight nobody.
Oh, enough of you. You slob. You prude slob is what you are.
She's awful.
This is where I end the conversation with you. Why? You never put one in your mouth, did you? Did you?
Well, when I was younger, Aunt, I mean...
we all know about that. Even Jimmy did.
All those hormones were confusing, right, Jimmy?
Well, I'm glad you had her pegged as she's a typical thought police liberal.
Yeah.
I don't like something, so I don't want it heard.
And then she's got to tie it into Obama and the wave of morality that's going to come over the...
silly.
Stop. We're just out of a presidency where the guy was... or we're just getting out of it. Where he was a religious zealot.
I think we're going to get less moral, right?
His goddamn morality on everybody. And now you're getting this free-thinking guy in there? What do you think? It's going to get worse? What's worse? Having George Bush in there or having Obama in there? You think this is going to be an open, free thing? Or it's going to be like Angela is going to be one of these... The people who are now going to get what she wants. Everyone's going to be moral. Trying to put her morality on everybody. 25. What happened to her that by 25 she's like this? Who touched you?
Pat from Winaki, he's got a great line. Don't mistake it with OscarMadison.com. They're all a bunch of slobs there.
Oscar Madison.
Just
you go to OscarMadison.com.
Oh, I want that URL.
It's
I want OscarMadison.com and just a bunch of fat slobs.
It is amazing
Naked.
that people really think that way. Like, I guess I'm so not into policing the way other people think. I'm so not. I can't connect to ever policing other people's thoughts. It's amazing.
Listen to what you want. She was upset at the AshleyMadison.com spot.
Yeah, who cares?
It's not even graphic. It's not a graphically sexual spot.
I don't like smut.
Smut.
You should be more upset about the economy and what the hell's going on with all of us.
Yeah, how about that?
There's bigger issues than a dumb...
How about you dive into that?
A dumb cheating website.
That problem. It's not a dumb cheating website. It's fantastic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, Opie.
Just a nation of thought policing.
Sponsor, shut up.
Thought policing babies.
Ixnay on the Oopid stay.
I don't like it.
You know what Ashley Madison must love? She knows that slug line.
You bet she does.
She knows that line.
She was
That
turned
the
on to it by
smut she
somebody
didn't
else.
like.
She didn't come across that on her own.
No.
Something's going on out there. I'm
But-
sure we'll hear about it soon.
Just that she'd investigate. It's almost like if something doesn't interest me, I have
forget
nothing to
about
do
it.
with it. Man, it's not.
Within
That's,
minutes, I forget about it.
I don't care for that. I'm not going to. I think people have lost that ability just to make their own decisions up and let everybody else do the same.
And if you're going to protest an advertiser who's not with me, Saved by Zero.
Get that off. Now that I want off.
That's right. We could start a petition to get that removed.
What is? I didn't hear it.
Saved by Zero.
Toyota's commercial, and they play Fix's Saved by Zero.
And the Fix dude is even mad.
Yeah, the
and,
Fix dude. He
and no one has
doesn't
talked about the Fix dude in over 20 years, and he's mad.
Toyota commercial or something.
They just shove that Saved by Zero down your throat.
And I listened to the original song last night because I hate that commercial so much. I did a little research.
Yeah.
And I listened to the actual song, and it isn't a bad song for the time, but for some reason, the way they redid it for the commercial, the vocal line hits this annoying note that isn't in the song that blasts right through me.
Is it
chalks on a blackboard?
Is it someone else singing the song?
Yeah, and the
Oh,
Fix
it is?
guy was like, I would have liked if they would have asked me to sing it.
Yeah, all right.
It's like, well.
This is the original. I can tell the difference, yeah. I used to like Red Skies at Night myself. Red Skies at Night! And then there was the other song they did, the one about,
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, that one that had a real 80s sound to it.
Yeah, it was,
and the video was...
This is Red Skies.
Red, 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 red guys.
They had a lot of hits. It was the other one. What?
One thing leads to another.
Yeah, but the bit was they didn't have another one.
But they did, I guess.
Rich guys at night. All right, we got to take a break.
It's like my iPod.
Opie and Anthony. Let's go to Boston. What's up, Marie?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Pretty good, Marie.
I can barely hear you. I'm going to try harder.
All right, Marie. How are you today? That old guy.
Good, thank you.
All right.
I got to tell you, I'm from the Boston area too, and as a single woman, when I saw the news report saying you guys were promoting this, it didn't bother me at all. In fact, I had the totally opposite reaction.
Wait, hold on. Is there a news report?
Yeah, it's on the local morning news that you and another radio station in town are putting these commercials on air, and that just as an FYI, there's an old blue law still on the books in Boston, and adultery is still technically a crime.
Oh, so that's why.
That's probably why people are getting all in an uproar. But, of course, it has not been enforced in decades.
Right.
But my reaction to it was, as a single woman who's tried the online dating thing, I don't support adultery. I put in any profile I've ever written, no married men, no couples, thank you very much, just not my bag. And I can't tell you, well, I could tell you, at least 2 or 3 times, ended up chatting and meeting people, guys who were married, and lied about it. So I would rather see a site where if you're going to do it, at least do it honestly. Don't go on there, don't put profiles saying you're single, and, and lie to me.
Well, you got to be honest here. The whole site is based on lying to somebody.
Well, it's lying to your spouse, obviously.
It's the easiest way. There are people out there that are married do cheat. This isn't something that is enticing somebody in a happy marriage to go and cheat. But if people are cheating, why not go to some place that it's easier to find somebody that's maybe in the same situation. You get a little more background on them. You're not getting a hooker. You're not,
I'm totally with you. And as a single woman, it keeps them, hopefully, it will attract them to other like-minded people instead of putting up even, I guess if once a liar, why not twice a liar? But, hopefully that'll maybe flush out some of those people that
keep them out of your hair. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly right.
All right, Maria. I want to give a few other people a chance because we're kind of in a speed round right now. We go to Chris in New York. Chris, what's going on?
How you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
What these people are saying, especially Angela over there, with them advertising this website, I think women are just, if they weren't so snobby and they actually took care of the men, okay, I think that they would, trying to put it into words that I can say on the line.
Let's say hi to Paul. Paul.
Yeah.
Hey there, Paul. No, Uncle
No,
Paul.
we got Paul on the line.
Hi, Ashley.
Paul, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Taylor, I'm a married man, and I actually agree with your caller, Angela, that you guys shouldn't be playing those ads during drive time, but just for a different reason.
Yeah.
It's not because I have my kids in the car. It's because I have my freaking wife in the car. You guys totally caught me. She asked me all about it. Now I'm dead.
Because it raises the suspicion right away.
Yeah, she didn't even know about it. She didn't know about it. I drove her one day, and now I'm screwed.
Yeah, right on, man. Thank you. Let's go to Amanda in New York. Amanda.
Hi there.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. I was just calling about Angela. She kind of kicked me off. First of all, I know a lot of listeners in Boston who absolutely adore you guys. So for her to even say, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't listen to you," she's just being absolutely ridiculous.
Preposterous.
Hey,
preposterous.
Did Ashley Madison make the front page of the Boston Herald today? I'm looking at the front page. It looks like they made the front page. It says company vows to help you love, honor, and cheat.
Front page.
Front page of the way to go, Ashley Madison.
But didn't we? at one point say we were looking at the papers, saw these?
Look at the papers. Look at the papers.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's. Where do you want to go here? God. Yeah. Screw contracts. We're sticking with this for a little while. Then we'll leave when we're ready.
Oh boy.
Look at the phones. We hit on something
Now
we
we're
got
in
to talk
trouble.
about. Frank in Jersey, how are you?
Hey, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, Frank.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Jimmy, Anthony, dude, you guys got owned by that 25-year-old chick. Two guys who speak professionally for a living. And, dude, all she was a perfect example. And, you know, I should preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of both of you. But, dude, that caller was awesome because she was just an example of a chick that neither one of you could ever get. She was intelligent and spoke her mind well. And all you could resort to was twat jokes and Jimmy laughing in the background.
I was laughing because it was funny, and to think I couldn't get a girl, it's just silly, dude.
Do you think?
Wow, your psychology is wrong. Your psychology is wrong.
Do you think that before we resorted to that, we weren't making a good argument about the fact that she was trying to impose her morality on everybody because she didn't agree with it? Did you hear that part before we started the name calling thing that we do? You know, to get a few laughs.
Absolutely, but you got to remember, you know, you're saying that her morality isn't the American morality, or
It's not. It's not.
But listen, the American morality, or the population of the United, it's a bunch of individuals. So you know what? Does it actually aggregate up to the country's consciousness?
We're not a collective. We're not the Borg. We're not a collective. So her opinion is her opinion, but there are ways that she can filter out what she's hearing without everybody else having to not hear the stuff she doesn't like either. You know what? She could have turned it off. She.
Absolutely. I totally agree. All I'm saying is, I think both of you. Look, man, 9 times out of 10, you blow callers away. She stood her ground. She did a good job.
Oh, stop trying to get her.
You're wrong, dude. You're 100% wrong.
I kind of agree with Frank. I think you guys.
Frank's a goose.
Oh, clam up. Oh, Frank, shut up, you homosexual.
Hold on.
I think Frank
I'm just resorting to name calling.
I think Frank makes a good point. Yes.
Opie, you know what? And you showed why you're the only one getting married out of the group because you had the right mind to keep your mouth shut. Because you know what?
Frank.
That was
he better learn how to do that a lot.
Frank. That's right.
Married her. You can't talk to her. They're a ball and chain.
You see, Frank, what
come
you're
on,
blowing
Frank.
over
Frank.
is the fact that Frank.
Shut up,
The
Frank.
bottom line is this.
Oh.
She called up with a silly point.
You went there.
We talked about the responsibility of parenting. Talked about all that stuff. As far as changing her ground, you're never going to change other people's opinion. That's not what it's about. The standing your ground and being an ass is not winning an argument. And then we talked about why shouldn't we be? It's a perfectly legal product. Yeah. I mentioned being a recovering alcoholic. Should they not advertise alcohol? Mm-hmm. Every point was made, and then she started lapsing into, well, I don't like smut and this and that, and I knew what we were dealing with, and it was irritating. So I just started smashing right left.
Yeah,
your point is idiotic.
It was a perfect phone call. It was a very good debate. Got people to react to the radio show, and then you throw in some fun twat jokes. I mean, come on. Where else are you going with your radio shows?
Yes.
You get it all here. Oh, go screw Frank. Kendra, Boston, how are you?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
I just wanted to share my opinion about Angela and the fact that I think that she's pretty much pathetic. Any guy that she finds is going to be pretty pathetic, and I pity her kids if they ever have any.
Pity the poor kids.
Yeah.
She's that's what's wrong with America nowadays. Nobody teaches their kids about sex or don't play with guns or winning and losing and things like that.
Yeah.
Be parents.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Yeah.
Take charge.
Yeah.
Quit relying on you guys to be the parents. That's not what you get paid for.
Yeah.
No, actually, we
That,
don't.
and I think she needs a night with Jimmy to loosen her up a little.
Wow.
I tell you something about that dirty girl. I guarantee you she would respond well to a good spanking. I guarantee.
Oh, come on, Jimmy. Let's show her some fun.
She would respond well to a good spanking.
She needs a
And a ball gag.
You know,
back of her thighs slapped.
Ann makes a good point. We sacrifice a lot of adult entertainment to protect the kids, and it's unfortunate. It really is.
You know what? I love you guys to death, but you never on when my kids are in the car. You know, I listen to you on XM if I can. When my kids are in the car, I change the station. The minute they're out, you're right back on.
You're showing responsibility. That's crazy. Why would you do that?
It's called being a parent.
You know what?
My goodness, I'm so on the edge.
You know what Angela needs? She needs to be with her head leaning over the bed a little bit and then slowly walk up and then just like with a almost a hula hoop movement, smack her in the face.
Chrissy, New Jersey.
Whack.
Yeah, I think Angela is a total tool and needs to learn how to suck the chrome off a tailpipe to truly get what she needs out of this world. And I don't believe in Ashley Madison and what it offers, but I don't go there.
And see,
You guys
exactly.
can talk about it all day long, every day.
Angela's problem isn't that she's a prude. Angela's problem is that she doesn't like something and doesn't want other people to be exposed to it. That's why I hate Angela. So for Frank, who thought she stood her ground, Frank, that's the point I'm making.
All right.
She sucks.
No, and you're absolutely right. And you were amazing at the Dress Factory, Jimmy. Love you.
Thank you, sweetheart, very much.
Could have just said he's amazing.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where.
I know. I'm not amazing. Other places, stupid.
Come on.
Shut up.
You dummy. And we're just mad for no reason at
And then
people.
he said you resorted to certain jokes, and I was laughing in the background.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sorry, Frank. I should boo and boo.
I'm sure that'll be coming soon. Don't worry.
We're not scared to show that. We like third grade humor.
Yes, and third grade students.
Well.
Oh, Uncle Anthony.
I like this guy.
Uncle Paul.
Yeah.
Ben in New York. We're wrapping up here. What's up, Ben? Ben?
Dude.
He writes, "You guys are nice to women, but he was too scared to
Really?
say it to our face, I guess."
Very nice to women.
I
love girls. They're the best.
Yeah, I'm very nice.
Smell nice.
You want to take one more? We got, we have a huge audience in Boston. I guess this is getting a lot of attention today, so people are tuning in the show. That's nice.
Yeah.
Nicole, what's going on?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Jimmy, I love you.
Thank you.
I love you, Jimmy. I have to say that.
Thank you.
But I'm from Boston, and I was listening. Couldn't believe what she was saying. What people do is what people do. I listen to it every morning, and I like it. And, I'm not going around, being a degenerate, but, what people do is what they do, and it's their business. So I'm going to go home, watch some porn, and drink some few drinks, find the website, and have a good time. Punching out. Bye.
Wow.
I don't have a problem with Ashley Madison. I don't necessarily agree with it. Like, all right, is it great? Hey, here's what's eventually going to happen. The companies won't take their advertising anymore because there's too much heat.
Mm-hmm.
Or some jealous husband is going to sue them. Or there's going to be a violent episode associated with it because some guy's going to find out his wife's been getting banged.
Oh, I hope the third one.
But you know what I mean?
Fun.
And it's going to get blamed on the site. Let's say a husband finds out some guy's banging his wife and decides to do something extraordinarily violent to the guy banging his wife.
See, if I owned AshleyMadison.com, I would advertise a lot more now.
Yeah.
Now push.
What if
push
they
forward.
just cuckold?
Push forward.
Perhaps somebody is on cleanup duty.
Cleanup duty.
Like one husband finds out you're banging his wife. He takes matters in his own hands on something violent.
Yes.
Then the family of the victim, who is banging a married woman, is going to sue Ashley Madison for introducing. That's what's going to wind up happening.
Everything is, you're able to sue for anything. So, we'll see. I think it's people, going around seeing if they could hook up with other people, like-minded people.
Sure. We got to get out of here because, there's new rules. They get upset when we go past 9.
Rules.
Every phone is lit. We could easily do another 20 minutes for the fine people out there, but I think this is a good way to end. Mike will sum this whole thing up. Mike?
Yeah. Hey, guys. Good show today. Frank's a call-in hole, and you guys fucking nailed it. Oops, sorry. With Angela. You guys nailed it with Angela. That's exactly what makes you go to... whatever the hell that website is anyhow.
Wow, I had confidence in you. Mike, we were ending the show with you.
He was a little nervous, I think.
Angela's the type of girl that makes you go to AshleyMadison.com.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the type of girl that makes you go, you know what?
Right.
I need a little something. All right. Jimmy, real fast, because we got to get out of here. I know you're doing a signing tonight, right?
Yes, sir. Tonight, Barnes & Noble, my first Staten Island event in years, 7 p.m. It's on Richmond Avenue. I'll be signing I Hate Your Guts. And tomorrow... Borders in Providence Place in Providence, Rhode Island, on my way up to Boston. It's at 6 p.m. tomorrow, 7 p.m. tonight in Staten Island.
All right, we'll continue with this after the break. Opie and Anthony. We continue with the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, my God.
I got to tell you. What, Jimmy?
Jesus.
I was ready to start something. What happened?
I bet I know.
What happened? The iPhone?
Two fucking emails I'm trying to read. and I'm kicked offline twice.
Oh boy, that doesn't happen with the BlackBerry.
And those people that have come up to me and said you didn't buy iPhones because you heard me rant about it. Good.
Yeah, but the BlackBerry is a much better phone.
Just want to say this on the heels of that, Jim. The iPhone overtaking the Razr as the best-selling phone ever.
That dumb Razr.
Dude, it, without a doubt. I'm not going to say anything that's going to really hurt the iPhone.
Oh, yeah. I know.
But,
I'm teasing with you.
Hey, if fucking 50 people don't... Good.
Hey.
Yeah, fucking enrages me how shitty this thing is.
I understand.
Safari sucks. Fucking sucks.
No, it's weird. I have a BlackBerry, and I don't yell and scream like Jimmy does, and it's saying today that the BlackBerry has twice the failure rate of the iPhone. Look at that. I got the chart and everything.
That's because of...
what's the failure thing all about?
Well, you know what it is?
People who have it.
Like what? Failed cold... What are you using your BlackBerry for besides sending email and taking a phone call?
Lots of email, lots of pictures for Opie's eye.
Pictures, cameras.
Because unlike the dumb iPhone, I could just send the picture in a nice, like,
of course you can.
Attachment or email.
I can
right
send,
to the person.
I can send it in an email. I just can't text photos, which annoys me.
I could do that. That's great.
But emails, though, I could send a photo to somebody. I could send you one right now. The thing is, people are using iPhones for a lot more than they're using
the BlackBerry?
their BlackBerries for. BlackBerries are business-oriented. A lot of people use it. It's like the difference between a Windows computer and a Mac computer. A lot of Windows-based computers are in corporate settings. Mac is very artistic. A lot of musicians use it, and video people, artists. It's the same kind of thing. The iPhone is a lot of fucking things in one unit. So you're going to get some bugs in there. The thing with the dropped phone calls with Jimmy, I don't fucking understand it.
I do. AT&T is a piece of garbage provider.
I'll agree with that.
AT&T. I don't get dropped calls.
I've been in situations where it said no service.
Oh, yeah, that again, Jimmy. But out and about.
West side of Manhattan, dude. Just kicked offline again, by the way.
How? Why? I will not get... I will be right here next to you with the same phone.
Probably one of my apps. It's probably because... Once again, they release apps for it, and they don't give a fuck that they don't work.
I have 3 pages of apps. I'm working on my 4th.
Well, nice. Whatever it is, dude.
So it's like what is it?
You got a dirty phone, I'm thinking.
No.
What are you trying to do? Are you still going through AOL though?
Every phone. I just feel like I've been fucking ripped off. I feel like I've been ripped off by this fucking company.
There's something you're not explaining because you've been through 4 or 5 phones now.
I've never damaged them. This is the brand new 3G.
So weird.
This is my second 3G because the first one I did break off the floor.
It's just look, websites pop right up on mine. It doesn't
stop. It keeps kicking me off.
It's not kicking off anything. It's
my BlackBerry's up online. I'm checking out some stuff.
What are you going to that it's kicking you off?
My AOL mail.
AOL mail. There's probably an AOL fucking problem. I guarantee you there's some kind of AOL
No, because
glitch.
it kicks me off other sites too. I went to Drudge Report. It kicks me off the other ones too.
Because I go,
Drudge.
I'm on all the time on this.
AOL's garbage at this point.
You're right. It absolutely is.
Garbage.
It's not. That's
garbage.
I would just love to figure out what the problem is so you can enjoy your
I can't enjoy it because, to be honest, I feel like I've been ripped off.
Right.
And too hip for the room. Apple, who I love their computers with the exception of the shit volume, doesn't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, or they would not have gone with a terrible service provider.
They're Drudge, and it's right there. I don't understand what...
Did you reboot? Everyone says reboot, Jimmy.
500 times.
Take the battery out.
No.
You can't take the battery out.
What? I can on the iPhone?
No, you can't on the iPhone.
I mean, the BlackBerry,
yes.
I mean.
Yes, because the BlackBerry's not trying to stick a big dick in your ass.
Why can't you take the battery out? That's
because
weird.
They're trying to stick a big dick in your ass.
That's usually a nice reboot.
There's no reason to. You shut it off.
How about to fucking buy an alternate battery?
Just shut
a
it
new
off.
battery. You should be able to buy spare batteries.
I don't need a battery.
Why should you be able to buy a
Charge
spare
every
battery?
night.
Because they fucking load this with 3G and Wi-Fi, and it destroys the time you're able to be on the phone. So they fucking build it again.
Are you using Wi-Fi? Everyone screams when you go down this road to turn off the Wi-Fi, Jimmy.
And use the
turn
3G.
It off.
Why should I have to, on a fucking brand new phone, turn off one of the features so the phone does what it's supposed to do?
I don't know.
I do understand that it does eat up a lot more juice, but anytime I'm in my car, I plug it in. I have a car charger, so anytime I get in the car while I'm driving home, I plug it in. When I'm home and I go to sleep, it's plugged in, so it's charged for the day.
Yeah.
The next day, you do need a little more discipline as far as charging it goes, but I am amazed that you have this many problems with it. I feel bad.
I don't. I go if that BlackBerry is anything good, I will go right to it.
I don't have many
spent
problems.
A lot of money on my fucking iPhones and my fucking bills, and I feel like I've been fucking ripped off.
Oh.
So you people who have, a lot of you have told me you haven't bought it. Good. I've at least gotten my money back.
There you go.
In people that haven't
Without
bought
a
it.
fucking doubt.
Yeah, you have. You have.
Here's the iPhone story for today.
The iPhone becomes the nation's top-selling cell phone.
Nice.
Apple sold nearly 7 million iPhones in the third quarter,
There you
catapulting it into the top spot and ending the Motorola Razr's 3-year run at number one. The growing popularity of devices like the iPhone and BlackBerry is seen as a sign that consumers want more features on their phones.
Yeah,
Beating out the Razr. Never bought the Razr hype.
No,
Never.
I wasn't into the Razr
Where-
thing either. Didn't buy it.
Where did the Pebble wind up, and where
Wow.
did my StarTAC
The
wind up?
StarTAC was a huge phone when
Can
it
we
came
get a
out.
top 10? I would
top
love
10
a top
cell
10
phones ever.
Yeah, purchased
sold.
or whatever, sold. I would
was
love a
very-
top 10 of this.
I was very into Nokia when they first came out, but they didn't have like a flip phone, so I was constantly calling people because I never liked locking my keyboard because it was a pain in the ass.
Sure.
So I was constantly calling people. I was one of those people that would have the phone in the pocket, and all of a sudden you just hear me walking around.
Do you remember? Do you remember? And it was probably only 2 years ago. I brought in the Pebble, and everyone was kind of like, "Ooh, because this was before iPhone and all that."
Yeah, I didn't like the Pebble because it didn't have that many features. I need fucking features.
You need your live TV.
Oh.
You used to have that phone with the live TV. Which
That's
is
the one
nice.
thing I missed on the iPhone. Also, that they've got to get is I was getting live television. On one of my phones. It was very a little small screen and everything, but it was a lot of fun.
New commercial for the BlackBerry. Why don't I have this yet? Look at that thing.
That's the old one.
Well, that's I know. Well, the touch is coming out a little later. Their touch version, whatever. Hey, we'll get back to the cell phone thing. We got to find the top 10, cell phones.
Wait a minute,
sold
dude.
of all time.
Is that fucking touch going to be AT&T?
Uh-oh.
The BlackBerry Touch not going to be Verizon?
No, Verizon. Holy shit.
A little company called
Jeez.
AT&T, my God.
Jesus Christ. He had a samurai
Oh, God.
sword. He was ready to just commit Harry Carey.
AT&T
God.
is fucking atrocious.
I only have problems with my AT&T phone in my apartment.
It's a big place to have them. We're in Manhattan.
This is just going to make you even madder.
What?
Laszlo says, tell Jimmy to turn off the Wi-Fi.
I
That's
told
the
you.
problem.
Maybe he's right. Maybe the Wi-Fi is the problem. So maybe Steve Jobs should stop with the mock turtlenecks and fucking fix it. Cunt.
All right, listen. I wanted to start the show because it's a very exciting and a very sad day for satellite radio. Now I got a bunch.
What?
I got a bunch of satellite radios. Don't worry, Ed. I got it under control.
Oh, okay.
But there's a dumb station I like that most people could give a shit about. It's called Audio Visions. And I have it in my little.
That's a weirdo station.
It's like when you get a massage. It's like you're in a spa.
That's
or
for fags.
Or you're meditating or something. I don't know. But I have it in one of the rooms in the morning when you get up so goddamn early, and I go in to change and get ready, for the day.
You're like toodly doo.
Oh yeah, it's just a nice way to start the day instead of, and then you move into Metallica eventually.
Yeah,
but that's where I'm at today. I'm sad that went away, and people are sad that one of my other stations, Ethel. I loved Ethel.
Ethel's gone, huh?
I guess Ethel's gone, replaced by what? Lithium?
Mrs. Trumbull. They're called the
All
station.
Nation? All Nation.
Alt Nation?
I haven't listened to the Sirius music channels in probably 4 years. When they were both courting us, we had a free Sirius and a free XM radio, and I would go back and forth. And Sirius music channels 4 years ago were really good. They definitely were better than XM at the time.
Yeah.
But now Ethel is bye-bye. Lucy is bye-bye.
Lucy's gone too?
I believe so, yeah. What is Lucy now?
Oh, I don't know what Lucy is, but we listened to that great little outro.
That's what I'm leading to.
Yes.
You dummy.
Anyway, I was
going
to
say
Alt Nation's way better than Ethel.
I've been
You're
doing
gonna
this
like
a long time. It's called I'm going to seg into something fun.
I'm a Lithium fan, but that playlist is a little tight.
Oh, really?
No, Nirvana.
They like
it's
the
all
hits?
Nirvana. Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Green Day, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Green Day, Nirvana, Mudhoney occasionally.
Kind of like a shampoo direction thing.
Then it,
Repeat.
Repeat. But I kind of Lithium, probably one of my favorite stations, but they do get a little tedious. You got to switch it up with something else.
Yeah. Well, so I guess they got the new channel lineup, and people are not happy. Here's one. God, I hope they were smart enough to keep fine-tuning.
What was fine-tuning?
Fine-tuning, I think, was Lee Abrams' invention, and it was kind of like a mixture of like classical but rock. So they would play. I hate to use the example Yes, because that's very that polarizes people.
Yes,
but how about
favorite band? Yes,
they'll do a little Bach or Mozart, and then they'll get into some a deeper track from, let's say, Van Morrison.
That's insanity.
But they did it in such a way it was really cool, and it was great for a Sunday morning when you're just waking up. And you're not ready to rock. You just put it on the background while you're checking your email and drinking coffee and reading newspapers. It was very clever and very unique. I mean, I don't think anyone tried that before.
I would never listen to something like that, but satellite radio in its inception was supposed to be this thing with a lot of niche programming, because it didn't really matter as long as they got the subscriber what they were listening to. We're all one big happy family. But now it seems like they're just kind of going for what is on regular radio. They're wiping out a lot of those little niche programs and stations that people kind of liked.
That's what I liked about satellite radio. I mean, can I tune in Ethel and hear some cool alternative rock without commercials and without too much babbling?
Yeah.
I love that. But then I would love to go a little deeper into my unit and and check out some of this niche programming. And I thought a lot of it was really cool to
just
to listen
don't
to.
fucking take away my show tunes, man. They take away Broadway, my show tunes,
Like
and I'm gonna throw a little hissy fit.
Like, do we really need that one?
No.
What
Go
was
to
it called?
Broadway if you want to hear a fucking show tune.
What was it called? Off Broadway or something?
It was called Faggot.
Yeah.
WFAG.
It was called Get That Thing Hard So I Could Sit on It.
On Broadway?
On Broadway.
So people are discovering there's a brand new channel lineup, and some people very psyched, some people bummed. Like, for example, we now get the Grateful Dead channel, I believe. All us
good.
XMers.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
the same song for fucking 24
Gives
hours.
a shit. A fucking tuning session. I hate the Grateful Dead. Fucking hate them. Hate people that like the Grateful Dead.
But I like the Grateful
Never
Dead.
liked it. Oh, well, Jesus.
Says a lot, I know.
No, you don't. You know what?
I understand.
If you were a hairy, armpitted, fucking dirty feet girl,
fuck you.
That's what I'd fuck you at a Grateful Dead concert for some spaghetti.
I like the Grateful Dead, but
This
couldn't-
isn't even like this doesn't even qualify.
This is called beginner dead in the dead community.
This is what you hear on the radio as far
Right.
as Dead goes, and I still turn this shit off.
I
but
like
at least this has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's
Yeah.
an actual what they would call a song.
Yeah.
When you'd sit there and they would fucking jam, and these Deadheads are like, "This is the coolest thing. Look, man, they're jamming for 3 hours. They're gonna jam."
Well,
who gives a shit?
You enjoy a little
Oh.
pot every once in a while. You should
No.
try the Dead.
Fuck that.
It's a good combo, my friend.
9. I will not listen.
A couple of hits and then do a little space and drums.
Oh, space and drums.
What's some of those other Grateful Dead songs we enjoy? When we're high.
Good Patch of Gray. Or
That's beginner
Touch of
Dead.
Grey is
Touch
good.
of Gray.
That annoys Dead fans when he says, how many times are they cleaning the
Truckin'.
windows?
They're cleaning the windows
Sorry, Ant.
again.
I feel like they're spying on us.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They're actually doing it because there's construction going on in this building.
Oh.
So I think they got to wipe off the fucking
I got
dust.
I got one person that feels my pain. Aaron in Illinois. They fucking took off audio vision and fine tuning. I'm with you. Those two stations were great just to have kind of in the background when you're doing,
Squiz is gone again?
Yeah, that's
Remember
what
that was gone and then it came back from the dead?
Well, that's what I want to talk about.
and they
'cause
shot it in the head?
there's a lot of confusion.
What?
There's a lot of confusion right now. So come on, let's get together and figure this shit out
Let's.
together. We get a Grateful Dead channel that makes some people happy, makes Anthony and Jimmy very pissed off. I get it.
Miserable.
We've lost fine tuning. We've lost audio visions. We lost Ethel. We lost Lucy, I believe. They do have counterparts, but
Misty watercolored memories. Hold on. This is the next note.
Toodle-doo, doodle-doo, toodle-doo, toodle-doo. Know what I like about your slide whistle bit? It's such a dumb little thing, but I got to point it out. Every time you go for the slide whistle, you're not sure which way it's gonna.
No, I don't know where to start. How to start?
Anyone else notice that? And every time he goes,
I go in the wrong direction.
And you're like, okay, it's the other way, and then he plays it perfectly.
I don't know which way to start.
I love picking up on the obscure dumb shit.
Toodly-doo. It goes toodly-doo.
When you're supposed to.
Toodly-doo.
But you figure it out like that every time. My brother Elmo's gonna be happy. I think they got the Jimmy Buffett station now, right?
Oh, wow.
Margaritaville,
For all
I
you
believe.
parrot heads.
See now how you talk about the dead?
Yeah.
If you said that about the Jimmy Buffett thing, I'm with you.
I don't get the Jimmy Buffett thing.
I'm with you because that's
Jim.
Yes, Jim.
He's just a nice guy.
Shut the fuck
God,
up.
I forgot. Jonathan's a good friend of his.
Here we go. Oh,
Good
really?
old Jonathan,
We
yeah.
had dinner. He was really nice. Dug my stuff.
Yeah.
Who did?
With me, Jonathan, Jimmy, and his manager.
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
You hung out with Jimmy Buffett.
I had dinner with him, yeah.
That's pretty huge.
And he what? Likes your stuff?
Jonathan gave my DVD and stuff, and yeah, he liked it.
Are you going to go down to the Caribbean with him? Do a little island hopping?
Do you think he hangs out there? Do you think he's sick of the Caribbean? He's in Alaska.
How do you get sick of the Caribbean?
Yeah, true.
There's so much goodness down there. All right, let's go to the phone. So we're trying to figure this shit out. It's exciting, but it's also a sad day. So let's start with Dave the trucker. Dave, what can you tell us?
They got rid of the boneyard, and you said Squares already.
Wait, the boneyard I heard was staying. It's coming back.
No, they changed it to Hair Nation.
Oh, I like Hair Nation. I liked it a little better than Boneyard.
No way.
I did when I had both, too. I like the Hair Nation a little better than Boneyard. What's going on,
Wait,
Steve?
Steve is here. He would tell us.
Yes. I thought you said bone hard. That's what I like to have done.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Boneyard's
But it
only
was
up.
Hairy Bone. It's Hair Nation.
Punching out, boys.
All right. What do we got on the Boneyard?
It's going away for 8 weeks. It's coming back in January on a different channel, I think 53.
The AC/DC channel?
The Boneyard.
Will be on the AC/DC channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, this is all easy.
Do you like the boneyard?
I do, Jim. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to Jeremy in Cleveland. Yeah, of course.
I have no improv at all.
Jeremy?
I love it,
boy.
yes.
Hey.
Honest
They really
answers.
fucked up a lot of these channels here, man. They took away Squiz also.
Now, what's with Squiz?
Well, what's the one replacing Squiz? Because you got to replace Squiz. Octane? Is Octane good at?
Octane?
You got the serious unit.
I get a thumbs up from Danny.
Thumbs up on the Octane?
I mean, last night I got a thumb up from Danny. It was great. He's got fat little thumbs.
Did a little
Fat
Greek,
tongue
didn't
and a
you?
mole haircut.
Hey, they changed the graphic on your channel, too. About 2 o'clock this morning, there was an off-air message. I got a little scared.
Uh-huh.
And then after that, they put on a child on a tricycle with an older gentleman holding him on his shoulder, which kind of made me wonder.
Yeah, that was the show I
made
was
his own
doing.
channel?
Uncle Paul.
It was called To Teach Him to Ride.
Well, boy, as long as they don't take you off, I'll keep the radio, I guess. But if they take your station off, it's going
All
off.
right, we all know.
Well,
They
thank
wouldn't
you.
dare.
Later, guys.
I defy them.
Octane's good?
What?
From what I recall, I don't remember. I'm more of a fan of the '90s. What's it called now?
They're keeping the
Lithium.
decade channels.
The lithium.
Lithium's good. Hair Nation I like. See, because in my Stang, I only had Sirius. I didn't have XM,
Right.
so I listened to a lot of the Sirius things, and I liked the music better than I liked XM's music.
Sure.
It's just the way it was. And I do like Lithium, and Hair Nation was a better. If you want to listen to some like hair band shit, that's the place to go. I don't think it's as heavy as the Boneyard,
The
though.
problem with the Boneyard, they got a little too obscure for my taste.
Yeah, they did.
I kind of wanted to hear more of the hits because you don't hear that type of radio when you're just tuning around the regular radio crap.
XM had been like that since the beginning with being a little too cool for the room with some of these fucking channels.
Right.
It's like, all right, I understand it's satellite and you could get this and that on regular radio, but you don't have to go so goddamn deep with some of these things. If I'm listening to the 80s channel or something, I want to hear like nostalgia. I want to hear the hits that I kind of knew of in the 80s.
Sure.
On small doses. You can't sit there all day and listen to it. But I don't want to hear fucking, Thomas Dolby's fucking deep track.
Yeah, there's three cool, not cool, I shouldn't say that, but three Thomas Dolby
that
songs that haven't been played on radio in a long time. Play those.
Yeah.
One of my submarines is missing. Stop right there. Michael, Tennessee, how are you?
Hey.
Good.
Hiya, Mike. Thanks.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Good, buddy.
The thing I hate about audio visions, they used to play the waves and the birds and stuff while I slept at night. I slept better. I didn't dream all weird, you know what I'm saying? And they've got like Kenny Chesney and AC/DC and hell, we got iPods for that shit.
I love Michael because I do the same thing. I take my little nap after the show. I throw audio visions on, and there's like all this nature stuff. It makes the dreams a little nicer. Yeah, little bird noises and little rivers.
A babbling brook.
A little tiny little waterfall. Not too much because
No,
that
no.
shit wakes you up.
Dude, you can buy one of those little sound things for that, though.
Fuck that. Audio Visions does the future. Just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
All right, later, boys.
All right. I never understood the 24-hour AC/DC channel myself.
I don't either.
And I love AC/DC,
No.
but I mean, I understand it for bands like Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan, but I understand you do it with Bruce Springsteen. Jimmy Buffett, I understand. And the Grateful Dead, I do understand.
Yeah.
In my world. AC/DC, I didn't feel like...
Needed a whole
Nah,
thing.
man.
Did they take away that cinema thing where it was movie...
I don't know.
Movie
I think
music.
so. That station. I did try that one.
Yeah.
Sucked.
I was like, what the fuck is this? Like movie music?
Sucked.
And I'm not talking like soundtrack.
Yeah,
like with that, it was actual just mood music from movies.
Yeah. What about Sean in Georgia? What do you got on this whole thing?
Hey, well, they got rid of all the punk rock stations, too, on both Sirius and XM. That's what they replaced with AC/DC radio.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of outrage when that first hit. What? You got to have a punk station.
Do you?
Do they have a punk station, Travis? Sort of?
Kind of. I mean, Fungus was a straight punk station.
Yeah, I know. They went...
Sirius has Faction, which is punk and hip-hop and like something else, and that's what it's been replaced with, and that station sucks.
Why does it suck, though?
Because there are already hip-hop stations, you know? Like, why don't you just have a regular punk station?
Is it more hardcore hip-hop stuff that maybe the hip-hop stations wouldn't play?
No, not really.
No.
No, but like certain shows on Fungus, like Rancid Radio,
Yeah.
is going to Faction, but still.
How's
one station?
Yeah,
Eminem station.
You need a real punk station.
Yeah.
I don't know.
M&M's?
Shady.
E-Rock has the Sirius. E-Rock. What channels are we going to like?
I'm going through
Paul
the lineup
Abdul
now.
channel?
Exactly.
That would be 90s on 9.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? I didn't never liked XM's version. I don't know what Sirius's version of the 90s
It was called
channel
The
is.
Pulse.
But XM's version of the 90s was only shit that, like...
It was all pop shit.
It was like they would play En Vogue and shit like that.
But, dude,
it wasn't 90s.
A better example of that was the 80s channel, because most of us that are a little older, when you think 80s music, you think all that, like, new wave crap, right?
I want to hear, like, yeah.
But then they throw all the pop songs that were popular in the 80s, and it was like, what? If I'm
Yeah.
thinking 80s, I'm thinking...
Cars.
Yeah, I'm thinking new wave. The Fix, like we were talking about earlier.
The Knack.
The Knack. Berlin.
That's what I want to hear.
Haircut 100.
Right.
I'll challenge you. Keep going.
Was not was.
Devo.
In excess.
Wow. That's what I'm thinking.
Aha.
Yes.
What about Big Country?
In a big country.
Dreams stay
Yes.
with you.
Our house.
Eddie Grant's
In
madness.
the middle
Yes.
of the
Eddie
block.
Grant.
Men without hats.
That's right. I prefer old ladies without hats.
Yes. That's my favorite. I'd like to hear that tune.
Yeah. Yes. I can punch if I want to.
You could leave your hat behind.
Because your hat ain't paid for, and if it ain't paid for, then I'm going to knock you on your old behind. and
I.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, with her stupid hair.
Oh my God, they got Asian radio now?
What?
This is stuff that anybody can get. They don't have to pay for it.
No,
if they're an
it's all-
XM.
it's all
This is what we
currently
need to
online.
know, like what the XMers are getting today they didn't get yesterday. ESPN Extra, Asian radio, the Power. I think the Power we had, right?
Yeah,
Old time radio
the
we didn't
Power.
have.
Yeah, that was there.
Canadian
Is that gone?
pop. Canadian pop
Black
hits.
Station.
Is it gone or
The
still there?
Power.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
still
They
around.
still got. Yeah, of course it is.
Let's say hi to Matt in Buffalo. Matt, what's going on?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, Matt?
I just want to say,
Your phone's crackling. A lot of interference on your cell.
Hey, Matt.
hold on one second.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, I'm beyond pissed about this whole situation. I've
Oh,
been
that
a
sounds
loyal,
terrible.
Subscriber to XM for a while.
Yeah.
And I've had you guys when you guys were still on the subscription channel. And I love Squiz. I'm beyond pissed they got rid of it.
Yeah.
And I'm plus
great.
I'm pissed they got rid of you guys on DirecTV. I used to wake up in the morning, throw that on while you guys were still on live.
don't wake up
'cause I got
anymore?
The Pioneer, and I record the show, and I listen to it the rest of the day. Now I can't even fucking listen to you guys on DirecTV.
That DirecTV is really frustrating, but there's, we're just whatevers.
Oh, and Ant, I gotta say, how can you not like the fucking Showtime or the Showtunes channel? They got the fucking Back to the Future comes on. They got the fucking sound.
No. That's the other one. That's Cinemagic has all that.
Cinemagic's got that.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
gone.
On
Not
Broadway
the show
is all
but
that just horrendous musical crap.
I'd rather just listen to Huey Lewis do The Power of Love. That gets me into the whole mood of Back to the Future. That's all I need, my friend.
That's
That's
right.
all
All
I
right.
need.
All right, let's go to
And then
Matt.
that goddamn. You know what else I just
Power of Love
really
stinks.
Oh, it's great. That goddamn Chris Cornell song for the last James Bond movie. That one really grew on me. Oh goddamn!
I'm drawing a blank.
He's just fucking great.
What song?
You know my name, or you know my name? Is that it? You know my name.
I don't know. You got me.
You know,
You stumped
you know my name. You know my name. You know my name.
Was it a big
You know
radio
my
hit?
name. Yeah, you'll recognize it.
Okay.
It's just great. I kind of like
His voice is amazing.
what the. You know this one, right? It's like very James Bondy, but it's Chris Cornell. Not saying it's new, but new movies coming out.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Chris Cornell rules.
That voice is amazing.
And then when it kicks in, like in the chorus, it's like
There was an article in the paper.
Really
Is
cool.
America ready for a black James Bond too?
no, I'll take the president, but not James Bond.
He'll say Bond. Where is Bond?
I actually posted something, and I had an answer to the James Bond thing with James Bond, but I can't repeat it here.
I hear you. Yeah, I know this song. Chris Cornell just rules.
Yeah, he is very. Oh,
Yes.
wait, here it is. Here it is. Guy rules.
Very average.
He's amazing. And what a handsome man. Tall, deep blue eyes, nice cheekbones.
You know, I thought Metallica wrote Turn the Page. I didn't know that was Bob Seger's song.
Oh, the
You
original
didn't know
is
that the
great.
original was. God, that used to get played all the time.
Yeah, the original was
That's a great song.
massive hit for rock radio. Matt, what do you got?
Jesus, hand
Whoa.
suckers, cock radio. I'm kidding you, douchebag.
Matt, what's up?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I was just calling to let you know that Audiovision is now the Spa on 72.
I can't listen to a channel called The Spa.
Yeah, I'm struggling with it myself.
Audiovision kind of sounded cool. The Spa.
All right, punch out, fellas.
Hey, do we still have XM Chill? Anybody out there? Anybody? Let's say hi to Anthony in Philly. Anthony, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? I'm in New York, though, Opie.
Oh,
Yeah,
hi.
I know that.
Huh?
Oh.
Did we get Brewer at 4 now on Raw Dog? Is that right?
Wait, do we get Brewer now? Did Raw Dog make the cut?
I think so.
Oh, there's Raw. Oh, wow, you guys. Okay. That's some good news for the XMers today. You can now hear Jim Brewer. If you
Yeah.
have an XM unit. That's huge for him, man.
You don't have to pay extra?
No.
Ooh.
That's huge. He's on 150, Raw Dog. Wow, that's a big move for him.
Hey, Hammer.
That's huge. Good for our old pal. Let's say hi to Pat in Belmore. Pat.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could still hear Rush's The Trees on deep tracks and on top tracks.
What?
I wanted to know if I could still hear Rush's The Trees
Right.
on deep tracks and on top tracks.
And top
My
tracks.
phone's
Yeah, what about top tracks and big tracks?
I like big tracks.
Well, deep tracks is still here.
Deep tracks is there. What about top tracks?
Yeah, let's look under the rock
Let's
category.
look. The-
What do we got here? We're doing like a Mike and the Mad Dog thing. They study this shit
Ah,
when it
that's
comes
right.
to sports. Well, you got the Zeppelin channel there, Mike.
I don't know if they got rid of top tracks.
I'm
It's
looking.
going to be a travesty if they got rid of it. What are you going to do?
Wow, I don't see top. What?
Come on, they got to have top
All right,
tracks.
hold on. Let me go down the rock channels because this is what people really care about. You got the Led Zeppelin channel. You got the
Boo.
deep tracks.
Boo.
Is still around. You got the
Hair
Hair
Nation,
Nation.
that's right.
Okay. You got Liquid Metal.
Metal.
You got Sirius XMU. You got the First Wave. That's all the new wave stuff Ant and I were talking about. Spectrum, which is adult album rock. Classic vinyl. That would, I guess, be what replaced top tracks, I'm assuming.
No, top tracks went all the way past 60s and 70s.
Well, it's on top tracks used to be 46, and now on 46
Oh,
is
shit.
classic vinyl. So top
It's
tracks
gone,
is
motherfucker.
done. Alt Nation is on 47. Then you got the Octane, new hard rock on 48. Classic Rewind, that's 70s and 80s classic rock. That's sort of more like top track stuff.
All right, 70s and 80s could be like that. Yeah, I got you. All right. Mhm.
The Loft, yuck. The Coffee House, yuck. Faction.
The bathhouse.
ACDC, Lithium, Margaritaville, Jam On. That's
Jam bands. God, I got to
Nice.
program that in. I love a nice long jam.
I thought you didn't like that.
Oh,
see,
a literal jam.
But this is what I don't understand, man. Like, if you have a Grateful Dead channel, you could throw in other jam bands, and then you don't need the jam band channel.
Yeah.
That's just dumb. Right?
So is the next one.
Bruce Springsteen.
E Street Radio.
And Little Steven's Garage Rock.
Why not
made the
just have
cut.
that part of E Street Radio?
Wow, they really thought that XM just had shit channels.
Well, just
I
like
mean-
the employees.
Oh, my God.
They
there's-
threw out all the XM employees and they threw out all the XM channels.
I'm really trying to be a good boy, but there's a bunch of channels that I'm looking over here that have no business being part of the new lineup.
These are a majority
there's
of
some
these.
favoritism going on.
Dude, they're all fucking serious channels.
You know, I'm not going to blow up anyone's spot, but there's a bunch of channels that, as I quickly look at this lineup, there's no reason.
XM got pwned in this merger.
Hell fucking
Just
yeah.
fucking pwned.
Hell fucking yeah. All the urban stations seem to have stayed. Sirius Music has more talking. They do have more talking than the XM channels did, absolutely. And did Kane make the cut from Ethel? He better.
He's going to Alt Nation.
He's the best rock DJ in America, that
Yeah,
guy.
Kane's a good egg.
He's amazing.
All the decade channels that had jocks on Sirius.
Yeah.
They're the same channels. They just took the XM names, so it's not even the XM program.
So wait a minute. Is what about Flash Phelps?
Who's
Flash
I'm
Phelps?
sure he's gone.
Is Flash Phelps gone?
Yeah.
He was on the 60s channel. Hey, Flash! He was one of those old style
Oh, nice.
60s jocks. A lot of echo in the background,
Yeah.
and it was real hokey and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, he's gone.
Is he gone? And the 70s, do they have like
They have Barry Williams.
Barry
show.
Williams show and stuff? So it's just
right.
They just
Oh,
took the
brother.
XM names for some of the channels
And
and,
then
just put it on
80s,
theirs.
80s is the MTV, the old MTV.
Yeah, like Nina
VJs?
Blackwood.
Yeah.
And,
I was driving home from Devils Islanders game with
I
E-Rock.
thought you were driving home from the Devil's Island.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, that's
And that's what I did notice about the Sirius Music channels. They talk a lot, and they really sound like regular radio.
shut
Jocks.
up! Just play the music and shut up.
Megan
Wow.
in Virginia. Megan.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, I work for one of the call centers in Virginia, and it's like the phones are blowing up over this. It's not just, I'm excited about the new channels. People are mad because they're losing the Spanish channels, everything, and people are canceling and everything else. It's really, really mad.
Well, they're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Latin and world channels, I guess.
Yeah. It's a tough spot to be in because everyone has their favorites. We tried to say we're not part of this, but the famous "this is not what I'm used to" thing.
Yeah,
we're all about that. I don't know. I'd imagine that there's going to be more pissed off people than happy people today, but it looks like there's an excitement too, man.
Now,
there's some stuff here that I've never heard before. I'll check out.
Do these sync up with Sirius's playlist? Is this the same thing? Right. Like if you have a Sirius unit,
right,
and you go to channel whatever 52, are you going to get Faction?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay, so this is what they had to do to eliminate the redundant channels and the cost of running so many channels.
Sure, it's a smart move if you're a merged company. It makes
Sirius was always the smart
good business sense. But yeah, this is pretty much the same, except for you have to pay for us to hear us on Sirius.
Yeah,
and people have to pay to hear Howard over here.
Yeah,
but for the most part, yes. What we're looking at is what the Sirius people are looking at as well today. Yes. How many XM channels stayed?
Not many. One. Could you play Lucy for old time's sake? Can't do it, Sally.
Can't do it.
Hey, Anthony.
Wait, Pat St. John is here?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I love you guys, all you guys. You guys are great. I honestly didn't know anything about you for a while because I was from Illinois, but when you guys went on to XM, you guys are great. And Jimmy, I love you.
Thank you very much.
What about me? I'm sick of being flighted.
All right, punching.
Pat St. John is here.
Oh,
Pat, do you like us these days? I don't remember. Pat St. John is a legend in this business. Nothing but respect to this guy right here. How are you, Pat?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, it's a weird day. A lot of excitement and a lot of
a lot of people puzzled about the channels.
A lot of puzzlement.
Puzzled people.
Yeah, I don't know all those answers. I know a few of them.
Listen to this fucking voice. It doesn't even try either.
I was walking in. You were talking about Deep Tracks, which
I love Deep Tracks.
Which I'm going to be on now.
Oh, cool.
Oh, you're on Deep Tracks.
I'm going to be on Deep Tracks. Yeah.
Cool.
Is it called Deep Tracks still?
It is. Well, yeah. I've been on the Vault.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's going to be Deep Tracks, which is the XM side, but I'll be on there from noon to 4 Eastern.
Nice.
Which is cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Top Tracks and what was the other one? Yeah, Top Tracks. It's gone. I liked that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what replaces it.
There's some changes going on. I mean, I heard you say you were talking about Flash Phelps.
Yes.
Well, he is on, and he's
Is
now.
Flash still on?
Flash is still on. I heard him this morning.
Oh, okay.
And he's actually doing, because I've been on the 60s channel in the morning.
Right.
And so he's taking my slot there, kind of like you guys took my slot years ago at NEW.
Oh, geez. Well, that's why I asked if we're getting along these days.
Except now in the morning, I'm going to be playing 50s music, man, on 5.
Wow.
They asked me if I wanted to do that. I said, sure. Roots of rock and roll. That's cool with me too.
Damn! Don't let them send you any further back on the channel there.
Yeah, really.
I'm doing music from the 1850s.
No, that's about as far back as I can go. Unless. And I'm also doing a program on Bluesville, so that one goes back quite a ways. But that's everything. That's spanning the old.
So you're doing a lot of different things for the new lineup.
Yeah.
Wow,
very cool. It's cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah! What are you doing here today?
I'm I'm going to do a show here.
You do a show from.
Going to do some Deep Tracks.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
How'd you get a voice like that?
Great.
I don't know, man.
When I got in the business, that's what I wanted to have the voice.
I know. Everyone.
I felt very short of that.
It was just like, yeah.
He doesn't try, though. You think you would have to sit up, and he just lean it back. And
no, you do. You have to sit up.
Oh, yeah, I have to do everything to try to get this voice to sound like something.
God, last time we saw you was at the Hard Rock during that
That's right. That's
Beatles
right.
thing that
Yep.
they were doing over there. Yeah.
I remember that. There's a picture of us online.
Yeah, got online and people were like, "What is this? Whoa!
Why is he hanging out with those assholes?"
Please.
I read the comments. I'm not dumb.
Yeah.
I did not see those.
There were a few of them.
Oh, there's a bunch. They loved you.
There was the old school NEW people, and then when we came in during the debacle of what's his name?
Gary
Wall.
Gary put us in such a horrible spot.
Oh, it was
we go to
hard.
the conference room one day, and we're hanging out with all these legendary jocks that have been there forever and really, did very good jobs here in New York radio. And Gary points us and goes, "Here's the future." And we're
Here's
just
the
two,
future.
And we're two dopes from Boston. I'm like, "Oh, thanks for
it's
putting
really
us
gonna-
in a bad spot there, Gary."
I wasn't at that particular meeting. I think I was out of there. Yep.
Really going to endear us to Carol Miller and everybody else.
Yeah.
What years were you like NEW from?
Where did I go to?
No. What years were you there from?
I was at NEW from 87 to 98.
And before that was
I
where?
was at PLJ,
PLJ.
for about 15 years. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been in New York for a while.
That was a long run. Yeah, it's been a while since 73.
Oh, gee. Well, it's a fad. How long is Pat going to last in New York?
Well, and I also, I started with Satellite in 98, right after I left you guys. Right
Really?
after I left NEW. Because, I started really with Sirius in October of 98.
You didn't go to EYATA?
No, I didn't.
That was the graveyard for anybody that
was getting fired.
Was
at the
getting
time.
fired.
I forgot about that.
I'm doing something called internet radio. What?
But in '98, how many subscribers?
In 98, we weren't on the air yet.
It's a coincidence. There were 98 subscribers.
Right.
That's what
We're
you're
not
saying.
on the air yet. We were not on the air yet. We were just. I was just in the,
It hit
in
at
the
what,
process
2000
of
or something?
forming. Yeah.
Something like that?
And
Okay.
It was just hitting then, but it was like just developing the.
Right.
Developing the channels and figuring out what we're going to do.
You know, it was
so
smart,
it was a
though?
very small. It was a very small staff
With
at that
Sirius, that was smart because they got radio guys. Mm-hmm. So they got kind of an idea of what radio is, as opposed to XM, which decided to get bean counters and cable television
Tech
people.
guys. They got a lot
and
of tech guys. They didn't go for radio guys at first.
XM could pump out a unit as small as your fingernail.
That's right.
As opposed to the vault that Sirius had that you had to put in your car. But as far as the music went, I always thought Sirius music was better. Than XM. Yeah.
Well, I mean, most people would have one or the other.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it wasn't everybody that had both that could compare the two.
Sure.
And so, and it was also, I remember, through the years, it was never, as a serious guy, XM was not really the competition. It was almost like every other kind of radio was the competition, but we were both on the same, it was both satellites, so it wasn't really...
XM didn't think that.
Well, that's one way to look at it. And
Must
of course,
crush them.
and what matters now is, I guess, from today on, because this is like you say, it's a big day today, but it's going to be interesting. I know a lot of people who are tuning in, whether they have Sirius or XM, are going to be surprised by a lot of their stations. Sure. But all in all, it should be good. Should
my
be good.
presets are probably going to be like, hit my preset, and I'm going to be like a fruit.
No, I don't know. I mean, the thing was updating today, but it's got all the names of the the right names of the channels and all of that.
They did their best trying to get the best of both worlds here. Although there's more of one world than another world here, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Well, Pat St. John. Wow.
Cool, man.
Did you ever talk to John Lennon, or was that Muni?
No, that was Scotzo.
That was all Scotzo, huh?
Scott, John is the one Beatle I never met. I met and interviewed all the other ones, but I never met John, and that's I would have loved to have met John. But I never did.
You've interviewed them all. Who was your favorite of all time?
That's not.
I know it's a pretty tough question.
It's weird because some of my favorite artists may not have been the greatest interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a particularly great interview was James Taylor. Who was just sweet, and he sounds great. I mean, he's been his voice is like as sweet as can be. He had his guitar, and we just had the greatest. He'd play anything I asked him to play. It was we had a great conversation. Whereas, other people. I mean, I've always been a big Leon Russell fan, but he's not the easiest guy to interview.
Right.
He doesn't remember what he did. I knew more about what he's played on than he did. Or, I remember talking to Mitch Ryder. It was like pulling teeth. It was awful.
Yeah, you get those. Yeah.
But, I've been lucky because I've gotten to speak to most of my heroes.
What
you
year
know.
did you get to interview McCartney and the other three Beatles?
Those were pretty much during the NEW years. Yeah, and it was a number of times with Paul. When Scott was there, he was very nice. We got along very well. It was funny because when I was on PLJ, we were on opposite each other, but he was very cool when I went over to NEW. He welcomed me there, and then when he would have when he'd do a lot of interviews, he'd invite me in, which was nice. I kind of just kept quiet, but if it kind of got out there, then I would kind of
help out or whatever,
jump
or
in
add to it, I should say.
And
yeah.
that was fun. So I mean, I remember there was a time that we both went over to the Garden and interviewed Paul backstage before a show, and that was very cool.
But what year was it? Like the Ebony and Ivory?
No,
year?
well, it was. Yeah, I was getting.
not.
Well, it was getting later there. I mean, I probably some of those. I had met Ringo in the PLJ years, so that was probably late '70s, early '80s. Probably that was the time, first couple of times for Paul.
Yeah.
I didn't meet George until the Dylan concert at the Garden. I met him there, and he was very nice. And I did one of the last interviews that he ever did, which would have been in 97 or early 98. It was over at the Plaza, which was cool.
Wow.
And he didn't like to give interviews, but I think I was the only radio guy. He had interviewed. This is kind of a story, a nice story for me anyway. I was chosen to do a radio interview. It was going to be used on all kinds of stations across the country, but he had produced the new Ravi Shankar album. And that's why he was agreeing to do interviews. So when I got to him, VH1, I think, was in the next room. They got the TV stuff, and they were asking him, a lot of Beatle questions and all that. When I sat down with him and Ravi Shankar, I started off by talking to Ravi Shankar, asking him about this. Then I went to George, asked him, well, when you produced this album, how was it? I didn't ask him anything. It was only Ravi Shankar.
No Beatles stuff.
I was almost ignoring George. And it went on, and after about 15 minutes, and I still have this on tape, and it's great, George says, well, you asked me a Beatles question?
Oh, really?
And for him to ask me that, that was a thrill.
Did he want it, or did he know that you were avoiding it?
I don't know, I mean, those guys were always getting asked the Beatle question.
They probably got tired of it, right?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
enough.
And I think he was surprised at that.
That you didn't go near it at all.
I mean, but he was there to talk about the Ravi, so I talked about the Ravi Shankar album. Right. It's like I would have much rather asked him all the questions I wanted to. But I would like to do that because if because maybe I'd get a chance to talk to him again sometime. Right. And that never happened, of course. But,
how exciting could the Ravi Shankar album
well,
be?
It was, it was,
some
it
of
was
that
a little
stuff.
tough, but that's why he was doing it. So I was trying to, respect that.
Yeah, well, a lot of good years in the business and many more.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, you're still rocking, man.
Yeah. Nothing but respect for Pat St. John. So
absolutely.
We hear
you.
Oh,
go on, beat me up.
Nah,
are you kidding?
We've learned over the years a little bit. Got to respect some people out there. So you're doing not top. It's not called Top Tracks anymore.
Deep Tracks. Yeah. Well, Deep Tracks.
I mean Deep Tracks.
Deep Tracks and the 50s. On 5.
All right, very cool.
Who were the other guys at PLJ when you were there in the 70s? 'Cause, I mean, growing up, I remember as a kid listening.
Oh, Tony Pig. Tony Pig,
right,
good friend of mine.
With the big ball.
Carol
Tony
Miller
Pig had the biggest ball.
How about...
remember? You don't remember?
Well,
no.
What?
What are you talking about?
That's more about him than I ever knew.
Yeah. All I had to do was look at his pants, Pat. There was something going on in there. You don't remember?
No.
No.
Did we get sued for this one, too? I don't remember. I'm trying to remember.
No, I'm sure we didn't.
No,
I don't know
it was
that.
a whole thing that was going on with him and the front of his pants. I wasn't the
wow,
only
you paid
one.
more attention. No, I guess you were.
This was like a bowling ball.
Oh,
This was over the top.
Maybe it was only when you were in the room.
this was over the top.
I don't know.
All right, anyway, Tony Pig, who else?
Yeah, Tony Pig, Carol Miller.
Yeah.
How about John Zackerly, man?
Zackerly.
Hello.
Zackerly.
Mm-hmm.
Zach is, he just turned...
Get out of here.
He just turned, in September, he turned 90.
Jesus.
Wow.
And he was just on TV on Halloween. Or actually, it was, I guess, the day before. What was Halloween? Friday?
Yeah, he would always do that.
It was
Halloween
the week before
thing.
Halloween. He was on Channel 11 in New York.
Which is going back to PIX.
Doing his Chiller Theater thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when they started the show, I mean, it was unbelievable. He's laying down in his casket, but all of a sudden
Jeez.
his feet rose up and he got up. 90 years old, man. He just doesn't need to use the makeup anymore.
Oh, man, you beat me to it. I was right there, Pat.
It's true.
Jesus.
Nice.
He's
They
amazing.
save on the makeup.
Well, at that age, I'd be a little leery of climbing into a casket.
Yeah.
It's like, man.
He probably just got rid of his bed. Like, I'll just stay here. Cut down the shipping.
It's inevitable.
He's a great guy.
Right on.
He
Wow.
used to, he used to open up some Grateful Dead shows, man. They loved him.
Did they?
Oh, yeah.
Dead fans like Zachary?
Will you explain the Grateful Dead to these two
There's no
knuckleheads?
explaining to people
Let's
that
see if Pat
aren't
can do it.
fans. It's really,
Let's see if
I've
Pat
never
can
been
do
a
it.
fan of the Dead. I just wasn't into that scene when I was growing up. It was more about Skinner and Marshall Tucker and
Well, it was it was a different thing. I mean, the Grateful Dead, you have to have plenty of time.
yeah,
because it
Plenty of
takes
drugs.
a while. I think a lot of that though, a lot of that was people would follow them around, and the thing about the Dead is that they were not conventional, and that the set would change every night. They didn't know what they were going to play until they played it, and so for the people who would get deep into music, they knew they weren't going to get the same set. They weren't going to get the hits. They were going to get whatever the hell the Grateful Dead wanted to give them, and there was an appeal to that. Well,
like when I go to see the Who, I want to hear the hits. That's what I want to hear. And with the Grateful Dead, I never knew what a hit was from them. Their hits. They would never play because that was considered the sellout Dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they play it in
That's
such a
the
way it was
appeal.
unrecognizable.
It's just the yin and the yang, and what people prefer and what they don't. The people that don't like the hits.
Yeah, sure. I
would
just
go
never
with the Dead.
got the scene though.
Did you ever interview Black Sabbath?
No, I did.
Jimmy did.
I did an appearance with Ozzy once.
Yeah.
We rode in a limo down to a record store down in the Village for an autograph signing.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was doing there, but
Hey, Pat, we all agree on this show that Black Sabbath is probably the most overrated band in the history of rock. Where are you at with
We
that?
don't agree with that.
What, Jimmy? What happened?
Nothing.
Oh,
Jimmy's probably the biggest Sabbath fan
I was
ever
curious.
of
He's
all
been for
time.
many years.
Of all time.
And when he
You're looking at the
interviewed
biggest
them,
fan right here.
it was so nerve wracking to watch him because
Yeah.
he was just like he didn't know how to ask
That was good.
questions. He was
That
all
was really good.
shaky.
He was a little boy.
It's nice to see somebody
little
really in
boy.
front of their heroes.
Yeah.
well, that's a thrill to do. And sometimes when you're that into somebody, it's very tough.
Yeah, you turn into a blithering fool.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I really am the worst. So you lose weight, you look good. Nothing. No information that's pertinent.
Well, I guess you learn that people are. See, that's because you're thinking that they're superhuman. I guess.
Yeah.
Because most people, when you interview them, they're actually, when it comes down to it, they're a human being too.
Yeah.
So, you can talk about normal things.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pat,
They appreciate that.
greatest rock song of all time.
Greatest rock song of
You've
all
spun
time.
them all, my friend, for many, many
man.
years.
We say whip it.
Whip it good. Oh man, that is really tough.
Do you go with Freebird? Do you go with
No, no,
Stairway to
no,
Heaven?
no,
Do you go a little obscure?
You
Did you ever
I
interview
can't-
him,
Where you at?
Ronnie Van Zant?
No. MC'd a few concerts, but didn't interview him.
Yeah.
But you met him.
Yeah, man, about shaking hands. Hi, how you doing? But no, nothing besides that.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, I stood this close to Hendrix one time.
Wow.
Didn't actually get to meet him. I introduced the opening act at a Hendrix show, but I actually stood about this far, but there was no approaching him.
Yeah.
Why? He was aloof for people around him?
He was just standing. He was standing.
It was Hendrix.
I was very young. I was emceeing this show, opening up his. He had taken a band under his wing. It was Cat Mother and the All Night Newsboys, and they were.
Yeah,
opening,
they really took off.
They had one song, but they were opening up. I introduced them, and I was just backstage on the side of the stage. But he was just, he was holding his guitar, waiting to go on. The close and all of that, and smoking a cigarette, and there was just no walking up. There was no way you could walk up to him.
You don't walk up to that. No way.
That was not.
Especially as a kid,
That just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
That is so fucked up to us because people like Hendrix are so dead to us. Like,
Yeah.
we can't even, no, they are though. We can't comprehend them ever.
That's a long time ago.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Like,
yeah.
you ever meet like Jim Morrison?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
but you remember him being alive?
Yeah, I saw the Doors once.
See, never.
You saw the Doors.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's an easy one.
And what do we get to go? Oh, yeah, I saw,
Foo Fighters.
I don't get it.
I bumped into the guy from Blind Melon once in a 7-Eleven in L.A.
Good for
Shannon.
you.
I just made that.
Good for you.
All right, Pat. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Yeah,
and,
Pat,
thank you.
absolutely.
Continued success.
My pleasure. I walked in and I heard you talking about deep tracks and all of these things.
I'm
and-
glad. I'm glad you made the cut, my friend. Because
Thank you.
Many people did not.
Yeah, so am I.
A lot of good people were shown the door, unfortunately.
Absolutely, and I don't like to see that. Absolutely.
I'm sure the New York radio message board will be abuzz with this.
Oh my God! Opie
Yes.
Anthony got along with
Yes.
Pat St. John.
Pat talks to scum.
I guess hell froze over.
Thank you, guys.
That's great,
We had
Pat.
nothing respect for Scott
Thanks,
Muni,
man.
man. He
Yeah.
welcomed us when we
Yep.
went to NEW.
He was a good guy.
I'll never forget
Definitely
that.
was.
So
Really.
all right.
Thank you.
Like to party, that
Yeah.
guy.
We'll end.
See you later.
Thanks,
Okay.
I'm going to take a photo with Pat.
Yeah, you
Pat
should.
asked me before.
Yo, do that, Jimmy.
You should. Anthony, this all leads to something that Orbitcast posted today.
Orbitcast.
Orbitcast.com. I think they're fans of the show, or a couple of the guys that work on the site are anyway. And the last episode of XM Saturday Night on the last night of Lucy. So
Yeah.
Lucy went away. And the PD, I guess his name was Bill Hutton. And he knew he was going bye-bye, that he wasn't making the cut. So he said goodbye to everybody. And listen to the humor of this Bill Hutton.
As he says goodbye.
He went out in style, my friends.
XM Saturday Night, where we have limped to our last song ever on Lucy. But before we get to another forgettable alternative rock song, there are some people who need to be thanked so that hopefully one day I can ruin their dreams again. First of all, thanks to God for making me fail miserably at a career in broadcasting. Way to go, God. Thanks to Genevieve, who would have answered your phone calls if anyone would have ever called. Thanks to my parents for giving me absolutely no skills whatsoever for doing anything with my life. To my darling Bridget, thank you for gladly giving up your Saturday nights so that I could fail more easily.
That's fucking very funny.
Guy rolls, Bill Hutton. Shown the door, and he went out in style. It continued.
To Bailey, for the satellite radio stock tip. Because of you, we'll be eating ramen noodles again tonight. To Dan Turner for not staying up this late to hear me thank him. The management of XM, who were so incompetent that they let a show like this get on the air in the first place. To Lee Abrams, who had a wonderful dream that radio could be smart, creative, and fun again. What the hell were you thinking? And to our listeners, both of you, this show has been a joy, and I appreciate you allowing me the honor of ruining your weekend. I thank you and leave you tonight with the song that started this show slightly more than a year ago. The Foo Fighters and Times Like These. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for listening to XM Saturday Night. Good night.
Not bad, right?
That was good.
What show is that?
Saturday.
Huh?
What channel was that?
That was on Lucy.
Oh, wow.
The PD, Bill Hutton. And then it ended with this, the closing credits.
XM Saturday Night was written by William T. Hutton. Where the Wild Things Are was written by Maurice Sendak. Hieroglyphics were written by Bird, Eye, Bird, Water, Basket. While in D.C., guests of XM Saturday Night stay on the beautiful bench in the train station. Mr. Hutton's wardrobe furnished by Goodwill Industries. To learn more about Slacker, consult your local library. This is Gene Wood speaking for Tattletales, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
So farewell, saddle pals, our party. There you go.
And that was it, huh?
That was it for him.
Wow.
That was it for
Been
that.
downright depressing the last 3 months, seeing all these guys do their goodbyes and their emails and everything else. So, all right, we'll take a break and continue. We got the Victoria's Secret bra thing, making women sick.
What?
A
Making
sexy story.
women sick?
Yeah, they're
What do
getting
you
sick by the
mean?
bras. We're gonna find out next, Jimmy.
Why?
Sick of their bras.
What's the bras doing? What are the bras doing?
We'll find out next.
What, Amp? What are you saying?
Nothing. I was just looking at the other list for the, because we were looking at the XM list,
right?
And this is the Sirius list that I'm looking at,
right?
And let's see. Then it says the best of XM available on Sirius, requires a subscription package, blah blah blah. and there's Oprah, public radio with Bob Edwards, and then Opie and Anthony.
Okay.
The Virus Channel, and then play-by-play sports. Who cares? Who cares? Now on the music end, boy, this is slow. Yeah, he's under his own name there.
What
Howard.
do you mean?
Howard's got just Howard Stern. It's Howard 100, Howard 101. Then there's Talk News. Then there's Entertainment.
Oh, he's on. He has his own category.
Yes, we don't have our own category. I'm looking for the category of advanced. Yeah.
Try it again.
Yeah.
No, you know what I meant.
Advantage taken of?
Yes. Nah, what are you going to do? What do we want? Our own category? It ain't ever going to happen.
I just wish the people at Sirius would have like real talks with us instead of the psychobabble they give us. Because we used to be in the talk category. Now we're in the comedy category. Now, certainly this show is a funny show. But there's also a category called entertainment, and like Anthony pointed out during the break, we would fit in that category perfectly.
I think we fit better in the entertainment.
Because there are times we're dead serious on this fucking show.
Yeah.
And people are going to tune in and go, well, they're not being funny for a comedy channel.
Comedy, because comedy section seems like a lot of just like stand-up comedy recordings.
I'm flattered they think we're a funny show, but I think we're more of a entertainment show. But
Well,
why have a say in any of this stuff?
Well,
we don't know much about ourselves, right?
We don't know anything.
Same old
once a man once said to me, "The more things change, the more things stay the same."
Wow!
And I
Who
said
said
to
that?
I said to that man,
"Yeah,
don't talk to me. I'm urinating." And he said to me, "I know you're a bigger boy than average."
Oh my God, Jimmy!
I'm like, "What do you mean about the changing, staying the same?" And he said, "I didn't know what else to say to you."
Oh, stop! Wait, I'm cross-referencing.
Oh, are you cross-referencing?
I'm cross-referencing. Let me see.
Yeah.
27. Let me look over here.
What chart am I looking at?
All right. The channel numbers do not line up.
Oh, boy.
Between Sirius and XM.
Because there's a different amount of channels, I think. They didn't have 202 on Sirius because it doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah,
right?
we're 197 on Sirius.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But even everything else, aside from, the decades things, which are pretty easy.
Yeah.
But if you look here, you got to go all the way up to channel 47 for Alt Nation.
Right.
Meanwhile, Alt Nation is channel 21 on Sirius.
What? Yeah, but no one's going to know because if you have a Sirius unit, it is what it is. 21 is All Nation. They know that.
Well, what if we skip to every other channel, start in the basement, and then switch?
All right, can we move on before we get in trouble?
Yes.
Going with Jimmy's thing, the Who said it best. Meet the new boss, same as the
Who?
Same as the. Hey, we got a bestiality story.
No, the
for
Who said
everybody.
it best. The Who said it best. They said, "Talking about my generation."
I like that song.
Talking
Jimmy
about
does,
my
That was always fun to sing along to, though, Jimmy.
It was.
Not a fan of Athena myself.
I didn't like My Generation. I
Really?
didn't like the gimmicky, stuttery thing.
What about your? What about the Magic Bus?
I didn't like that either. Not a fan.
No.
Why did they put the?
I liked Who's Next.
Yeah.
A lot of things off of Who's Next was
Baba
good.
O'Reilly.
Yes,
Not
that stuff.
Not Barbara.
No,
It was Baba.
Baba. That was some shit.
Behind Blue Eyes.
Yeah, man.
When I was a youngster, I thought they were singing about me.
Did ya? Oh, you should have.
By the way, Minnesota, 206 votes.
Dude, these two are.
Wow.
This is a great story. They found votes for Al Franken in Minnesota.
They certainly
found
hope that fucking
votes.
idiot doesn't win.
Who, Al Franken?
Yeah. He is the worst fucking example of a liberal cunt that I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Yeah. Unless Janine Garofalo was running for something.
And then she would be the worst?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then she would.
Where did Jimmy go? Jimmy, we're still broadcasting!
Maybe Jimmy has to wee-wee.
Uh-oh, we better get the funny back, because we're a comedy channel.
Yes.
You're listening to a comedy channel.
Comedy.
See, less pressure when you're a talk channel. Look, I'm talking.
Then we're talking, we're doing our job.
Right.
Now, for some reason, people assume we have to be funny. Right. Oh, we got to be funny. We got to make you laugh, do we?
You know, we've been around a really long time. Ask us a few
38
simple
years.
questions. Just a few simple questions. We can help you with some of this heavy lifting here.
Yay.
This is an entertainment show.
Right.
We get very serious at times. We get silly at times. We get boring as hell at times. And then part of that, we're funny at times.
Yes.
We're all encompassing.
We should be in the at times category.
At times?
Right. Hold on. Just a skid.
What is Jimmy doing?
He's looking for
a who song?
He's looking for his book. We usually have a copy of his book in the bin, but today it's mysteriously
Why does he need a
disappeared.
book today?
He has to write some stuff.
Jimmy, why do you need your book today?
I'll tell you why. I'm doing an interview in a few minutes. Not right after. I just wanted to just bookmark a couple of pages, which I could do while we're talking.
Who do you do an interview with
BJ
today?
Shea in Seattle.
Fucking BJ?
I love BJ.
Love the BJ.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
who
great
doesn't?
friends of the show.
Yes. Good stuff. BJ rules.
Yeah, they're genuine, man. There's nothing funny about those guys.
Yeah. You want an embarrassing cuckold story?
But what could be embarrassing?
It's Footer.
The bull wasn't as hung as he had claimed in his head. The cleanup duty was shorter than you'd expected. Not enough of her yeast infection to lick out of the bull's pubes. I'll
my
keep going
God.
because that happens. That white yeast shows up on the base of that black gift, and cleanup duty is to get it off.
Wow.
Footer.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Yeah, Footer does the cuckolding. He's you're the bull though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you guys say, bull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what happened?
Anyway, Jimmy, loved the book.
Thank you very much, buddy.
No problem, but all right, check this out. I have a little bit of an embarrassing one. Jimmy, as you know, once in a while there's called like a blow and go, where it's not like a session. You're just going over quick. Anyway, I swing by there. I don't even know these people at all. Never hooked up with them before. Roll in, do my thing. I go to leave, get in the parking lot, start my car. It doesn't start, dude. Now I have to call these people back up and get a jump. 'Cause I can't start my car.
Wow. What did you do? You fucked your wife in front of the husband?
No, actually, she didn't want to get banged. She just wanted to get, like, played with, and then she blew me, and she wanted to load in the...
Did he walk? How do you meet these people?
Craigslist is insane.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jimmy, you gotta have at least 7.5, 8. Fucking send a picture.
All right, well, how about, can I have a picture of your dick so I can meet some people?
Yeah.
I need a stunt cock.
That's great. Yo, but, yeah, it was so embarrassing to have to give a call back up there. And, like, the dude was a dick, too.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I can't do anything about it. I'm sitting in this parking lot at fucking 2 in the morning going, oh, shit.
Dude, what do you expect? He just came on his wife. You want me to help you fucking get home, too? I wouldn't either. He probably realized what just happened.
Yeah, exactly. All right, boys. Jimmy, great job with the book, man.
No, thanks a lot, man.
Absolutely. I'm reading through it as I was going to say as we speak, but that would be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be very
'Cause,
silly.
We got to do a radio
Could you be
show
laughing
now.
too hard to speak?
Yeah. Tugboat, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Jimmy,
Tugboat.
You rule, brother, with that book.
Thank you very
Anyway,
much.
Listen, Opie, I'm curious about something. I know why Fez ain't picking on Anthony, because Anthony's got enough fucking guns to start a war with a small country. But why all of a sudden, my brother Opie, the man I love the best on the show, because we're fellow caddies, why in the fuck is Fez insinuating that you're gay? He spent a good deal of yesterday's Ron and Fez show insinuating that you were gay.
Wow.
That's outrageous.
What the hell's he doing?
I don't know, because, that fucking guy couldn't get laid in a whorehouse. I mean, not in one of those places that Jimmy used to go to.
So I don't really understand.
I don't
Okay.
know. That's probably...
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Fezzy kept saying, he kept making references to you. He goes, I think he's getting married because it's a beard. He made references to you being so concerned about your weight,
How does he?
so concerned about what you eat, and you wear puka shells?
I don't feel like having a fucking heart attack in my 40s.
I know.
I got
You're a
heart
good
disease
guy.
in my family out the ass. I'd see what's coming down the track, and I'm trying to take care of myself.
I think Fez is probably joking.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. But
I don't think he was. It
I'm
didn't
taking the
sound
serious
like
angle.
me.
I'm scared shitless of my health because of the family history.
Opie, and you should be, brother, because let me tell you something. I've already beat cancer, and I had total kidney failure a few years ago, and the doctor, when I got to the hospital, says, you are not going to be here tomorrow.
Really beat it, or does just kind of go in the basement for a while?
Yeah, well, Fez is just trying to have fun, and everybody's all of a sudden doing it's turning into the fucking Dr. Steve hour. I had polyps.
Jimmy, I think
Can Fez
you
just
give him
be
a
funny?
good face.
God, give Fez a break. What's that, sweetie?
I think you ought to give Fezzy a good face fucking.
I would be happy
let's
to.
leave Fezzy alone.
Simply, no. If Fezzy would have it,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
give it to Fezzy out of love. If Fezzy said, "Look,
Hey,
Jimbo,
Anthony.
all right, you go right ahead." Sorry, I didn't mean to finish
sorry.
it. No, it's all
Jimmy,
about you.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Guys already had 2 minutes, 25 seconds
all right.
too long.
Yeah, we'll move on. I'm sure
Jimmy,
Fezzy was having some fun, and unfortunately, I
course.
didn't hear a lot of Ron and Fez yesterday. I heard like the first half hour or so, and then I had too many phone calls going on yesterday about the wedding.
Well, you said that's all. Everything's fixed now. It's all easy.
The wedding?
Everything's fixed now. It's all easy.
But it's not. Yeah, as far as myself and my girl go, it should be easy. Everyone else is making it difficult. It's amazing.
Damn those people. Run off and elope.
Dude.
Just run off somewhere and say, hey, we got
Dude.
married. And then don't even say, we'll have a small ceremony when we get back for family, because it never turns into that. It's like, oh, then this one's got to be invited. When I went through my tragedy, when I got married, it was a justice of the peace, and it was just want 2 witnesses there, and that was it.
Right.
That's it. Just someone to sign the fucking papers. And then it turned into this one and that one. Well, then if this one comes, this one's got to go. And before you knew it, it was the biggest white trash fucking Long Island piece of shit wedding you could ever imagine, but it was a lot more than I wanted.
Yeah.
I just wanted justice of the peace and fucking get married.
You know how bad this got away from us? All of a sudden, we learned, honestly, recently, that it's a black tie thing. That wasn't us.
How did you learn that?
That wasn't us.
That wasn't you? No. Because I was cursing you for that.
A lot of people are.
It's like, who
Actually,
the fuck?
yeah, why
What the
didn't you just
fuck?
say no to it?
I actually
Hey,
got
Senator Hughes, what the fuck are we getting?
Actually, I got close family members saying I can't go because I can't afford a
Get a
tux.
goddamn tux.
So we got the word out. It's optional. Like
I
this is
thought
what
it wasn't
happened. The
optional.
whole thing got taken away from us.
I went an afternoon with Danny and measured for tuxes. It was hysterical.
Right.
Watching Danny with his hair sticking out, and how this fat load of shit guy that was measuring kept telling Danny, "We have the same body type."
Funny.
Right.
And Danny's giant 17-inch neck.
A special cummerbund to fit around that liver.
He's got the pictures to prove it.
Oh yeah, we're all dude. He was trying to guess how big his neck was, and he goes, "It's 17 inches." And we were calling him old fat neck.
I have a big fat neck.
Jesus, 17 inches.
Big fatty neck.
People
They have to
don't.
behead you with electrical equipment.
People don't understand. Planning a wedding is ridiculously stressful.
Oh.
And I'm lucky enough to have like a wedding planner, so like they do a lot of the heavy lifting shit.
Yeah.
But still, it's phone calls and conference calls, and let's meet with this person and meet with that person. I'm like, why am I paying you? This is why I'm paying you.
Yeah.
So you do all this. It is so fucking stressful. And someone said the only thing more stressful than planning a wedding is losing a kid.
Jesus.
But
the only thing more fun than planning a wedding is what? I didn't hear it.
But I mean, but second is
Rather
planning.
see a few centerpieces out by the garbage instead of
But dude, planning a wedding is second to only that. That's crazy. It's crazy.
At least you don't have to make a room a den. I'll make it an office.
Oh, Jesus.
Instead of feeling love, I'll come in here and work.
But man, you got the chance to elope. go somewhere nice and just do it, man.
Yeah.
It's so much easier. So many people have come up to me like, "Oh my God, you're going through the same shit I did. I thought this was supposed to be fun for
So
everybody."
how did they come
Who
up
the
with a
fuck needs
black tie?
I don't.
Like somebody had to say,
I don't know.
That's a good idea.
I don't know.
We'll have everyone dressed like the wedding party.
Well, you know me. I don't pay attention to details. And one day I looked at.
It's a pretty big detail.
One day I looked at our invite that's on the. It's been on the refrigerator since the first printing, and I'm like, wow, wait, this is a black tie.
It's like a White House dinner.
Right. And I'm like, we better get the word out. That's optional. I'm like, I didn't know.
Jesus.
And you know how many tuxes I'm paying for because I feel guilty now? Because people said,
boy.
you want me to add you to the list? I will. I owe you a few bucks from that cruise thing still, I'm sure.
I wouldn't mind if you were paying for my tux.
I'll pay for your tux, Jimmy.
I wouldn't
I'm
mind.
just kidding,
But whatever.
I got to go get fitted today, man. How they gonna get? They're gonna have to get like I have to weird. So like a 31 waist, but my cock is so fucking big.
Oh, and a tux will be nice and loose, though.
They
It'll
have
be
to
hanging.
fucking lower the pants.
You can feel your rod through your
Yeah.
pockets really good in a tux, also.
I have no one to bring, by the way, to the wedding.
That's all right.
It's not all right.
The Philly crew, man. It's all right, trust me.
It's not all right.
Get a rod
Oh,
and
wait,
stick
you don't
it
like
in your
Philly girls.
cummerbund.
Jimmy hates Philly girls.
Yeah, terrible.
What's going on?
What's that?
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on besides me not fucking you? How you doing? What do you want to do besides not fuck? Hey, what's going on? You hungry? Not for pussy, I hope.
Jimmy, no black tie for you.
I'm going to wear black
You don't
tie.
have
If Jimmy doesn't
It's
wear
optional.
one now, it's going to look silly. Jimmy will look like the bum.
Who cares?
Oh,
Jimmy's getting off the
wear
plane 11:40 that morning.
tux.
Yeah.
I'm flying at 1 in the morning from Vegas, right into the fucking Houston, and then from Houston I hop a plane to Philly, and then from Philly I go right to the hotel. I put on my non-tux suit, and I fucking buffalo
laugh.
shuffle over to the over the fucking wedding
Fall
party.
asleep in your soup.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do the fucking curly shuffle. I'll fucking curly shuffle right over to the reception and tee-hee-hee during the whole. I want to find a gal to slow dance with.
Yeah.
Press my fucking Levitra rod right into her, unsuspectingly.
Doing a real nice, slow one.
Exactly.
You know, you did pull your
Yeah.
pants down a little bit and then stick your dick into the bottom of your cummerbund. So you only see a fleshy little band of cock between the top of your pants and the cummerbund.
Looks like you.
And the cummerbund looks like it's crying. There's a little leaky tear coming down.
Looks like you got
And then when you
bubble gum.
dance, rub real hard on the women's dresses.
Yeah.
Looks like it looks like you got chewing gum stuck to your cummerbund.
Yeah. It's like, what is that? And people touch it, and it's your dick.
And then purposely mispronounce it as cumperbund.
Jimmy, was it you? We were at some joint on Long Island, and you decided to like talk
Take
to
my
some,
dick out? Yeah.
talk to some girl with your dick completely
Yep.
out.
Yeah.
And we were all waiting to see how long it would take for this girl to notice that you're having a normal conversation with her
With his dick hanging out.
Yes. Hanging out of his zipper.
And then you put your balls on a girl's leg, I think.
Yeah, same girl. I rested my balls or my penis against her jeans.
Yeah.
It was a sexual assault, basically.
It really
to make
was.
you idiots laugh.
Yeah.
And it did.
As it should have.
Hey, Fast Freddy from Jamaica Station. Hearing someone with a wedding planner whine like a bitch, priceless. My whining has barely boiled, right? And everyone told you not to get hitched.
Who's everybody?
Not even Anthony, like secretly saying,
I ain't
you
gonna
know,
say nothing.
maybe on the air. Should have listened, dummy. I'm very psyched that I'm getting married. What can I tell you?
I'll say nothing to nobody. I just sit back and watch the hijinks
Unfold.
Yeah,
And hope for the best, right, Ed?
You only get into trouble if you give people advice on things like love, marriage, children, things like that.
Religion,
All right.
finance.
If I was gonna get married,
yeah,
but I'll get something out of him.
Right.
The ex.
Yeah. What about her?
If I said I was getting married to her,
Oh, I wouldn't have said not
you
to.
wouldn't have said shit.
No one said nothing to me. I had to suffer. Fuck yous all.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the same thing.
It's one of those situations. No one uttered a peep.
We got to talk about that someday.
I stood in that stupid Justice of the Peace office, and I had a few friends.
But as friends, like you see your friend doing something. Why can't friends just step up and go, "Yo, dude"?
Ugh.
They always say it after the fact.
Friends don't let friends marry cunts.
That's what it should be.
Always after the fact. Oh, yeah, I was going to say something,
Yeah.
but I figured.
Dude, everyone knew she was fucking.
That's the one.
Dude, everyone
knew.
talked about it.
Everyone
really?
knew.
Everyone but me.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for helping me out as my best friend. Swedish bestiality ring exposed.
Oh.
A Swedish newspaper has exposed a network of self-proclaimed, oh boy, zoophiles, Jimmy?
Yeah, zoophiles are people who fuck
Okay.
animals.
Who meet regularly in locations around the country to have sex with animals. The
Good
group-
pet owners is also another way of hands-on pet owners.
Yeah.
He'll give them attention, the attention they deserve.
Exactly. That's what that dog wants when he's yelping when you come home. Wants a good fuck.
I want to scratch behind the ears. Anyone could do that.
Yeah.
Fast Freddy.
He's got an itch under his tail that needs satisfying.
He wants you to grab the scruff of his neck, put him on his back, and fuck him like a pig. That's what your schnauzer wants. Fuck your mutt, and then rub your dick under that fucking like waterlogged little hairs that hang off his chin. You know, dogs always have
Oh, those smelly, wet hairs under his chin. Coochie with my dick.
Yeah. Slap his face violently with a cock. He'll be so scared and confused. He won't know why. He'll just know it's wrong.
What you're doing. Make that scared, confused look where they look up with their eyes all sad.
Yeah. Big cocks on his gums. Lick, pig. Lick my cock, you stupid dog. I'll fucking throw you through a fucking window.
You don't even understand what you're doing right now, dummy.
Yeah.
You're queer.
Yeah, you're a fag dog. And then you come on his little dog gums and throw him out the window. Hope you can fly, shit dick. Too bad you're not a bird.
Come on, dog gums.
That's right. Those stupid.
You got the dumb mouths you could shoot a load right through sideways. Wouldn't even touch his mouth.
You have to fucking throw him out there after you make cummy on his gums. Or bringing you paper with a load in it.
What if your mom comes over and it licks her face now?
Exactly.
You got to kill it.
No, you don't. That's why you keep it. And you give mom some peanut butter rouge. Here you go, bitch. Merry Christmas.
So no doggy treats comes in chlorine flavored.
Would that be creepy?
Yeah.
Just to jerk off into your friend's dog
Gums.
dish. No, your buddy has a dog. Just jerk off into the dog dish and put it down, and then tell him, "Look what your dog's looking up."
Because you know, stupid dog will go right for it. Num num num.
Ooh, food.
Licking the plate like it's fucking ice cream.
Yeah. Are we being a comedy channel, a entertainment channel, or a talk news channel?
Wow.
right now?
Talk news.
I think we're in talk
Yeah.
news.
Yeah, because it's a
territory right
story
now.
about bestiality.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Fast Freddy is correcting himself. I meant prior to your girl. None of you were pro-marriage. That's right. There was a famous promo that ran on NEW. Remember, it said, "My wife's not even born yet."
Yes.
Man, did I come close to
Trying to close right in on that shit.
I came close. All right. Well,
Yeah.
bestiality.
I love when I'm watching something that is from a year that is just such a vivid memory for me, and an adult memory. It's maybe from 1987 or something like that, and I'm thinking back like, oh yeah, I was touring around with my band or just doing whatever, and then I hear, that's the year I was born. No. No.
There's a weirdness to it, though.
No.
Never a weirdness.
It's wonderful.
Are you kidding me? It's fucking so
Fantastic.
hot. I love that.
There's a weirdness to it.
No.
I was looking
Great.
at.
I love when workers come to the house and go, "Is your daddy home?"
Oh boy,
yeah. And then I got to come to the door, give her a big tongue kiss, freak the guy out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sweetie. Tell mommy the wash is done. A big tongue kiss. Pat her on the ass as she walks away.
Yeah.
Grab her from underneath.
Winnie the Pooh underpants.
Yeah.
Straighten her out.
Just up like that.
All right, listen. You don't find it like a little strange, though.
Yeah. No.
Wonderful.
No, what? It's great.
I was looking at pictures like my girl was on vacation in the Bahamas or somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was doing, and the pictures had the year on.
Oh,
I'm
you
like,
did a little math,
oh,
did you?
Boy. A little weird.
Yeah.
That part was a little weird.
No. It's good stuff.
So around the country, they're having sex with animals. The group, consisting of an estimated 30 people, is headed by a 45-year-old father of two. The unmarried former managing director is also moderator of a large internet animal sex forum and has a number of dogs and horses on his farm in southern Sweden. But the man was quick to defend his relations with the bitch he bought online from a city-dwelling family who said they wanted the dog to have a better life in the countryside.
Yeah, better life.
You ship your dog off to a farm
to get fucked.
And you just have nothing but you're just thinking the dog's got to be in heaven. And
Yeah, this is great.
There's horrific things going on.
Dog's going to the country. It's going to be able to run, chase little animals around,
Right.
dig holes, do
Right.
whatever it wants. Oh, and get fucked in the ass.
Right.
Lassie! Lassie! Oh, yeah. Come here, Lassie. Where are you? Come here, boy.
So,
Good.
because he got passionate about.
Good boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, a bitch. Countryside. Any of the times I did anything with her, she was the one who backed into me and provoked it. She was in heat and made
Backed
herself
into-
available.
Oh, blame it on the victim. That's it. Oh! There you go. Being subtle.
Huh?
I'm looking for a sound effect, so I just blurted out.
All right, we'll find that. So this guy, he's defending his relationship with his dog that he got from a city-dwelling family. He lives in the countryside. And this is his quote again. Any of the times I did anything with her, the dog, she was the one who backed into me and provoked it. She was in heat and made herself available.
Yeah, slut.
There were also times later when she didn't want to, and then I backed out immediately. So if she wasn't into this sex, he would just bail and wait for her to be in heat again. I
In
guess.
heat.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's wrong with that? Oh, everything. Shit. What was I thinking for a second?
During the time spent with members of the network, this guy learned that the group regularly brought along. Oh, the newspaper learned that the group regularly brought along a range of different animals to sex meetings at rented premises.
Wouldn't that be cool? It's like, hey, what do we got tonight? Ah, a goat. Yeah, this is one. Wow, we gotta go tonight, and then you'd be fucking that, and then it's almost like the car club I belong to. It's like, hey, what do you want to fuck tonight? Because it's like, what do you want to drive? Oh, I want to drive the Ferrari or the Lamborghini. It's like, could I fuck? Let me see, a horse. Like a horse tonight. Is it stump broke? You need a stump broke horse. Horse that'll stand by a stump.
Yeah.
So you could climb up there, because horse pussies are pretty high up.
You've seen horse pussy?
Oh, yeah.
What does horse pussy look like?
It looks like a big pussy.
Like real?
Yeah.
Like doesn't look like an asshole?
No, it looks like a pussy. It's a big slit. It's a big slit, and when they piss, horses kind of slowly spread their legs apart.
Yeah,
they do that thing, and then they go back and arch their back a little, and then a fucking waterfall comes out of this pussy.
Really?
This horse pussy, and it's all pink inside.
Now, if
it would probably, I can't even imagine, because there's got to be no tightness on it whatsoever. It's a horse pussy. It's used to a horse cock.
Yeah.
And you're sticking your little human dick in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's getting satisfied with that.
Does it look sexy though?
Besides
the fact that it's on a horse?
No, there's nothing sexy about it.
But it looks like a pussy.
Horse shit falls right out of the top
of the pussy.
It's right there's a horse pussy. See,
That's a horse pussy.
Yeah, isn't it like
Dude,
kind of?
don't even get me going with that.
You could.
that looks
Yeah,
like.
I know what it looks like. All right.
Dude.
Yeah. All right.
Dude.
Let's just keep it all quiet.
Are you kidding me?
But look at that pussy. That's horse pussy.
Dude.
Would you fuck that, Jim?
That's horse pussy?
That's
not horse pussy.
That's horse pussy.
Come on, let me see horse pussy.
Horse
a little
pussy
more.
looks a lot like
Get
regular
the
pussy.
fuck out. Well, depending on.
Horse pussy smells better, I'm sure. There's a smarter head on the end of it.
Oh, shit.
Why did homeless Charlie do what he did?
Wow.
My God.
That is.
Are you kidding me?
See, you could probably. That's a pretty tight fucking horse pussy. I think that's pony pussy.
Really?
I think that's Shetland pony pussy.
And what's this?
That's asshole.
But shouldn't that be? Wait.
No.
Wait. I'm confused.
Horse pussy
because
is below asshole.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Well, this should, if it was a...
And then the tail is above a horse asshole.
Well, if this was human, then this would be...
Yeah.
Yeah, a little... Okay.
Horse pussy.
Up and under. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow, look up horse pussy online.
Only Danny could fucking find a picture of a guy holding open a horse pussy as quickly as he did.
I don't mind.
Well, what do you want to look at? A
pussy.
closed one?
No, I want the stretched open one. That's what I'm saying.
You
It's
got to see the
fantastic.
pink. That's what Penthouse
Yeah.
taught all of us.
Oh, one in the pink, one in the real stink.
I got to be honest with you. I don't mind horse pussy.
Yeah?
If it's presented that way.
It's not like, it's not as disgusting as some, find some other animal's pussy. Find me goat pussy.
You know, it would it would be my luck that I decide to have sex with horse pussy.
Yeah.
And because the asshole is like and they shit
right
a
above
lot.
it, and they shit.
Oh, you know.
You might have a
Imagine
horse
how-
shit on a shaft of your dick
Oh.
while you're trying to enjoy
horse pussy.
Right when you're coming, just ruins the whole thing by shitting all over, getting green
Right.
apple splatters all over your fucking dick.
And the fucking the giant block of shit would hit your dick and split in half and fall. Your dick would act like a Ginsu for horse shit. You're trying to fuck it, his tail is all up, brushing on your chest, shit smell all over. You're feeling like a ridiculous.
Now you feel silly.
You're gonna fall off the little ladder you're standing on.
Hey, we got to, let's say hi to Dave.
Mr. Ed, you're on the line.
No, well, he's got a horse pussy story.
Ah!
Is this comedy, talk, or entertainment?
I
No,
would
this is
say
more
entertainment.
in the family and health section.
Family and health, right.
Yeah, we're now a family
All
and
right.
health show. What do you got, Dave?
Hey, listen, me and a pal of mine used to go horseback riding a lot up in Sussex County, New Jersey. Go up there, smoke a couple joints, run the horses. We go up there one morning, we're baked, sitting there watching the old 70-year-old guy saddle the horses for us, when one of these horses, like Anthony said, spread its leg and unleashed a waterfall. As soon as it's done, it starts winking at us and pushing
Yeah.
out the last couple drops.
Horse pussy
As-
twitches like you won't believe after it pisses. The whole pussy goes
It was winking at us. We're
and
laughing.
spits.
Really?
It's great.
We're laughing uncontrollably, and the old 70-year-old dude looks at us and says, "What's the matter with you knucklehead? You ain't never seen a horse take a leap before?" Uncontrollable laughter. Punching out, fellas.
Because the horse pussy twitches.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's real sexy.
Wonderful.
That's goat pussy.
Sure is.
See?
Could I see that?
Yeah, right there.
Wow, goat pussy.
Goat pussy is
Let me look at goat pussy.
Looks like a fucking bird's mouth.
looks a little like
Let me see.
yeah.
No.
That's tight as shit though.
I'm more into horse pussy.
Yeah, you like horse pussy better than goat pussy?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know until I see some pig pussy, Danny. Show me pig pussy.
He ain't gonna find pig pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just going to punch up some pictures of girls that have been
I
on our
know.
show.
Well. As we look for pig pussies, okay, so they bring a bunch of different animals to sex meetings at rented premises. At one meeting in a small village in Small, 5 men waited for a woman who had promised to bring along 2 dogs. But when she was unable to make it to the meeting, the men spoke instead of their experiences, including a previous visit to a colleague they referred to as Donkey Man.
What does Donkey Man do?
He has a goat and a couple of donkeys. We tried with the donkey, but it didn't work. But we did have sex with the goat, one of the men told this newspaper.
Good
Express.
for them.
Previous calls for a law banning... Wait. Oh, there's pig pussy, of course,
Oh,
yes.
God. Ugh. Fat slob.
Fucking idiot. Previous calls for a law banning sex with animals have fallen on deaf ears. Agriculture Minister Skill outraged many observers earlier this year with a graphic defense of existing animal abuse laws, in which he presented examples of the difficulties faced by courts when trying to differentiate affection from abuse. Is it and should it be legal to spread something on the genitalia that might smell or taste nice to a dog in order to allow the dog to lick off whatever's spread on the genitalia?
You're giving him all the dog knows is, that tastes good. It doesn't think. What do you think? The dog sits there and whimpers in the corner because it thinks you're abusing it? It has no clue. You just gave it some tasty peanut butter.
Right. That's all it knows.
The little treat at the end.
The minister continues. He says, should it be permitted to stroke a bitch's teats with love, or should it be classified as animal sexual abuse?
That's just crazy.
Yeah, this guy's
That's crazier than fucking it. If you fuck a dog, that's pretty crazy.
Right.
But if you're just like playing with its tits, that's worse than fucking the dog. I submit to you.
It kind of goes back to the gay argument.
Right. The guy's having sex or the guy's kissing.
The kissing.
It's like kissing is worse to watch than guys just slamming each
kissing
other.
more disturbing.
Yeah. Like if you're cuddling with your dog and fucking squeezing its tits.
Yeah.
That's just, it makes you laugh more than fucking it.
So that story is wonderful today.
Oh. Who's saying that? What if you deep mouth kiss your dog?
Yeah.
Just making out with your dog.
I hate people that let their dogs kiss them.
Lick their face.
I
Look, I'm
hate
getting
that.
kisses.
My friend Dean used to kiss.
It was just kissing its balls,
They were
asshole.
just licking their asshole out.
Exactly, just lick the asshole and cut the middleman out.
Yeah,
right. Go right for that fucking little puckered dog asshole.
Oh, with little fucking flakes of shit still on it. Dogs don't wipe.
No, they're silly.
It's just dirty.
All right.
Sit on your
I want to
chairs,
flick a
couches.
dog's asshole. Like just right in the little hole. I just want to take my finger and go.
Oh, would he scoot away? But here's what he would do. His tail would tuck under his legs. His rear legs, both at a time, would go forward, and he'd look back with that face. He'd be shocked that you just flicked his little asshole.
Because dog fingers don't do that, so
No.
you know it's wrong.
Dogs can't flick because they don't have that opposable thumb to store the energy in the other finger with.
Danny, Thanksgiving right around the corner. They're requesting turkey pussy. Turkey pussy.
Turkey pussy.
As we get into the
I
line
don't
of the
know if
day.
you could really look at a bird pussy.
Why not?
I'm having trouble finding
Avian pussy. Is
pig pussy. I just keep finding pictures of Britney Spears getting out of cars.
there you go.
Really?
Pig oopsies.
That's got to make them feel good.
Yeah, only mammals have real pussies.
Well,
You know?
the horse pussy.
That's a mammal.
No, I know, but that was pretty impressive.
That's pretty pussy-like. What about whale pussy or dolphin pussy?
Yeah, give us more pussy.
Whale pussy, dolphin pussy, all kinds of pussy.
What's wrong
Apple
with the pussy
pie
you got?
pussy.
It fucked pretty good. Line of the day. I know it's WebEx, right?
It
Where you
is.
can
Of
hold meetings
course.
from home. You don't have to go to work.
No,
don't
hold
have
your
to-
meetings at home.
Well, you don't have to travel. That's cool, too, sometimes.
Just put on the top half of your suit and do the meeting like that while you jacket.
While you're in your boxers. Yeah, WebEx. Hold meetings, make presentations. Do it from the comfort of your own home. That's beautiful. Or your office, so you don't have to take the business trip. WebEx.com. Check it out for yourself.
Indeed.
All right, as you look for pussy, we're going to do the first runner-up line of the day.
Ugh! I bet it's nothing but spitting the whole time. Spitting. Spit, spit, spit. Too much friction. Spit, spit, spit. Oh, God.
Nice.
Well handled.
She was probably the worst fuck.
She's horrible.
Yeah.
Here's another runner-up line of the day.
It'll wear off. It's again. It's a weird thing for all
No,
of
that
us.
doesn't wear off. It's permanent.
I always get so confused on this program. I don't know what people are talking about.
Birds shit and piss out of the same hole?
Yes.
What's wrong with them?
Everything. They're just fucking scared little fags.
Yeah, but they're not pissing out of their pussy. Their eggs drop out of their pussy, I would believe. Little bird pussy.
Birds shit out of their pussies?
No, they shit out of their ass, but they piss out of it too. And they have the little bird eggs come out of their bird pussy.
Right. So if you're licking a bird pussy, are you going to taste shit or not?
You
That's all I
probably
need
would.
to know.
Yeah, it's all crappy back there and feathers.
Cat pussy? You had a cat. How's cat pussy?
Well, when they're in heat, they make those noises, and then you shove your foot right under the tail, and they go. And then you touch right under their tail with your shoe, and they go. It's really sick. And a little trickle of blood.
Ew, why?
After you fuck them. No.
Oh, yeah.
No, they do actually have a little trickle of discharge that comes out.
Cats love dick.
When they're when they do. Yeah. Before they're like a spade. Before you get a female cat spayed.
Oh.
They'll discharge blood and fucking all night long.
Let's say hi to John
Stupid cats.
in Missouri. John, what's up?
Good evening.
Hey.
Hey, Jimmy, ordered your book. Ain't got it yet, but can't wait to read it.
I hope you liked it, man. Thank you.
I worked on a farm when I was younger, and
Yeah, big fucking whoop.
Farm.
Right, Dan. I worked on a farm when I was younger, and I had to pull out a dead calf out of a cow.
Oh.
And I had both arms up to my elbows in a cow's pussy. That was kind of weird.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, no. Here, smell my arms.
Well, the veterinarians, when they're checking if a horse is pregnant and how far along it is and if everything's okay, they actually put a big glove on up way over their elbow, and they shove their arm up the horse's ass. Not E-Rock, an actual horse's ass. And then and then they feel around through the intestine.
Yeah.
And feel it, and then pull it out, and their arm is just covered with horse shit. I guess if they put it in the apulsa, it would hurt the little sack and everything else. So they do it through the asshole.
One of my old friends from Geneseo, he would get sprayed by horse cum. That was his job.
What?
What lottery did he win? To get that
What
kid?
videos are?
His job. Man, you do what you can to get a few bucks when you're in college. And he found a job, and I'm not joking, he would leave the house with like rain shit on, rain slicker
Like the
crap.
Gordon's a Gloucester
Pretty much.
fisherman.
Very similar to that was
Yeah.
his uniform for his job. And his whole job was to get the horse dick into the horse pussy.
Oh, so you got to guide it in like a
Yeah.
fucking torpedo into torpedo tube.
Yeah, they were mating horses or what have you, and that was his whole job. And they get so fucking excited and they shoot so early that he would be just jizzed on all the time.
Why would they have to do it? Because I remember mating horses when I was in California, and they would do it themselves. Like we'd put them in the stall. We wanted this horse to get pregnant. We put this one Appaloosa into this stall with the horse. The horse's name was Concho Pete.
Nice.
Concho Pete had a fucking cock that was giant, giant, and the head of Concho Pete's cock had to be the size of like a Volkswagen hubcap, and it was giant, and would mount the mare and just shove that thing home, and really just deep. You wonder how the horse could even take
He just buried it,
and then for 2 seconds, and then it would pull out, and it's still spraying cum all over the place.
That's what I'm saying.
It shot a load inside, but then it also shoots loads everywhere.
But I don't know, because I haven't talked to this guy in a really long time, but I don't remember. But I think that was the problem, that he wasn't staying inside, so he gets the juice in there.
Ooh.
So damn thing's pulling out too early, and
Too
the shit's
soon.
flying out. So his whole job is to either guide it in or make sure it stayed in.
It's like turning around and coming in the horse's face.
How much did your friend make? $50,000 a week for that job?
Just an insane job this kid had. And he would just like get in his uniform, and we would laugh our
Yeah.
asses off. It was a dumb weekend job.
You know, it's cool. When I was out in California, these girls had horses also down at the stable, and they were like my age, 13, 14, 15 years old, and they'd have these horses, and they'd have to clean the horse's sheath and dick. So, like, it was hot to watch these girls with this giant horse cock in their hand, just washing the horse's cock with like a sponge.
They would
and
just
shit.
have the cock
They'd
in
have
their
the cock
hand?
in their hand, and they're washing the horse's cock. And I'm just watching this thing like, this is so fucking hot. Like, and it wasn't even in a bestiality way. It was
No,
just
I get
that
it.
this girl has a cock in her hand,
Right, I
and
got
I'm just
it.
watching this girl with a big dick in her hand.
Yeah.
Horse dick.
It is great, isn't it? Prep that bull.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scrub that cock.
I gotta make a phone call, Opie.
Yeah, we're kind of heading to the end anyway. Here.
Yeah.
All right, let me say goodbye to everybody. I gotta call our pals in Seattle.
Bye-bye, Jimmy.
Say hi to BJ.
I will.
Jimmy.
And I'll see some of y'all motherfuckers at Barnes & Noble tonight at 7 on Richmond Avenue. Some of y'all motherfuckers tomorrow night at Borders in motherfucking Providence at 6.
You just got to go away and jerk off after hearing all this sexy talk.
I sure do. All these lucky jobs these guys have
Yes.
had.
Wow.
Oh, what do we got?
Here it is. Look at this.
What is this?
Here's a woman who's going to just take a big load of horse jizz in her face.
Why?
Come on now. You just jerked
Why
it.
wouldn't you?
Here we go. Look, it's freezing
There's
up.
no time to buffer.
Don't buffer. It's
buffering.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. Yeah, that's good. That's looped, but I love it. Just takes that whole...
What the fuck?
Now they got old
Classic.
60s footage of people laughing.
Yeah, find Danny and he'll tell you where that
wonderful.
was. Where he found that, I mean. All right, Larry in Pennsylvania.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I got the name for your buddy's job. It's a Hiva Hava.
A Hiva Hava?
A Hiva Hava. It's we always use the term down here in Pennsylvania for any just douchebag, but that's the name of the job.
All right, well,
And I'm kind of accurate because it's been a long time, but basically the job is to make sure it stays in there.
Yeah, insertion. I don't know the full detail.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Do we have another runner-up line of the day? If we do, hit it. No?
Organic fruits and vegetables look like a sick kid.
Oh, they're terrible.
Just a sick kid.
Yeah, they do.
The color's off.
Ugh.
Nah, whatever. All right. I think we did everything. Right?
Yes.
Dolphins are one of only animals who have sex for pleasure.
Oh, how do you know?
Would you let a dolphin rub one out on you?
No. I hear they like doing that, though, to girls.
They like it a lot. You hear the stories.
Yeah, they people
you
that
for-
swim with the dolphins,
but
they get molested sometimes by the dolphins.
But for a goof, would you let that happen?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not into any other animal.
No, I'm not
fucking-
saying you're doing it because you're into it, just
Yeah.
as a goof.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's like a dog humping your leg. You shake it off immediately. You're like, get out of here.
Yeah. That was creepy. When
It
you
is
were-
the funniest fucking
But that
looking
was
thing when it does it to somebody else, though.
But that was
It's like,
creepy when you were younger and you didn't know what the dog was trying
What's it
to
doing?
accomplish.
It's like a,
And your parents
got that stupid face on.
and the parents were always horrified, and you didn't know why they were horrified. You were
Get
just a
down!
kid thinking the dog wants to play with you.
Yeah.
I walked in the room to see my younger brothers in getting all out humped,
Oh, Jesus.
and they
And
were just
face
Huh?
humped.
No, just
Oh.
just and the dog is just having its way with my little brothers. And us older boys, or my dad or my mom would, thank God,
Like, hey.
discover that this is not a good situation and
Get off of
get the dog off the kid.
the little lad.
I know a guy who fucked a cat. Dolphins are all right.
That's a little. That's gotta be a little dick.
I don't know. Do we want to do more radio?
Nah, we gotta go.
Yeah, good point. Line of the day.
Here comes the line of the day. Line of the day.
Men without hats.
That's right. I prefer old ladies without hats.
Yes, that's my favorite. I'd like to hear that tune.
Yeah. Yes. I can punch if I want to.
You could leave your hat behind.
Because your hat ain't paid for and everything ain't paid for. But I'm going to knock you on your old behind. and
There's a little improv stand-up for you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I'm fascinated with horse pussy, by the way. I got to tell
Yeah,
you.
who wouldn't be? It's fantastic stuff.
I had no idea.
Oh, is this kid going to get humped?
That's what I mean.
The kid's leaning over an ottoman trying to play his video
remember-
games, and the dog is just humping him.
Yeah, it's called Dog
Holy
Humps Kid
shit.
Playing Wii. And the kid is just helpless at this point.
Who's videoing
Thank you.
taping
That's
this?
about that's
Arrest
what-
that person.
That's what I was about to say. Drop the camera and save your kid. He's losing this fight.
At least give the dog some oven mitts.
Oh, now the dog turned the kid over.
Yeah,
Not good.
no, it's not fun anymore.
I remember seeing that as a kid, though.
Yeah.
You know, my little brothers didn't know any better. They're getting attacked and humped by the family dog.
Dog knows, though.
Ugh, creepy that the dog has those thoughts.
I know, it sees something on all fours, it doesn't know. What the fuck
To
does
you,
it know it's a dog?
To you, it's stupid Fido. To
Yeah,
the dog,
yeah.
you know, he wants to get some.
Something to fuck.
Right. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. See you tomorrow. You know, tomorrow. Hours are out. See you tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye.
All right already. Goodbye. I want to go.
Ding dong. Bye.
Hello? Who's in here? Hello? Ding dong. Get the fuck out of here.